My pleasure.
All right, so Dr. Vanire, I mean, thank you again. It's always a pleasure when we have you on the show to have this kinds of conversation, right? Quickly, before we go into this main conversation, I just wanted to ask a quick question. The ruling that has happened in Osun State, where they say that Oyetola was not even qualified to be a candidate in the first place, is this in a bid to upturn the elections, or what exactly is the reason for this?
No, the election at the end, it has nothing to do with the election proper.
Okay.
Um, to a certain extent, it's like a pre-election case. Is a case challenging the nomination of Oyetola as candidate of All Progressive Congress. And what the court have said there is that because the person that signed the nomination for was not the right person to have signed it, as such, he was not a candidate for the purpose of that election. That was the decision of the court.
So does this in any way say that he's going to probably is a plot to get the person that won the elections, or what exactly is the goal for it? It won't affect anything, right?
Well, it's somebody else that has won the election so far. It's the PDP candidate that won the election. He is challenging the victory of the PDP candidate. So the only nexus between that decision and the current case is simply on what we call as lawyers locus, the standing to sue. That is, do you have a right to sue? Do you have a right to bring the petition before the election tribunal?
Okay.
Okay, let's talk
So
about.
let's talk about the conversation for today, right? Youth mobilization, right? I mean, on Saturday we saw a lot of young people going on the streets. I mean, it's been happening for a while, but I think Saturday was like the highlight because again, it was the first time it was coming to Lagos, right? A lot of young people are woke. That's the English. They are woke, and a lot of young people are very conscious. They are very conscious politically right now, and there's a lot of massive engagement going on, different small groups, big groups. You are somebody that has created a pressure group, so you understand what this kinds of movement can do in terms of impact in anything, in the governance, in everything in Nigeria. So, I mean, first of all, what are your thoughts today as it stands that about the Nigerian youth? Do you think that we are really, really there? We have gotten to that point where we've had it and we are ready to take on, what's it called, political positions and take on the governance of our country?
Well, honestly speaking, I'm very excited about the development. Very, very excited. Is for me is the byproduct of some of the effort that has been put in by a lot of people, groups, and associations in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
For example, in my own movement, the United Action for Change, we've always had a 3-day youth leadership training for our youth every year in order to encourage them and bring their leadership capacity. So, and again, recognizing the fact that about 60% of the electorate, those that are eligible to vote at our election, are youth. It becomes exciting that they are beginning to appreciate the fact that the future, not even the future, today belongs to them because their future is gone. There's no future for them as far as I'm concerned because this is their future now. Now that they are waking up from their slumber and are doing something, honestly, I'm excited and I believe that we must all be excited. I'm optimistic equally. They might not, as said or remarked by the last speaker, get to the final destination with this particular attempt, but at least something major is happening now. There is a force that is going on all over the whole place. The only thing we need to do beyond that is to also get them to go beyond even the mobilization of themselves into the enlightenment and education of the vulnerable. There are so many vulnerable people all over the place. Take, for example, the market women. The market women are often harassed into voting for a particular political party because of their vulnerability. And there are a lot of other people like that, poor people, wretched people. They take advantage of the poverty. In fact, that is why I feel that it's more or less a deliberate policy on behalf by our political leaders to continue to render our people wretched so that they will not be able to reason and do the right thing. So these vulnerable, they need to equally connect them now. Beyond mobilizing themselves, they need to connect them, educate them, defend them, so that they can exercise their free will independent of any pressure, harassment, or influence. by the powers that be.
I think you've given a bit of context to my question, but I'll still ask because I know you have more to say. Because you have worked in this area in terms of mobilizing youth and also supporting them for a better decision. If hypothetically speaking, we were to say, consult for us, right, and say, look at the movements now, what has been done and what can still be done. What would you say we are doing right, and what would you say we need to do better to ensure that, like you said, even if it doesn't give us the desired result now, then we should ensure that we're on the right path at least?
Yes, there's still a lot to be done, that I must confess to you. They are doing very well, undoubtedly. For example, election is becoming scientific now, whether we like it or not. We should start being able to project. They have one advantage, they are educated. They can start from the house to house interaction and engagement, conversation they've been having with a lot of people. I think they should be able to be getting or securing commitment gradually to the extent that you can say that in a particular polling unit, at the worst scenario, we can get a certain number of votes. I expect, because of their level of education, to be able to put that in place. And of course, they are doing very well in terms of defense, self-defense, because one of the things the older politicians usually use are the talks, the miscreant. But I can see that even on their own, maybe because of their, in quote, I'm using the word adversedly, their own aggression too, the talks of the miscreant are beginning to be displaced equally from the political space. So again, for me, this is a good development equally. But like I said, what needs to be done is that they need to create more cells around the polling units all over the nation. This cell will be their theater room rather than the one that is holistic at the center. So if you are able to do this, in each of those cells, there are people that are capable, that are able to defend their vote for them. And again, like I said, they need to also build a formidable pressure group that will be able to protect the vulnerable. The vulnerable are the ones that the older politicians always take advantage of. They need to secure those people. They need to protect them. They need to educate them. They need to enlighten them. And in doing this, what they need to do basically is simple, is to help them connect their life to their vote. You see, that's the missing link between this vulnerable and their vote. They don't know the importance. That is why at times they sell their vote. They see it as a product. They merchandise it. And this is where the challenge is. But if you can show them that, look, what we are saying here is essentially that the hospital, the quality hospital that you take your children or yourself to when you are sick, quality education, employment, these are all the things that vote, or that singular vote of yours encapsulate. Show them that one. Let them know that even if anybody is giving them money, if they give you any amount of money, they are equally cheating you, because they ought to have given you more than that, because it is your money that they are recycling to you. So a lot of education, a lot of enlightenment needs to take place. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because imagine if you are able to paint a picture to that market woman that for the fact that your child cannot go to school, it is these votes that you are selling. That's why your child cannot get free education. I'm sure they would rethink it again to selling their votes. But while we're still on the subject of votes, right? INEC came out a few weeks back, said that some registrations that were done, because again, part of the mobilization that I had seen that happened, especially this season, is massive registration. Young people that never been registered before, a lot of massive registration went on. There were too many people that went to go and get their voters cards and all of that in preparation for the elections come 2023. But again, INEC brought out some reports that were really alarming. There was one, I said about 2 million people, fresh voters, about 1 million plus were disqualified. Some other figures, so the numbers are just going here and there. So now we know that for you to be legally admitted into any elections, you must have a PVC, right? So with the mobilization that is going on and these issues that we're having around INEC and all of that, how do we even navigate? Because if the system that is supposed to help us exercise that right that we have mobilized ourselves to exercise then has like a default, how do we even begin to correct those kinds of anomalies?
Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first one, which again is an area that I'm quarreling with. By the law, that is the Electoral Act 2002, it is a criminal offense, for example, for somebody to engage in multiple or double registration. But that has occurred. they have fished it out. What has happened to those culprits? Nothing. So that is an encouragement to further commit other electoral offenses. So that's an indictment, in my very strong view, against INEC itself. Second one aspect of it is the fact that this time around, if we are all able to get, because a lot of PVC are still lying in the various INEC offices all over the nation, people need to go and get them. There's no doubt that you need them as your access card to the election. So again, like I said earlier, the youth need to identify all the people that have these PVCs. They need to be able to engage them. But beyond that, one thing that is also very important now is, or a good development that the older politicians seem to have forgotten, is that it's no more business as usual. Because you cannot, some of them that are amassing or purchasing or acquiring excess PVC all over the whole place with the aim of using them to vote, of course, it won't work. Because now, beyond the biometric, there is the beam fasting, that technology, that at the end of the day will be able to tell these are the eligible ones, these people are not eligible, these votes are invalid. All these ones are still likely unknown. So again, before I forget, as a rider, the youth need to educate themselves about the Electoral Act, the import of it. There's so many novel provisions contained therein. They need to get experts to come and address them, to tell them what and what to look out for, what and what to do and what not to do. This is very important too, if at the end of the day, they want to accelerate their achievement.
Absolutely. All right, so let's quickly go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What a time to be alive. To look back over the beauty of the year. To find comfort in triumphs. In laughter. In joy. What a time to bask in stories of pride, reward, and bated breath.
We are most grateful.
The best of season stories to you. Only on Netflix.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the impact of youth mobilization on Nigeria's future, right? And we have with us Dr. Muiz Banire. Now, remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. I mean, that Electoral Act, you know, I think a lot of people are more hopeful for this 2023 election based on the signing of that Electoral Act, you know, so into law, because now so many things, the anomalies that would have happened before, you can't just wake up and do anyhow. There has to be a system.
It also has its challenges, you know,
right? Yeah, but go ahead, Elsie.
Okay, I just even want to take this whole conversation away from just 2023, because I like the theme of the conversation,
which is the future,
right? We still have our guests.
Oh, yes.
Right? Okay, so in everything that's happening now, I like that we both agree that this is more beyond 2023. What do you think this impact will be in terms of the way we see ourselves as Nigerians, our mindsets? I mean, also looking at the fact that we just celebrated the 62nd anniversary, right? And a lot of us would rather die on the hill of trying to leave Nigeria than trying to look around for opportunities, right? I mean, this is not to play down on anybody's struggle or the reason they want to leave. So what do you think this whole mobilization and the possibility of the general election, whatever the outcome may be, would be on the mindset of young people?
Well, like I said earlier, this is a very positive development for all. Beyond the election, what it portends is that, you know, during the exercise, there is this, how do I call it now, that was adopted during that campaign. I forgot, but I'll come back to that. What it portends is that our people are becoming politically conscious.
Okay.
which is very important. It's a very, very, in the past, we used to be passive about everything. And it was just my Swat Meat that that says that all it takes for a nation to decay is for the good people there to keep quiet. We kept quiet for too long. And it's that muteness that has brought us to where we are today. So for me now, since our youth have woken up now, I'm sure it's going to be a progressive development to the extent that they start asking questions. And the moment we start asking questions, then we are ready for growth. We are ready for development of the country. So all the original mindset that vote will not count are beginning to change. Equally, in those days, nobody believed in the system. They, don't bother yourself, don't waste their time, leave them alone. It's the political class that knows how they go about all these things. But now, the good news is that people are beginning to have interest and have that conviction that something positive can still come out of this system. And for me, like I said, the youth are the highest stakeholder in the Nigerian project. That's the reality of today. If you go to unemployment statistics, they are the ones suffering more. Look at ASU strike now. Who are the people suffering more? The youth. Everything, they are the people. So for me, what it portends is that because of this development now, even politicians generally or political officers will start being conscious of the way and manner in which they conduct their affairs. Nobody was challenging them. That was why over time we have developed this humility, particularly on the part of the political class. Nothing can happen because nobody asks questions. How much are you spending? How much did you do this one? How did you acquire this one? All those has not happened. It will soon get to a level that the youth will start asking, come, how did you spend our money? How did you acquire this? We want to know the source of your wealth. And all those issues, by the time those things are happening, positivism will come in. And once that comes in, even that will help eventually to stem the tide of all this emigration from the country. So this is very, very important, and it's a good development. Like I said, personally, I'm very, very excited about the development, and we need to continuously encourage the youth to take up their rightful place because it is their time. Anybody beyond the age of 50 cannot claim to have more stake or higher stake in Nigeria project than somebody below, and that is the reality of the situation.
Okay, I'd like to stay on the word mobilization. Right, so I mean, I know you are our father. We are the youths here, right? So I would like you to make comparison between the 1993, which I'll use the word agitation for, then Occupy Ojota or Nigeria, and what is happening now, right? What would you say is the major difference and the better impact for now, if you can see a difference? Because I'm still very hurt by Occupy Nigeria. I know one knows where I'm going to. Let's not even get into that part, right? But it was an agitation. A lot of people were on the road. NLC was part of it. And now we are back to the point where we all know. I mean, then maybe some of us knew, but now we all know that we need subsidies to go, right? So comparing 1993 Occupy Nigeria and what is happening now, from your wealth of knowledge, what advice do you have? What would you say?
Well, from my experience, they are all different. Let's start with the first one. 1933 was specific about June 12 annulment. So it was specific to a particular struggle. The Occupy Nigeria was revolved around the petroleum pricing. EndSARS initially revolved around the police brutality. But now, this is all encompassing. This is about good governance. It is much more organized. The people involved are much more educated. They are much more informed. And for this set of people, they understand issues that those people before that we had in the past, much more than the people were. And like I said earlier, they are the highest stakeholder. So they have more stake in this struggle. So as far as possible, they are going to ensure that their own struggle is an organized struggle. It's a struggle of issues. And that is the marked difference between what had either happened in 1993 and also during the Occupy Nigeria. So this is a total struggle for good governance in the country.
Absolutely. So now this is, we like call it the 99th hour. The campaigns have just started. I like what you said. You said something. You said the old guys, the old players, they know that it's not business as usual. So it means that for anything, the young people are getting something right, and we are putting them on their toes, right? So how do we on their bicycles? We are putting them on their bicycles, right? So how do we translate that into actual results? Because you said something about going to different polling units, collating, so there's a lot that can happen. And with the new Electoral Act, like you rightly said, not many of us are educated enough to understand the advantages of the new Electoral Act and how it's going to impact the elections, right? So how do we chart it in a way that, so I like the way when I'm watching the US elections, for instance, right, they can easily almost tell you that this region belongs to this. So you know where to really concentrate on in terms of mobilization. So you are having a targeted mobilization. If you say, okay, this is a success, we want to, we want to record, right? So we know the areas where our weakest numbers will come from. How do we start to do that if we really want to be impactful in these elections?
Well, it is doable. Like I said, it's very doable. It's a matter, again, these people have the capacity. They are the people that the older guys will always use for this purpose. So they have the capacity. It comes with them naturally, effortlessly. They can do their own polling. By the time they control poll all over, they will know where they are weak, where they need to strengthen. But the most important thing, that is the gap between them and success, is education, is enlightenment. I can tell you, everybody is using for everybody in the nation now. But people need to be educated. And that is where, again, they need to be brutal, as far as I'm concerned, using the word advisedly, to move in aggressively, to educate people. Particularly, like I said, they need to create cell. You see, the center of gravity for the new election is around the polling units. So you must work around each polling unit, to the extent that you can say confidently, do a projection to say, in each polling unit, we are sure of not less than 150 votes from this place, conservatively. That is doable, but it's a lot of hard work, and they have the energy. And interestingly enough now, they are even bringing resources together to actualize it. So it's a very, very interesting development.
Okay, so let's stay on, because I always say that I have a feeling that we are repeating history, right? Mobilizing ourselves around one person. Do you think this youth mobilization is around the Peter Obi? Do you believe it's a Peter Obi, or it could have been anybody? It's just that people are just tired and they are ready to actually effect a change.
Well, I'm of the view that it's not around and it's not about Peter Obi. It's just a situation where people have gotten to that, look, we need a change, we need alternative. And they seem to be saying that, look, we are tired of the older generation. We need younger people to come and take charge of the affairs. That is the message.
Okay, so I think we'll try to reconnect back, because do you understand what I'm saying? The question, because people are feeling that somebody said to me that it could have been anybody. Even the Peter Obi knows that this is not about him, that it is about the agitations that we're tired, right? Nigerians have gotten to that point where they feel like we have so much. How come we are where we are? Today I was driving on the road and I was listening in on a documentary a particular radio station did since independence till date, right? It was really, really sickening to think the people that Nigeria had so much hope, and we had so much prospect that you would think that all of these things that we're talking about should not even be something that were worth mentioning. I saw a video just now before I came on air, Dubai in 2027, seeing flying drones and and all of that. That's the kind of movement. I mean, because Nigeria has the capacity.
Don't be comparing Nigeria.
No, but you see, Dubai came to us how many years ago to support, to help them build.
I hear you, but I want to speak to what you were saying, whether it was just a Peter Obi or we're just tired. So I think it's also different factors coming together. When they say the universe to just align and things happen, right? Peter Obi had made himself available, and he was speaking from even before the EndSARS period. He would always talk, even this event that happens every 1st of
Platform.
October, he wasn't
Yeah.
there this time, but he was usually there, right? And he would give numbers, talk about what he did in Anambra State, also talk about how what he did earned him a lot of enemies in the political space, because everybody was all about what can we eat, not how the country is moving forward or how these resources
Governance
can
is
be
getting
used
better,
to
better channeled.
multiply, right? So a lot of people start connecting with him from that point. And even when the NSAS thing happened as well, he was speaking up, he used his platform. So it was a case of, oh, yes, you're tired, right? But then you look around. So who is this person that
can
sort
just
of
fit in?
Can fit in, that is
It's more semblance of
probably
hope.
just speaking a bit of our language that is making us understand it, because we all know that we are running a wasteful government. We don't need anybody to come and tell us. Even the president himself, even everybody on the front runner right now can attest to this. But why is it so difficult for us to cut down these excesses, especially when you claim that the country is broke? You claim that there's no money, you're borrowing as if you have one money to pay back. You know, everything doesn't just make sense. And it is worrying, based on what I said earlier. I don't believe that these people don't know what they are doing. I don't believe that they are clueless. I don't believe that they don't understand how to move this country from point A to point B. I just don't understand why we have so much greed, wickedness, and corruption, right? So we then saw someone who is not just saying it, we saw him do it. We see him still do it. Like, you can move and not move with 20
Oddlies
whatever,
and all of that,
and oddlies, and you are still alive, you're not dead, right? So it is just us seeing that
he is a symbol.
Yeah,
but I think
and,
I think we have Dr. Banire back. You know, as we wrap up, let's take some comments.
Oh, okay.
Woke. He said, let me give you an example. Take, for instance, you are walking down the road and all of a sudden someone comes up behind and steals that what belongs to you, and you run after the person and fight the person to collect what is rightfully yours. Does that also make you a thief? The Nigerian government keeps stealing from us our rights, our right to express ourselves, right to elect a leader of our choice, right to re-elect with one another, or reflect, I think,
Even
with one another,
right to
because
opportunities.
we have become strangers in our own land. Relate, it means. Now, right to religion that is serving who we want to serve spiritually based on convictions, not compulsion. And when we fight for our rights that they have stolen from us, the government makes it look as though we are the criminals. What an irony. Take your comment and I'll come back to Dr. Muiz.
She great women of ways, take it or leave it. The youth have risen up to take their future into their own hands. The so-called leaders are all shivering, especially with the obedience movement going all over the country. We must take back our nation from these old wines and new bottles. We've never had it bad like this. That's Bobby Kennedy from Taraba. Thank you, Bobby Kennedy.
So, Dr. Banire, we are wrapping up the conversation because we're running out of time. I just want to say that globally, right, the whole world is going through all the same things that we're going through. Why is this agitation so much? It's not like the challenges that we're facing, especially with the economy and all of that, which is part of the agitation. It's not like it's unique to Nigeria. So what are the other factors? I mean, you've mentioned ASU, you mentioned a few things, healthcare and all of that. Why do you think that it is so, the political space is so heated up right now that people do not even want to hear anything APC or PDP? Or do we have Dr. Bani? Okay, go ahead.
The truth of the matter is there's so much frustration in the land. Like your colleague said, the reality is that everybody, look at the cost of governance. You will weep. You are saying you are broke, and we all know what is going on. Since the time of, I think, Yaradua or Yaraba, if not Obasanjo or so, we have had multiple agencies doing the same thing. They came up with a committee report, Steve Orosa report, who said they should face them out and ration them out, phase them out, so as to save substantial sum. Up to now, nothing has happened. Look at is it a country where we are? Do we really and truly need a bicameral legislature? Do we need a members of the executive cabinet as well as legislators to be permanent members? Can they be part-time officers? With the kind of situation that we are? So the cost of governance is a major thing. Because right now, the truth of the matter is that virtually all workers in Nigeria today, their take-home pay cannot take them home. That alone is a source of anger. So now you now go beyond that, you now see some people, the way and manner in which they conduct themselves in opulence, just simply because they occupy public offices. Now you start wondering what's going on. So this fact are becoming so obvious to everybody that we believe that something major, something radical must happen as a matter of urgency, because if not, honestly speaking, my sense of it is that it tell people with the kind of financial situation Nigeria is, if it were to be a country by now, they should have declared it to be a bankrupt company.
Yes.
But it's just because it's a country that has potential. And for how long are we going to remain a country of potentials? Just simply because we don't have the right set of people in the right position. So the time is overdue for this to happen. And what is happening, like I said to you, is a signal to several other things that will happen in the nearest future, which hopefully will bring the country back to its rightful position. Otherwise, I fear that the next administration, if they are not careful, will signal the end of the country.
Quickly, comment.
Well, I'm not reading this comment.
Are you sure?
I've told you people that you should stop stressing.
I want to hear Dr. Barry. He says, good evening, ladies. The youth must engage themselves to monitor the progress of the elections and results. These hard old cargo politicians wanted to do anything to play foul. Jagaban's online video is an old one during his walkout after a knee surgery about 2 years ago. Regards from Ade. Ade is in the UK, so he can really tell you.
How do you know?
Ade can tell you. But Dr. Banire, why do we always have politicians, when it's time for elections, they come and do workout, they come and play football.
They eat corn on the road.
So why do we always have this playing out all the time?
It's the old trick, but like I said to you, it can't work again.
Yes.
It's now still news. So the earlier the better they face the reality that things have changed, and they must change with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you had one final thing, yeah, they need to go and re-strategize. If you had a final thing to say to the Nigerian youth watching the show today, you know, what would your counsel be? Just one final counsel.
I commend them, and I will wish and advise them that more work to be done. They need to be resolute and continue in that direction.
So if they fail, like if their candidate, the choice candidate does not, what's it called, emerge as the presidential president-elect.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They should continue.
So how do they keep that tempo? How? Because that is another problem we always have.
You see, the organization must be sustained.
Oh, sugar, we lost it. All right, so I think we've run out of time. But hey, Elsie Godwin.
It is well.
What are you wailing for?
It is well.
Nigeria is 62. They
Yes.
say that a fool at 40 is a fool forever. We are 62.
Somebody said, after writing the whole nice, he said, Agbaya, well done. That is Nigeria, that is Agbaya. Right, I think we've come a long way,
Yeah.
and I'm very hopeful. I mean, let me just leave it there. I'm hopeful because I know that we have what it takes, like you said. We have so much. We have so much, from tourism to
Everything.
If we begin to break down the
Everything.
mineral resources we have
Everything.
that is untapped, or the ones that are being stolen day and night out of the country in
Absolutely.
collaboration with, you know, them, right? So we have a lot, we have the potential, and I just hope that we can begin to get it right.
Absolutely.
Even if the person that we think is supposed to be there don't get there, right? Whoever gets it, this whole movement should also be a wake-up call for that
For
person
you
to
believe
think
that, yeah,
and say,
possible.
I need to make a mark.
Absolutely.
I need to let people know that I didn't just rode the bicycle for roading sake. I am going there to do something.
Thank you, Elsie Godwin. Thank you, everyone that watched. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram. Thank you, Dr. Banire. Thank you so much. Now, you can interact with us further. Drop a comment. Most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. One of the great liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Now, every society has its protectors of status quo and its fraternities of the indifferent who are notorious for sleeping through revolutions. So today, our very own survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenge of change. This was from Dr. Martin Luther King, and it is very relevant in today's Nigeria. We'll see you guys live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society.
Go to some few police stations across Nigeria. You will see what you see there is an eyesore. You cannot even have a good record system that takes data.
There's a further problem of lack of coordination between federal and state governments in Nigeria.
And local governments.
And local governments. For instance, although local education is an issue.
You see what's going on now? ASU insisting that government should pay them for a month they were not in class. And of course, they shouldn't have even gone to strike in the first place if the government had listened to them initially.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
Good morning and welcome to The Run-Up. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
And my name is Uchechukwu Onodo.
Today we're going to be looking at a few things. One of them is what we've been talking about all the time. We cannot overemphasize it. It's about education. And we're looking at the state of education in Nigeria today. We'll be talking with someone who has been in the public education sector and now is in the private. We'll be talking with Mr. Nandi Peter Bette. But of course, that's not only going to be the topic of discussion today. In the meantime, we heard that today and tomorrow has been declared public holiday in Yobe State because the president is visiting. And I was asking myself, how many states have declared public holiday for people to be able to collect their PVCs? But the president is visiting a state to commission some projects or to get some projects commissioned, yes, in Yobe State. And because of that, 2 days public holiday, are we getting our priorities right at all?
I mean, it goes to show where our priorities are and, you know, the things that we take seriously. It would have been more exciting for me if the public holidays was for collection of PVCs or, say, elections has commenced in full gear and states are giving workers days off so that they can be able to participate and, you know, take some time and all that.
Okay. Okay, well, but now, some states gave a public holiday for the registration of voters, and some states did not give. But right now, like you said, I was expecting that they were going to say, okay, because PVCs, just registering is not enough. Collecting it and actually voting is the major thing. So if you have days to spare, why not give out the days for people to go and collect their PVCs? And then when the election comes, I wonder if they're going to give the workers public holiday or free days so that they can go to vote. I know the voting is on Saturday.
On weekends.
Yes, but some people need to travel somewhere else before they can go and vote.
Exactly,
so will they
that
give
was my
time?
point. I mean, there are people that are going to leave Lagos and go to places like the East. People need to go up north. And, you know, they can't take work days, like active work days off on their own to do that. You need the management or, you know, people in power to, you know, give you that type of leverage so that you are able to participate in voting. And these are we still have time. So if you're listening to us and you're in a position where you can do stuff like that, it would be very, very cool. Give your workers the opportunity to travel and participate in these elections.
Well, the final list is out for the candidates that are going to contest, and we've seen that we have up to 18 political parties that are going to come to contest. What is happening to me today? I'm just eating my words now. Well, 18 political parties that will contest in this election that is coming. There are people from all, especially like presidential, we have the APC, the PDP, the LP, that's Labour Party, the Zenith Labour Party. We also have ADC and the rest of those parties. So whichever party is yours, make sure if you're campaigning for them, be civil about it. There's nothing like fighting and all that. There are going to be a lot of shocks, I hope, in this 2023. We should be able to tell someone who has been maybe arrogant, maybe someone who has been overconfident, it shock you. I would like a situation where that can be had after the February and March presidential and then Houses of Assembly elections and governorship elections. Because sometimes just knowing that your position is threatened by the mere fact that maybe people are looking at you as a non-performer will make a lot of them to sit up.
Sure.
But right now, all they owe, their allegiance is to their godfathers and not to the people. So when the voice of the people is heard resoundingly, as we are hoping that in 2023 it's going to be, then they will sit up.
I'm also hoping that, you know, there will be a reduction in the surge of sycophancy, because if you say the voice of the people, at what angle, at what level are we hearing the voice of the people, and what is the voice of the people saying? Are we singing chants and praises just because that is what they want to hear, and because, of course, at the end of the day, the pockets will be oiled, or are we actually, you know, making our positions known and being assertive about it?
And you see, the greatest kind of enslavement is the enslavement of the mind. And someone said that if you're educated enough, it disqualifies you from becoming a slave, because nobody can enslave an educated mind. And that means whatever we need to do to make our educational system work for us, we need to do it, because now people are taught to be patriotic, people are taught to be good citizens right from school, right from the home. So I think there should be a deliberate effort by those in authority to make our curriculum in such a way that the students who go to school, the children who go to school, will take pride in their country, in their fatherland, so much so that they will begin to think about the benefits of a bigger picture rather than what can enter your pockets. I tell you, a lot of people who are canvassing for some candidates in this election, if you remove the money factor from those campaigns, they will not campaign. So which means they're not thinking about the bigger picture. They're just thinking about themselves and the now. What happens tomorrow doesn't concern them. If there's a change of government and the things that they're enjoying now, they do not enjoy again, they will begin to lament. But you had a chance of changing it and you didn't. And I wonder when we are going to grow above this money politics.
And since we're talking about education today, I'm hoping that, you know, the history as a subject will be returned to our schools. Because when you're talking about removing certain factors so that people will understand what they're doing to themselves. I mean, if we knew history and our history and, you know, the effects that these kind of actions had in the past, and you see where that has placed us today, then you wouldn't really need to talk too much to get somebody to understand that you need to, you know, be a follower, a good follower, and, you know, be a follower that understands the ideologies and the plans of the person that you're following. And of course, if it doesn't align with what would benefit your future positively, then you have no business campaigning or being in that person's, you know, team.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will say, okay, they have said history should return to schools. But what history is returning to school is the question. Because can we keep saying Mungo Park discovered River Niger or something?
When River Niger has
there
been
were
there.
people living there. How did Mungo Park discover
Yes.
it? There's a river in my village, and you'll tell me somebody from Portugal or so, or someone from France or someone from anywhere came and discovered it. What were our ancestors doing? Did they think that a river was a mountain? Did they think it was a forest? They knew it was a river, for crying out loud. They didn't just call it a river because they had a local name. So if you say history is returning to school, what history is returning to school? Are we returning the same history that tells us what the colonial masters came and discovered in our backyards? Or are you telling the true story of people who have fought for this land and conquered this land for our benefits, so that we begin to tailor our children towards you know, taking these people as role models? I mean, if someone is from the East, for instance, what stops that person from trying to be like Nnamdi Azikiwe, like all other people that have come from the East? What stops someone from the North, a woman from the North, from trying to be like Queen Amina, that conquered a lot of places? And you know, so there are a lot of people who are role models in every region of this country. Let's tell their stories and tell our own stories. And some people say movies are just for entertainment. I disagree with that. Movies can tell a lot about a people and can change the orientation of a people. A lot of people want to go to America because of what they see in the movies.
Sure.
They don't know that America has slums as well. They have homeless people as well. They never show us that in the movies.
Yes.
So, yeah, and when the war ended in 1970, the Civil War, the government made a deliberate effort. I think it's the government. They were going almost from village to village, including my own village, which is very remote, with cinema. This cinema they used to show on a wall, a white wall and all that. And they were showing us stories of movies of war and how destructive a war could be. So all of us watching those movies in those days made a pledge unconsciously that we will never allow a war to happen anymore. So it helped to form opinion, it helped to mold the people that were watching it. So if Nigerian movie makers will make a conscious effort to tell the Nigerian stories and tell it positively, I think Nigeria also will have that pride. And Nigerians, even the ones who are abroad, will have more pride. Instead of showing us all the time how we do rituals and how we are jealous and all that. It's still the run-up, and like we promised, we're going to be talking education today. And we have on standby a retired director, Quality Assurance in the Cross River State Ministry of Education, and who is presently the chairman of Diocesan Education Board, Catholic Diocese of Ogoja. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Nandi Peter Bete.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Okay, we're glad that at least you have experienced both sectors. You've had the experience in both places, public and private. Now you're in the private, you were in the public first as Quality Assurance. Let's try to get a comparison between these two, the public sector and the private sector as it concerns education, in your experience, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. From my background, I was brought up with a mission school. We went to primary school, secondary schools when the missionaries were in charge. And then we went on to tertiary education and came back to work in the public sector at a time that government has taken over the running of schools. Remember Decree 1 of 1971, which took over all voluntary agency schools. So, government now put in place structures to run education. As somebody who worked there for so many years and in my managerial position, I'll be bold to say that the biggest problem in the public education sector is improper funding, lack of adequate funding. And when there are no funds, so many things cannot be done. I ended up in the quality assurance unit, and the experience there showed that when schools are not funded, when the system is not funded, teachers are not well paid, most often they are not paid on time, teachers are promoted, promotions are not implemented, teachers die, the system does not show any concern for a dead worker, not to talk of the family left behind. So the morale is low. And you send out quality assurance officers to ensure that the system is in order. But the logistics is not in place. They don't have means of movement. They don't have other instruments like ability to sanction where people are erring. So this attributes to the very poor standard that we have in public schools. Now, when we talk of funding, it's not as if the mission schools or the private sector as it were now are more funded or are better funded. But the dedication of the teachers goes a long way in ensuring that things are in order. Teachers are dedicated because instead of the pittance that is paid to them, they realize that their welfare is uppermost in the minds of their managers. And when there is supervision, so many things go the right way. Like I said, in the public sector, you have quality assurance officers that are supposed to check standards, are supposed to supervise, are supposed to inspect. But they are not regular on the field because the logistics is lacking. And once there is no supervision, things don't go the proper way. Then I talk about sanction. In Cross River State, teachers' wages, teachers' salaries are computerized. And at the end of the month, the teacher gets a alert in the bank. Whether such a person has been in school or not, the head teacher of the principal may only query. And the query will get to a certain place and probably there will be no effect. But at the end of the month, such a person is paid. In the private sector, on the other hand, the teachers are aware that if you err, you are tampering with whatever teaching you are supposed to collect at the end of the month. So there is that dedication.
We're looking at the solutions and what we can do better to make the education, sector grow. And you've mentioned a lot of differences between the private and public sectors as regards to education. But I want to ask you this. Aside from everything else that is expected of the government, to put in place when it comes to the education sector to make it better, are there things or activities that you think schools can do on their own at an independent level to also make themselves better?
Yes. I said from the beginning that poor funding is actually killing education. If you go around the public schools, the infrastructure is appalling. There are no seats. The floors are not like that. Teachers are not there. So the public schools now have been left there for pupils from indigent homes. The private schools are in a sort of competition among themselves. So their infrastructure is being worked on every now and then. And those parents that have a little means take their children to private schools, locally here. At the national level, they take them out. You can imagine that our children need to go to school in Benin Republic. There is a problem here. This has to be solved. We are not dedicated, we are not committed to uplifting public education. I'm talking about the basic level now, because where the foundation is not there, whatever you build on top is faulty. Government needs to be serious. In fact, they should declare a state of emergency on public education, especially at the basic level. All the millions they read in basic education, they do not trickle down. You need to go down the rural areas and see the type of schools that are existing there. The teachers are not motivated. The environment is not conducive. Teaching and learning does not go on well. So government needs to pay more attention to public education. Declare a state of emergency and be serious about funding education. That's the first step towards finding a solution to the entire problem.
Before now, we were talking with Mr. Peter Nandi Bette, who was talking to us about the state of education in Nigeria now. And one of the things I took from there was that, well, there may not be enough funding, but supervision is everything that we need to have. And, I remember those days, education supervisors were like some demigods when they were coming to our school. I know that some people in some schools in some villages, when the education inspector was coming, they were dancers. They were, there were yams donated to give to the stranger that was coming, the big man that was coming. Nobody talked about the governor then. Nobody talked about the chairman then. Nobody talked about commissioner. We knew the inspector. And if the inspector came to a school and found out anything was wrong with that school, the headmaster or the principal would be dealt with severely. But as we grew up, we didn't see inspectors coming to schools anymore. I wonder what went wrong.
Because I grew up in a home of teachers. My both parents worked in the education ministry, so I know firsthand what it meant that supervisors were coming, and of course my dad was one of them. So for every time that he had to...
Did he come home with a goat?
Not that I know of. But for every time that he had to make those trips, he had his files, he would put everything together. And, when he came home, whenever he comes home, you would see him with a list of things that needs to be done. And he makes sure that they got done. And I could tell that it was same for, every other person that worked with him at the time. And even in schools, your class teacher will tell you the supervisors are coming. So you as a student need to be in your best behavior.
The brightest students are in front. They strategically put them.
And these are the things that we've lost, and we need to start putting them together. He was very passionate. If you could hear it in his voice when he was talking about how that there are no inspectors anymore. People just do whatever they like. It was after that phase that we started seeing teachers bring melon to school, crayfish, and that should be heard of.
They were selling used clothes.
Exactly,
they were selling
because
a lot
nobody
of things
is checking and nobody is asking questions anymore. Everybody was more like to your tent, O Israel. Just do whatever works for you.
It's really wrong. It's really wrong. Anywhere you go to, like, okay, if you go to private institutions that are doing very well, most of the teachers are not as qualified as the ones in public schools. But you find out, like he said, close marking supervision is key, because the proprietor is there with you, comes almost every day or at least every week. And if it is a missionary school, yeah, the people who are in charge will come. They monitor you and they know what you're doing. So the teachers are on their toes all the time. And he said also that in the civil service, you might do something, you might have a query even, and so many other things. But at the end of the day, nothing happens to you. So people know this and they're just relaxed. They do whatever they want to do. Supervision is key.
But at the end of the day, you know how we keep reiterating that everything is intertwined. You do not supervise who you're owing, or who is not properly motivated, or this backlog of unpaid salaries, unpaid allowances and all. We didn't used to hear them a lot back in the day. So people, you know, you receive your pay, so you have to do the work. But these days, people are not motivated. Staff are not motivated enough. It's not like it's reason enough to not do your job. If you accepted to do the job, then it's expected that you carry it on to the last. But then, if we're going to talk about it, then let's talk about it as a whole. So you, as the employer of labor, how have you made the work environment conducive for the people that work for you? How have you done your part? Did you pay them their salaries? Are their allowances coming where they're supposed to? And you'd accepted to work. Do your work.
He did mention that sometimes you want to do supervision. There are no logistics. You don't have mobility to go to where you need to go to. Maybe there's no car or there's no fuel in the car, if there's a car at all. Because I've seen places where fire service, there are cars or there are lorries or whatever they call those things, their trucks, are without tires. So if there's an emergency, what do? Do they carry water in pails?
Some people tell me they don't have water.
How do they even get to that place? So if we see things like this, you go to a police station and you report and they tell you have to mobilize them to get fuel for their car. So that you pay 50,000. I think 50,000 is standard now.
Well, you've not seen the ones that will ask you to order a ride?
Oh, okay. A ride for them to go and arrest someone that they should. But all these things, we do not know where they come from. Like police, maybe if you ask the authorities, they will say there's money devoted for that or voted for that. Where does the money end? It's also supervision in different stages. So while you're supervising the one on the field, you also supervise the supervisor. And, you know, there should be some kind of auditing and all that so that we get to know where the problems come from. I mean, how can a supervisor not have money to travel to where he's supposed to go and supervise? How can a policeman not have money to fuel the car? Maybe there's money that has been given, but where did that money end? What happened to it? We need to start looking closely at the things that we say are not happening and get some people to check. If these people are upright enough, we'll find answers. If they're not upright enough, then the money you give to them to find out where the money goes will now be lost in pockets that we don't know again. So we just have to be meticulous.
These are the
we have to be,
issues.
treat every issue holistically, like you said. But let's not forget, for those who might want 2023 to be a year of business, you want to withdraw a lot of cash per day or anything.
Yeah.
Remember, today is 9th, in case you have forgotten.
And the limit starts today.
Yeah. Tell them about it.
So the limit to the amount of cash you can withdraw as an individual or even a corporate organization set by the Central Bank of Nigeria started today. So as an individual, you cannot withdraw above 500,000 naira in a day. And as corporate organizations, you cannot withdraw above 1 million naira.
5 million naira.
5 million naira. So whatever it is that you've been putting in place to help you, stay above the situation, because it has started, it is here with us. I'm hoping that people are able to fall in line. People are able to, find a way to navigate this new development, because it's new. We've never been, in this type of situation before as a country, as a people. So it's going to be new. It's going to be difficult for a while. But then we're Nigerians. We'll always find our way.
If you are in the urban area, you shouldn't find too much problems, because they said withdrawal, which will mean that over the counter, you want to get money out to get cash The problem is the cash. Nobody wants to give you cash anymore. So if you want to buy a car, for instance, and you are supposed to pay 3 million naira, know that you can do a transfer of 3 million naira if that's the case. But if you have to do a cash withdrawal above the limit of 500,000 for an individual, you'll have to pay 3% of that amount to be able to withdraw that money. And for a corporate organization, you have to pay 5% of that amount. You do the math yourself and tell us what it is. But banks are instructed from today not to pay over-the-counter new notes. They shouldn't pay any money because normally you shouldn't withdraw more than 100,000 or less than 100,000 over the counter. You should go to the ATM. So they've been asked to load their ATMs so that they will dispense the new notes. We're hoping that everybody will comply, and whatever you need to do, do it on the internet. Do it in an electronic way, an e-way, e-naira, e-transfer, e-everything. That's what we want to do right now. We're growing, not going back.
Yes, and this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of the Run-Up. Thank you so much for being a part of it. It is a new week. We hope that you enjoy the rest of the week. And of course, we're not leaving you. The Run-Up will return, but it will be tomorrow. Until then, stay patriotic, get your PVCs, and get ready for the elections. My name is Uchechukwu Onodo.
Don't forget, the collection of PVCs will end on the 22nd of January, but you have that opportunity to go to your polling unit from now till 15th of this month. Go to your polling unit and find out if your PVC is there and collect it so that will make the difference. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. See you tomorrow.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
One killed as Yoruba nation agitators and police clash in Lagos. Independent National Electoral Commission INEC says 2023 elections face cancellation of a security threat. Edwin Chilibur murder suspect detention extended. And UK health workers strike continues after talks fail. Good evening to you. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. Normalcy has been restored at the Ojota area of Lagos State after reported unrest involving suspected Yoruba Nation agitators. Videos circulating on social media suggest that an unidentified person was allegedly killed during the arrest as agitators and police allegedly clashed at the location where the group converged for a mega rally. Correspondent Emmanuel Olulaboku, who visited the scene of the incident, observed that normalcy had been restored with traders and motorists going about their businesses. Chose to remain anonymous confirmed the clash, explaining that the rally first went on smoothly before the arrival of the police, who shot gas canisters to disperse the group, and in the course of the struggle, some persons were killed. Meanwhile, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yorubaland, Gani Adams, has dismissed as untrue reports that members of the Oodua People's Congress were involved in the crisis that erupted in the Ojota area of Lagos today. In a statement by his special assistant on media, Kehinde Aderemi, Adams said the Ojota rally came as a surprise, adding that none of his members were part of the crisis. Now, Adams said the OPC is not against the liberation of the Yoruba race. However, it is a fact that the struggle for liberation of the race is an inalienable right of the Yoruba people to champion self-determination. Away from all of that, now the Edo State Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehihare, says 6 more of the 31 victims kidnapped at the Igweben trade station have been rescued. The commissioner announced this during a press briefing in Benin City, noting that 2 more suspects on the wanted list of the police had been arrested as investigation is on to determine their culpability in the kidnap incident. Those who were rescued include a 65-year-old man, a nursing mother and her baby, a 6-year-old girl, and 2 siblings aged between 2 and 5 years old. The commissionary assured the families of the victims that the government is taking the matter seriously.
I'm pleased to inform Edo people and Nigerians that 6 people have been rescued in the last 24 hours. A woman, nursing mother with her baby, one girl about 6 years old, and siblings, a boy and a girl between the age of 2 and 5. Nobody knows our forest more than our hunters, our vigilante men, and the security agencies. The operation Bushcombing is ongoing, and we are confident that very soon all the hostages will be released.
Now, former member of the Edo State House of Assembly, Festus Eduele, has been kidnapped by suspected gunmen in Ubiaja while on his way to Benin City, the state capital. This is coming 3 days after 32 passengers waiting to board a train from the Igorben station in the Igorben local government area of the state to Warri in Delta State were kidnapped by suspected herdsmen on Saturday evening. Eduele was said to be traveling to Benin to board a plane to Abuja when he was abducted. A former speaker of the State House of Assembly, Festus Ebea, who confirmed the incident, said his former colleague intended to board the now suspended train service to Abuja. Meantime, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has raised the alarm over the rising security situation across the country and its impact on the 2023 general elections. The INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, who spoke at the validation of election security training resources in Abuja, said the forthcoming election faces serious threat of cancellation should the insecurity across the country fail to improve. The commission, however, assured Nigerians that it would not leave anything to chance in ensuring that the intensive and extensive security are provided for election personnel, materials, and processes. Meanwhile, about 18 political parties on the platform of the Inter-Party Advisory Council have passed a vote of confidence on the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, for what they described as satisfactory preparations for the 2023 elections. The action was taken at the Council's Emergency General Assembly meeting held in Abuja to evaluate threats to the election. IPAC's National Secretary, Yusuf Dantale, who read the communique before journalists, said the meeting observed the purported plots to remove the INEC chairman from office on allegations of false assets declaration a few weeks to the general election, the speed of the campaign violence, as well as the recent upsurge in attacks on the Commission's offices and state across the Federation.
Are deeply concerned about the level of insecurity in the country, spreading in most part of the states, where the governors are using sponsored touts to stop and destroy campaign materials and the party offices of the opposition political parties. The heightened politically motivated killings and attacks are worrisome and should stop immediately for citizens to discharge their civic duties. Security agents should fish out the perpetrators of this heinous crime and their sponsors to face justice. The 2023 general election is indeed a defining moment for Nigerians to choose new leaders that will pilot the affairs of the nation in the next 4 years. Eligible citizens should collect their PVCs and vote for candidates of their choice. INEC's position on the deployment of technology in the conduct of the 2020 general election is in tandem with the stance of IPAC, particularly its decision to deploy the bimodal voters registration system, BVAS, and voters using the voters' fingerprint. It is this improved technology in the conduct of elections that triggered attacks on INEC facilities and grant plots to remove its chairman few weeks to the presidential and national assembly election, slated for 25th February 2020.
We're now being joined by public affairs analyst Mohammed Abdullahi to look at the security concerns and INEC's preparedness ahead of the 2023 polls. Many thanks for joining us, Mohammed.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you for having me. Good evening, Nigerians.
All right, let's talk about the 2023 elections. Reports that we hear right now, suggest that the elections just might be cancelled. Over time, several offices of the Independent National Electoral Commission, have suffered a lot of attacks. So did it really come to you as a surprise with this recent information?
Not at all. But I think perhaps as a nation, we don't really learn from history because if you recall, in 2015, we had similar occurrences building up to the elections, to the general elections with the then incumbent president, former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Even if you recall perfectly, the election had to be shifted about twice before the final conduct of the election then in 2015. But again, 8 years after, we are still at the same junction or at the same juncture as a nation tackling insecurity, and barely 2 months after the general elections, we are still talking about possibility of the elections being actually shifted or outrightly cancelled because, like I mentioned earlier, we don't learn as a nation. It is actually not the constitutional duty of INEC to put security apparatus in place. In fact, based on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the sole responsibility of government, particularly the federal government, is to ensure the security of lives and properties of every Nigerian. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, if after 8 years, and this is something that we've been grappling about from time immemorial, that we are still struggling with the fact that 2 months to the election, we are still talking about the election being cancelled or postponed, then we have not learned. And this has a serious dent to our not fledgling democracy. I wouldn't say our democracy is fledgling now. I think it's about more than 20 years now. So it means we should have learned vital lessons on how to secure our democracy. So I think the federal government, without mincing word, is failing in this regard. So many INEC offices have been burnt across the country, particularly in the southeast and southwest of Nigeria. Even though you give kudos to INEC, for taking even the PVCs to the doorsteps of Nigerians to get their PVCs in recent times. But how are people assured and secured to go out and vote if insecurity persists? So I think the federal government needs to sit up and ensure that the forthcoming election does not have any resemblance of postponement or cancellation.
Like you said, indeed, we had like 8 years to perfect all of the mistakes that we've had over time in elections that we have had. So the commission has actually assured Nigerians that, come February, the elections would hold despite all of these hitches. No, and a whole lot now behoves on the security apparatus of the nation, the police, the NSCDC, the DSS and all that. What should they be doing at this in the immediacy because of this threat? Because the issues of banditry and, of course, attacks and kidnappings are actually just increasing by the day.
Yes, like you rightly mentioned, it behoves on the federal government and particularly the security agencies that you've rightly mentioned, the DSS, the police, the military, and all the apparatus of government in particular, to put the security check in place. I want to give the Nigerian military, or particularly the Nigerian security agencies, the benefit of the doubt. For instance, I think a week ago or about 2 weeks ago, I see the Nigerian military launching DELSAT-1, I think a very important technology, and innovation in ensuring that the Nigerian state is being particularly policed from the air, from the satellite. So I think this will go a long way. Even though it's in a short run, I don't see the possibility of that technology assisting with the conduct of the election because it's a very short while. But I mean, in the long run, this is something that we should have put in place a long time before now. Because I tell you, the manual way, I mean, like I tell my friends in our circles, the 1630 ways that we seem to do our things in this part of the world is no longer acceptable. We must employ technology at every realm. That is just the easiest way to do things. Because when even if you put on 1 million soldiers across the country. Come on, Nigeria is a very big country, you know. So how many of our security agencies, I mean, manually can man security, can man polling stations, man the streets, and so on and so forth. But with technology, these things are far easier, and you put less burden even on the people. So I think we should employ technology. There is so many technology out there that the military and the security apparatus can employ in order to.
Mohammed, but just before we let you go, because of time now, Mohammed, now with all that is happening from the foregoing, with the security threats, as it were, and the issues of uncollected PVCs, would you really say, or how would you rate the preparedness of the Independent National Electoral Commission for the election?
No, I think the INEC is preparing very well. Like I mentioned earlier, this week, the INEC have even launched an initiative of taking the PVCs to the doorsteps of Nigerians. I see the PVCs are being taken to primary schools, closer to the people, and is a welcome development, because you know in the past people have to Nigerians have to go to INEC offices to collect their PVCs, which become very cumbersome and a very tiring effort. But now, you know, I think the next 1 week or so, INEC have announced that people can go to the nearest, probably primary schools and so on and so forth, nearest to them to collect their PVC. This is a very welcome initiative, and it behoves of Nigerians to take advantage of this good initiative of INEC.
All right, thank you so much, Mohammed Abdullahi, Public Affairs Analyst. Thanks for all of the insights that you have shared concerning INEC's preparation and the talk of insecurity threatening the polls. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on now. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has disclaimed a report that it released a fresh final list of presidential and National Assembly candidates, urging the public to discountenance the report. The National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, issued the disclaimer in Abuja. A national newspaper had reported that the Commission on Sunday published the final list of candidates for the election. INEC had in September last year published the final list of presidential and National Assembly candidates. Well, staying with election matters, President Muhammadu Buhari has asked Nigerians to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu for president and Aishatu Binani for Adamawa governor for this year's general election slated for February and March, respectively. The president said this in Yola when he visited Adamawa to flag off the All Progressives Congress presidential and governorship campaign. He assured Nigerians that Bola Tinubu, if elected, will continue from where he will stop in terms of fighting insecurity, job creation, and anti-corruption war. The APC presidential candidate said if he gets elected, Nigeria will witness massive changes.
I advise you to please be focused. APC came into the political field to make sure that Nigerians are recognized as the owners of the country. They are nobody's slave, they are nobody's boys. They are fellow Nigerians. I would like you to make sure that you work very hard in the heat, produce the food we need, pay your taxes, and make sure that our children go to school, that our unhealthy relatives get medical care. That's all we need from government.
Fight insecurity. We will defeat hunger. We will banish hunger. We will restore famine. Food storage will be there. Our women, my partner, I've worked so hard for all of you, for all of us. Nigeria is blessed.
Now, some members of the All Progressives Congress APC from Enugu State have staged a protest in Abuja over alleged non-payment of convention allowances to the tune of $1.5 million by the party's leadership in the state. The convention to pick a presidential candidate, of which Bola Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, won, was held in June last year. The party members, under the aegis of Concerned Enugu State APC, besieged the ruling party's national secretariat in the FCT to make their case. They also said another sum of 283 million naira, proceeds from the sale of the nomination forms, was also allegedly misappropriated. Speaking during the protest, a leader of the group, Alphonsus Ude, said the National Working Committee, led by Abdullahi Adamu, should compel Ugochukwu Agbala, Enugu Party chairman, and Uche Nnaji, governorship candidate in the state, to give them their convention allowances. Now, reacting to the claim, Fidelis Ede, Director General of the Uche Nnaji campaign organization, said the allegation was baseless. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, eligible voters in Lagos are complaining about the difficulties they experience in getting their permanent voter cards. Emmanuel Olubobokun, who visited some PVC collection centers in the state, reports that residents spend long time in queues. Details in this report.
It's day 4 since the commencement of the permanent voters card, a prequel to the forthcoming general elections, which is a few weeks away. Eligible voters are in long queues waiting to collect their PVCs. However, at some collection centers, there are commotions as the electorate pour out their grievances over their inability to obtain their cards. Residents expressed dissatisfaction with the process, recounting challenges they face while trying to collect their PVCs. They also share with us about their readiness ahead of the polls.
The time that the PVC came out, we came to Otiosa and asked us to go Waziri Ibrahim. We go to Waziri Ibrahim. The street asked us they are no longer there again. I should come back to Otiosa. So we still come back again. Right now they tell us to still go back to Waziri Ibrahim. So we are all confused. We didn't know what is going on.
Transfer from First Stack to Ikoyi, and it's easy for us to get the BVC. So I'm begging all Nigerians to come out and come and get your BVC.
I've been going to INEC office prior to this time, starting from when they started distributing. Every day they ask me, check back, check back, check back, check back.
Well, with the BVAS system, I noticed a lot of Nigerians don't know about the BVAS system. But this is the first time it's one man, one vote, right? So it is very important now that everybody comes out and votes, every citizen of Nigeria.
Olusegun Agbaje is the resident electoral commissioner of Lagos State. He says that the exercise has been smooth, dismissing any report of hitches, as he claims the commission has not received any complaints.
Yesterday, over 4,900 people collected there on Sunday. So I'm sure by the time we get to other areas, we'll see more people. Where we went in the morning at Babali, we saw more people there. And I'm sure the other areas we are going, we'll see more people. But maybe this is one of the least of the local government where they have lesser people collecting their PVCs. But like we have been told, they don't have any challenge here.
He further speaks on the Commission's readiness and preparations towards the elections, explaining that with the introduction of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, it is indicative and assurance of free, fair and credible elections.
For the election is what we are seeing here, people collecting their PVCs to let them get ready for the election. But for the Commission itself, so many things are happening. Our BVAS have arrived and they are in a safe custody. The security agencies are keeping watch over them and other things that you need for election.
With few weeks left, eligible voters can only hope to get their PVCs on time, inasmuch as the electoral umpire has expressed readiness to conduct the polls. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
Now, the representative of Lagos Central Senatorial District, Nigerian Youth Parliament, Abdulmumin Ididi, has organized an annual hangout for the youths to socialize in sporting games and also sensitize them on their rights to vote. The event, which was tagged Catch the Vibe, attracted youths of voting age and also had INEC head of units Lagos in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Over 500 young men and women gather at this event tagged Catch the Vibe, which means vision, information, benefit and experience. For many of them, it is a moment to network and also catch a glimpse of the activities, while some have come out to participate in various sporting games. The convener, Abdulmumin Ididi, tells us why it's important to have this event at this time.
The idea is to bring young people together in a social sport, non-competitive atmosphere to get the vision of the youth parliament, get informed on things going on that affect young people in the society, engage and tap the benefits that is available and create a wonderful experience for ourselves. Look at the environment, you find out that the spaces are still scanty. That's because one of the criteria for getting access into this venue is to show your permanent voter's card.
INEC head of unit, Lagos, expresses disappointment in the low turnout of youths at the PVC collection centers in the southwest. He urges them to go out and get their PVCs.
Some of the market women have told us, right, that look, they can't leave, their wares to go and collect, that will be there till evening. I said, is that what is important to you now? Right, and some will tell you, I want to go and do this, I want to go and do that. So that is, and apart from that, somewhere, it's already this place is already filled with so party members, so it is of no use. Not, we are not, in the time of trading blames and, go out and get your PVC. And any hindrance, give us a call.
Other members of the organizing committee explain what the youths stand to gain if they participate in the election process. They speak alongside an electorate who expresses delight at joining the youths at the event.
The network. Then secondly, they'll be able to get sensitization because we have representatives from INEC coming. So we'll get sensitization about the upcoming election. And also, if they have any question ranging from non-availability of PVC, I don't know my word and all those stuff, they'll be able to ask directly from the INEC staffs.
Based on the name of our group, that's Lagos Central Senatorial District, Lagos Central Youth Constituency. So what we do is we train ourselves to be good leaders, those that have the interest of youth in mind, that have also tried their best to support the youth. So some of them will be here today.
When you see a set of young people come together to say they're hanging out, they're playing sports, they're talking politics, they're doing a drive to get people to get their PVCs. They're not even insisting on you voting on a particular candidate. They're just saying that the youth should get involved. And this is what we've always said. We want the youth to get involved. So when they're doing this, why don't we support them? It's a no-brainer. You have to support them.
As the countdown to election gets closer, the electorate can only hope that PVC collection will be seamless. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Away from all of that, now the federal government says President Muhammad Buhari's administration is leaving behind unprecedented development legacies. The Minister of Culture and Information, Lai Mohammed, said insinuations that the administration has only performed in the area of infrastructure are wrong. Mohammed spoke at the PMB administration scorecard series on Monday in Abuja. He said beyond infrastructure, the Buhari administration is leaving a legacy of a social investment program that is unprecedented in Africa and has enhanced the quality of life of the beneficiaries. And now to Taraba State, talking education. Now, students of the Taraba State University Jalingo have grounded activities across the state capital to protest the refusal of the government to pay the backlog of the lecturers' salaries. The students were angered when they discovered that the lecturers had withdrawn from participating in the exams, which was billed to commence today. The institution's chapter of the Academic Staff Union of University ZASU at the Maiden Congress for 2023 agreed on no pay, no examination. The angry students in their numbers stormed the street in protest, blocking major highways leading to Yola in Adamawa and Wukari Road. Now, the State Commissioner of Police, Abimbola Shokoya, commended his men on how they handled the situation.
The 9th of January 2023, it has been slated that we are supposed to start our examination today. First semester examination today, starting with GST. On getting to the venue of the exams, we are told that the exams will not hold because our lecturers have been hold for the time of their salaries. So, as students of the Taraba State University, we are feeling the pains of our lecturers. They have been owed salary for more than 10 months without pay. These lecturers have children. They have family to take care of. Without getting salaries, they cannot take care of their children. Now, some of our students are almost 30 years, and the more they continue to stay in school, they cannot go for NYSC. You know the NYSC has a age limit. So most of our students have gotten to that level, and they cannot continue to stay in school because of unnecessary strike. So we are calling on the government. This strike is a solidarity strike with our lecturers. We call on the government and the school management to ensure that our lecturers are paid their 10-month salaries so that we can be taught and our exams will take place.
Within the Taraba State University, staff, students, probably labor issues. It was peaceful until they came to town, and then it turned rowdy. However, we've been able to contain them successfully. There is normalcy, unmitigated normalcy for now. Every peaceful protest has constitutional safeguard. So if one is coming up with genuine reasons and then going about peaceful protest, it is lawful. But when it is hijacked, or you allow brigands or antisocial elements to hijack that protest, then the police must come in, and we must ensure that on no ground should there be breakdown of law and order.
Still ahead on the news now, Senegal mourns dozens killed in bus crash. The details when we return. To join us again.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
If you've joined us, you're watching News Now on Plus TV Africa to other parts of the continent. A Kenyan court has allowed the police to hold 5 suspects over the death of activist Edwin Chiloba. The suspects include a freelance photographer who was reportedly a lover of the 25-year-old and is accused of killing him. They appeared in court in the Rift Valley town of Eldoret but did not enter pleas. A senior principal magistrate, Richard Odenyo, ordered them to return to court on January the 31st. The case has drawn condemnation from rights campaigners. Felix Kasanda is an LGBTQ activist and friend of late Chiloba. Senegal is mourning the death of dozens killed in the bus accident on Sunday. Authorities say early investigation suggested the bus suffered a burst tire and swerved off course, colliding head-on with another oncoming bus. 39 people were killed and more than 100 others injured when the two buses crashed in a head-on collision overnight on an arterial road in Senegal's central Kaffrine region, according to the president, Macky Sall. Images of the incident showed the completely mangled front end of a white bus with blood-flecked seats, personal items, and shoes strewn around the tree-lined crash site. Now, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says his ruling African National Congress ANC is determined to fight against crime and corruption after a series of graft scandals have damaged the party's popularity. Ramaphosa was speaking in Bloemfontein at celebrations to mark the ANC's 111th anniversary. The day is used to outline the party's program of action and set the tone for the year ahead. It is also known as the January 8 Statement. Ramaphosa, who was re-elected as ANC leader in December, also said that ending blackouts and solving the energy crisis is one of the party's top priorities.
We will continue to heed your messages, which you have articulated very clearly about the government, our movement taking steps to rid corruption out of South African life.
And outside the continent now, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for a sweeping reform of the international financial system to allow for low-income countries vulnerable to climate calamities to receive adequate funding from richer nations. Addressing a conference in Geneva on rebuilding efforts in the wake of devastating floods in Pakistan, Guterres said the international financial system was skewed to benefit wealthy countries and should be reformed to ensure a more equitable distribution of resources.
It is very clear that the present system is biased. The system was conceived by a group of rich countries, and naturally it basically benefits rich countries. The new debt architecture, and we need to make sure that debt relief is effectively provided by the system, even to middle-income countries that are on the verge of very difficult, very dramatic situations, including suspending their payments. When a least developed country graduates, that graduation brings with it a cost, the loss of concessional funding. And in many situations, they are still extremely vulnerable. So we need to redesign our financial system in order to be able to take into account vulnerability and not only GDP when decisions are made about concessional funding to countries around the world.
Now, Brazil's ambassador to the United Nations says his country is grateful to the international support it has received since the attack by thousands of backers of former President Jair Bolsonaro. On Sunday, tens of thousands of anti-democratic demonstrators invaded the Supreme Court, Congress and Presidential Palace in the worst attack on Brazil's institution since democracy was restored 4 decades ago, drawing global condemnation. On Monday, soldiers backed by police dismantled the camp of Bolsonaro supporters in Brasilia.
The government repudiates in the strongest possible terms the violence committed yesterday against the executive, the legislative and the judicial branches of government in Brasilia. And we are grateful to the messages of support and solidarity we have received from around the world, including from Secretary General Antonio Guterres. We are confident that the strength of Brazilian institutions will allow us to overcome these violent and lamentable incidents of yesterday and allow us to move forward within the strength of our democratic institutions.
Now, strikes are set to continue in the United Kingdom by workers and nurses demanding higher wage after a meeting between trade unions and ministers failed. The talks were aimed at ending stoppages across sectors from transport to healthcare. On Wednesday, as planned, around 10,000 ambulance workers will walk out, according to the GMB Union in a statement after meeting with Health Minister Steve Barclay and did not result in a breakthrough. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said the talks being held between trade unions and ministers were a positive development.
The government have missed yet another opportunity to put this right. We came here in good faith. What they want to talk about is productivity. Productivity, when our members are working 18-hour shifts, quite how you become more productive with that, I do not know. But today, unfortunately, despite us showing up in good faith, the government have missed yet another opportunity to put this right. And what will happen is that the strike action taking place by Unite members, our ambulance workers, and I think it is important to remember, this is about across the NHS. This isn't just nurses. Everybody who works across the NHS is just as important. Our ambulance members will be taking strike action on the 23rd. So very disappointed today, but unfortunately, not surprised.
Now, heavy fog across northern India has disrupted trains, and a cold wave forced authorities to defer school reopening by a week as visibility fell and cars drove with their hazard lights on. The Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, the Indian capital, asked passengers to contact the airline for updates on flight, while data from private flight trackers showed several flights had been delayed. The India Meteorological Department has forecast dense to very dense fog conditions over many parts of Delhi and northern and eastern states such as Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar until Tuesday. A 60-year-old woman has been killed and several other people wounded in a Russian missile strike on a market in the village of Shevchenkov in eastern Ukraine, according to the regional governor. Now, footage posted on Telegram by Krylo Tymoshenko, deputy head of Ukraine's presidential office, showed destroyed buildings, large piles of rubble, burning wreckage, and a large crater in what it said was Shevchenkov, southeast of the regional capital Kharkiv. A local official is quoted as saying at least 3 pavilions were destroyed in the attack and that a shopping center was damaged, but that Monday was not a market day. A delegation of parliamentarians from Germany's Free Democratic Party has arrived in Taiwan in a show of support for the island's democracy amid military threats from its neighbor China. Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, head of German Parliamentary Defense Committee and member of the governing coalition partner, FDP, led the delegation together with Johannes Vogel at their meeting with Taiwan's president of the legislative, Yuan Yu Shi-kun. During their 4-day visit, meetings with President Tsai Ing-wen and Premier Su Tsang-chang are also on the agenda, coming as a precursor to a visit by German Education Minister Bettin Stark-Watzinger, also of the FDP, set for later this spring. Up next in the news now, economists react as CBN's cash withdrawal limit policy takes effect today. And that's in business news. After the short break, stay with us.
Effiong Effa Inyong, who made waves as a sports journalist on radio, has thrown his hat into the ring to contest the governorship seat in Cross River State.
What is the role of the electorate in all of this?
I ask the electorate of Cross River State, look at this situation. Let us change it. As part of the things we will do to create employment in Cross River State is to say that we'll create more additional we'll create council development areas. That is, I will do what people don't think that money can do. I'll be saying it the way it is, as of right, as someone that is also on the field, that is also contending and contesting for office to make a difference.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Hello and thanks for joining us on our business segment on the news. Tax experts have faulted the Academic Staff Union of Universities' proposed increase in the tertiary education tax from 3% to 10%. According to them, following this part would hurt private firms which were already overburdened with taxes. The ASU's president, Professor Emmanuel Sodeke, recently proposed an increase in the education tax from 3 to 10% to fund infrastructure in Nigerian universities. Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa tax leader PwC Taiwo Oyedele disagreed with ASU, saying there was just an increase in education tax 1 year ago. Oyedele argued that when companies' income tax, technology tax, and police tax, science and engineering tax, among others, were computed, a firm would effectively be paying over 40% tax. Also, Chief Executive Officer of the Finance Derivatives Company, Bismarck Rewani, said the proposal was not right at the moment. Sequel to the pronouncement on December 6, 2022, the Central Bank of Nigeria's cash withdrawals policy has taken effect today. In apparent compliance notices to customers yesterday, banks stepped up sensitization, urging customers to comply with the Apex Bank's directive. Meanwhile, economists have cautioned that the move may slow trade transactions and, by extension, the economy. Under the policy, individuals can only withdraw a maximum of 500,000 naira, while corporate organizations can withdraw 5 million naira cash per week. Also, third-party checks above 100,000 naira are no longer eligible for payment over the counter. They would henceforth be paid into bank accounts. However, the policy states that if there is a compelling reason to withdraw cash above the stipulated limits, such requests shall be subject to a processing fee of 3% and 5% for individuals and corporate organizations, respectively. Freight forwarders have said there may be congestions of imported vehicles at the nation's seaports following the Nigeria Customs Service decision to raise duty on imported vehicles by 10%. The agents accused the service of effecting a 10% duty increase but failed to apply the 10% yearly depreciation value on imported used vehicles. The Deputy President of the National Association of Government-Approved Freight Forwarders, Nandi Ugochukwu, wondered why the NCS started a new financial calendar in January when this was meant to be done in April. Against the backdrop of continued exposure of unverified marketing messages on social media platforms, the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, ARCON, the apex advertising regulatory body in Nigeria, has warned content creators to comply with the statutory code of advertisement to avoid sanctions. The regulatory agency gave this charge in a statement signed by the Director General, Dr. Olalekun Fadolakbo. According to the statement, most of the advertisements exposed by this group of content creators are not only unethical with unverified claims and misinformation, but also a violation of the Nigeria Code of Advertising Practice. Recall that the Fadolakbo had expressed concern that advertising messages are exposed to Nigerians on various social media platforms without the vetting and approval of the agency, affirming that it will not hesitate to institute legal actions or sanctions against defaulters. Stakeholders have said that Canada's decision to close its door to foreign property investors would positively impact the Nigerian real estate market. The Canadian government on June 23, 2022, introduced a policy banning foreigners from buying residential properties as investments effective from the new year. The Chief Executive Officer of Real Homes, Kolade Adepoju, said that the policy was a positive development for the country's real sector. The realtor stated that investing in the real estate market in Nigeria is a gold mine, adding that Nigerians should join hands to develop the country's real estate industry. In the same vein, Chief Executive Officer Hillthrust Limited, Damilola Ajomale, noted that it was a good one for Nigeria's real estate sector adding that he did not feel the policy restriction was a complete shutdown. And that's it from our Business Corner. Back now to News Now. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
From Business Reports, we'll now join our entertainment news desk for more stories.
And in entertainment, Nigerian singer Paul Okoye, popularly known as Rude Boy, has expressed his disappointment with the way many people go about promoting their candidates in the forthcoming general elections. This is in response to the remarks made by Brimo, in which the latter cancelled the Igbo tribe and its candidate from the presidential race. Okoye urged Brimo to mind what he preaches, as the 2023 general elections will come and go, but his comments will not be forgotten. Michael Blackson has made it known that this year 2023 might see the last of him in respect to what he does in showbiz. Making the announcement via his Twitter account, he said he plans to go on break from 2024. Michael details that he will therefore dedicate this year to making his own movie before he takes a bow. The announcement was made after he established a school for the people in his Ghanaian hometown, the school which is named the Michael Blackson Academy. Prince Harry is added to his allegations about the inner workings of the British royals ahead of the publication of his memoir, Spare. Prince Harry accused Camilla, Queen Consort, of leaking stories about the family to the British media as part of a campaign to rehabilitate her image. Buckingham Palace has repeatedly declined to comment on the content of the Prince Harry's forthcoming memoir, which has been the subject of leaks detailing some of the most controversial claims. Adam Rich, an actor who rose to fame as a child playing the youngest Bradford family member, Nicholas, on the TV drama 8 is Enough, has died at the age of 54. Rich died at his home in Los Angeles. While Rich is best known for his role on 8 is Enough, he also appeared on several TV shows and assorted TV movies throughout the late 70s and 80s. Some of the credits include Fantasyland, Chips, Small Wonder, and a voice role on the animated series Dungeons and Dragons. And of course, that is all in entertainment. I am your host, Ife Oluwa Oshukeye.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
You're still watching News Now on Plus TV Africa. Sports News is up next with Mudashiru Shitu. Stay with us.
It's interesting to know that the new promoted side, Bender Insurance of Benin, returned to top flight league in grand style as they defeated Akwa United 2-0 in the match day 1 features of the Nigerian Professional Football League at the Akwa United Stadium in Uyo. Imade Osieko puts the Benin Arsenal in the lead in the 37th minute to record the first goal of the new season of the Abridged League. 6 minutes later, Ismail Seviki, I beg your pardon, extended a lead to make it 2 from a close range. Benin Insurance are now top of the Pool A of the 2022-23 MPFL table, as other features of the group are yet to be played.
correct.
Still on football, and we'll go straight to Wales, where Wales captain Gareth Bale had announced his retirement from international football. The 33-year-old announced his decision on social media after a glittering career. The former Real Madrid and Tottenham player is Wales' most capped male player and highest goal scorer with 186 career goals and 139 assists across 554 appearances for 4 clubs. Bale is a 5-time Champions League winner with Real Madrid and arguably Wales' finest ever footballer. I'm sure a lot of players across the globe will miss him. And that's all for Sport News tonight. I'm Mudashir Wishitu.
Thank you, Muda. Just before we go, the main news again. We told you that one person has been killed as Yoruba Nation agitators and police clashed in Lagos. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has said that the 2023 elections face cancellation of a security threat. Edwin Chilaba murder suspect's detention have been extended. We also told you that UK health workers' strike is to continue after talks failed. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Effiong Effa Inyong, who made waves as a sports journalist on radio, has thrown his hat into the ring to contest the governorship seat in Cross River State. He is running under the banner of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. His mission is to rescue the state from what he calls the current sorry condition. This mission is anchored on 3 R's: reconstruction, reconciliation, and restoration. He seeks to reconcile the various ethnic groups and nationalities. Effiong plans to solve the problems of multiple taxation while introducing firm policies that are sustainable and growth-oriented. He wants to restructure the local government system in the state by enhancing fiscal autonomy and reforming the civil service for optimum results. He's our guest on Timeless Conversations.
Effiong Young, you're welcome to Timeless Conversations.
Great pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
And good to see you again.
Yes, after a long time.
Yes.
Now, I know that you're a journalist who's had decades of experience on the field and in the profession, and you had risen to such a height where you'd manage radio and TV channels.
Yeah.
Now, why are you going into politics?
Well, you see, it's more like a call to duty from the inside. I would say that I've always, when you belong to the newsroom, you see things happen. I've seen things happen through the years. I've seen governments, I've seen people, I've seen government people, and I will continually stay by the very nature of our profession. You see everything, you hear everything, even the ones that the public don't see. And sometimes you ask yourself, what can you do about it? How can you contribute? How can you join? How can you change the narrative if possible? How can you help inform people better from the inside? And because we're at a critical point in our nation's history, where more like at crossroads, where everything you say, if you are not on the government side, you say, oh, because he's not with us, that's why he's saying it. If you speak from your perspective as a journalist, you are saying, oh, because they have not paid him. Maybe he wants something. And it's gotten to that very ridiculous level.
Yeah.
So, and looking at it all, I now thought that maybe I should stand aside and also join this discussion from the inside. I won't be told that, oh, because you are a journalist. I won't be seen as, oh, because they have not called you to come and partake. I'll be saying it the way it is, as of right, as someone that is also on the field, that is also contending and contesting for office to make a difference.
Okay, so now, good explanation, but you use certain expressions in the course of your explanation. You said government people. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, government people, because there are people who see themselves as, they have this sense of entitlement. This is our country, this is our state. Those people, that people. So we see them and we refer to them as government people. Those kind of people, government can do no wrong. Even when it is very clear and brazen, even when they are adversely affected. But they can't speak because they see themselves as this is our government, because it is our government, or this is our man, or this man comes from my town, because it's my townsman. I cannot say anything against my townsman.
Yeah.
So I call those people government people.
Now let's just step a bit aside to further analyze it. You've been a journalist, a broadcast journalist for all these years. You've seen a lot happen, and you've come to the conclusion that you need to throw your heart into the ring. What are you bringing in?
A lot, plenty, especially from where I come from. I come from Bakassi. If there's any people that have been ripped apart, any people that have been raped, that have been injured, that the injustice in Bakassi, you can't delimit it. It's all encompassing. The other day I was talking on a program, and I mentioned that until 2 months ago, those of us in Bakassi never knew that the federal government has been paying the government of Cross River State some money called Bakassi Stabilization Fund. That money is collected and it is under the radar. There's no record of it. There's no impact whatsoever. And we were agitating to say, I think we need to get back to the federal government we need to put a front together and go to the UN and tell them that this, your ceding of Bakassi is not working. Because all of the agreements that were entered into that was going to be beneficial to the displaced people of Bakassi are not being met. And we're harboring this grievance, or these grievances against the people of the UN, against the federal government and all, only to see the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization Committee come on television to announce that the government of Cross River State has been collecting $500 million every month. I'm coming with the story. That's what the man said, $500 million every month since 2008. When I saw it, it was like, how can? This is not true, this can't be possible. 2 days after, the chief press secretary to the government of Cross River State came up with a release to say it is not $500 million, so it is 500 million naira. Oh, the rest of us were like okay, so you even collect this much. And you go to Bakassi, there's not one borehole to say you can sink a borehole or there's a water treatment for the people to have water to drink. The oil spills that come from, that the waves blow to the east, surface around some section of that peninsula. They rest on the shrubs, on the plants, on the swamps there. So farming and fishing to some degree is a problem. The larger water that the people would have, the fishermen used to go to, have been ceded to Cameroon now, is now delineated as an international water space. When you go there to fish, the gendarmes come after you. So the people here, our people now go to that peninsula to steal the opportunity to fish. Now, we couldn't imagine that such funds were coming to Cross River State. And if this fund is called Bakassi Stabilization Fund, you will expect that even if they only to spread it around the state, at least 10%.
10%, a good percentage of it.
I'm just saying 10. You can take 90. 10% of 100 million
With 500
is 10% of
that's 50.
500. That's 50 million.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if you go to Bakassi today, there's no health center. There is no school. There is no water. There's no light. Not to talk. What does it cost to install solar-powered lights in a community as small as Bakassi?
But wait, that there is no school, there's no water. You mean that it is inadequate? Not that there's none.
There used to be one primary school in Ataima. Ataima is my village. It caught fire about 2 years ago, and it has not been repaired.
So what happened to the pupils or students?
They hang around shelters. They hang around shelters, and it's quite pathetic. You know, between wickedness, because it's not politics anymore, it's inhuman. I was doing some calculation the other day. Now, I recall that in this country, when we were growing up, there were these kind of houses that was built by the Shagari administration that some of us mocked at and laughed at. Now, that kind of accommodation would be luxury to the people, to what we have there. And to build one bungalow or one small house from 100 million at 4 million naira per unit, how many houses will that produce? So if the government really wants to support the people by providing houses and dedicates 100 million naira every month to building those houses, you can begin to count the number of houses they would have built to replace for the displaced people. And the displaced people, their situation is quite unique because they are scattered all over the Niger Delta, but majority of them are in Cross River. You find them in Akwa Ibom, you find them in Bayelsa, you find them elsewhere. But because after the seeding took place, they had no home. They now had to start to drift and travel. Today, what's happening is that they're scattering, they're finding their ways to survive.
Okay.
Because the bulk of the people, the land that is there cannot hold
the numbers
that we have.
But that's Bakassi.
Yes.
Now, if you find yourself in government, what are you going to do?
Permit me to speak Yoruba here. Mashemewa. I will do 10.
Maybe you should say it in Efik.
We don't have that expression in Efik language.
Okay.
Yes, I would have said it in Efik.
Okay.
Or let me speak Efik here. Nyanam se moumi kereke kokoro kamaninam. That is, I will do what people don't think that money can do.
All right.
Because our local people are not expensive people. Yeah. The average Nigerian wants shelter, wants food, needs a place to go and work, needs some security around his home.
Sure.
That's all the Nigerian wants. And the Nigerian in Bakassi and Cross River is not different from the Nigerian in Lagos. No. Blood runs through everybody's veins.
Certainly.
Yes.
Certainly.
So the things to do: 1, we will build schools. 2, we will create a tourism industry in Bakassi, because what nature has provided in terms of the landscape, the vegetation. In fact, Bakassi is close to Cameroon, records the highest percentage of rainfall in the tropical forest.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was taught that in geography. I was in the primary, secondary, my early years in the secondary school. Yes.
Yeah.
I had not even known Bakassi when I got to know that.
You hadn't known it?
No, I hadn't. I mean, I didn't.
Oh, you were not born there?
No, I wasn't born there.
Where were you born?
I was born in Calabar.
Yeah.
Calabar is the city, the town, and visited Bakassi once or twice while growing up.
So that's it's like your ancestral place?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is.
No, but if you become governor, you're not going to be governor of Bakassi now?
No. I'm using Bakassi as an example, following the drift of our conversation.
Okay.
I mean, you asked about Bakassi.
Yes, I did, yes.
I had to supply the answers.
Yeah.
You know, to Cross River State is one unique state. It's the only state in Nigeria where you could travel for 7 hours and you have not reached the last town. Because it is a lengthy state. When you move from Calabar, you are going to Obudu.
Yeah.
It will take you 7 hours, sometimes 8. Of course, when you consider the state of our roads,
state of the roads, yes.
It might take you longer than that time. And it is one place that is so endowed with all manner of quality wood. It is one place that is endowed with that nature has made it that as we speak, the forests, Biase, Akampa, that's where you have there's a species, the white monkey, there's this white faced monkey.
Yes.
The drills that exist there. It is that species of monkey is found only there in the world. That forest is one of the virgin forests in the world that man has not entered.
Okay.
So the World Wildlife Conservation Federation pays Cross River State to ensure that please don't let people enter. Because this is one of the few virgin things that still exist in the world. And it is not in Bakassi, it is not in Calabar. It is when you're going out of the southern senatorial zone towards the central, that's where you find that forest. Obudu Mountains is in the far north of Cross River State.
Yeah, that even appears to be the most iconic.
Yes. The weather in Obudu at the top of the mountain is temperate.
Yeah.
In Cross River, you find almost all of the weathers of this world. By the time you are leaving Obudu towards Vandekia, when you're going into Benue State, you begin to see the savanna. So in Cross River State, you have the typical tropical forest.
Yeah.
And you also have the temperate forest the temperate climate that you find abroad, and you see the savanna.
Yeah.
What we don't have in Cross River State is the desert.
Okay.
But all of these unique features of nature are expressed there. So for people who are exposed, who know what to do with tourism, who know what to do with education, who know what to do with humanity, we will exploit it to the limit. I talked about tourism. I mean, even before now, during the era of Donald Duke, we had a situation in Cross River State where the tourism, the carnival, the dance, the music, and all, the bar was raised to a point where by October, hotels in Calabar and in Cross River State, as far as outside the capital, all get booked. Yeah. We got to a point where people begin to make their residences available for people to come on vacation. People started booking for vacation to come to Calabar. But where we are at, the point where we are today is such that, as at that time, hotels were still trying to renovate, getting ready that people will come.
Hoping.
In December. It never used to be so. So the things I will do will be take us where we made the mistake, repair it from there, and improve upon what we should do. Let me say something, still talking tourism. There are no beaches in Cross River State. And why can't we create beaches? Simply because those that are managing the tourism industry on the government side have not thought it possible, or their thoughts have not drifted to that area. What I will do differently will be, one, we'll use one stone and kill several birds.
Okay.
Now,
in what way?
Good. The maritime industry in Cross River State has been existing even before Nigeria's independence.
Okay.
And ships used to come in and out of the Calabar Channel. Today, ships don't enter there because they say it is shallow.
Okay.
And when they dredge this seabird, what they do is they pump that same sand back into the ocean. It's like taking it from here and pushing it some kilometers away. Then, when winds blow, it drifts back and the channel remains blocked. So it remains a business for some people whose business is dredging. What we will do differently is we will pump that sand, dredge that sand, fill the swamps, and create beaches.
But wouldn't that create some ecological problems?
No, it won't. It will help the ecology of the place.
Okay.
It will help it in the sense that, one, it will clear the channel so that maritime activity can survive. Because at the end of the day, we have two ports. There's the free trade zone, there's the NPA, and these ports are not working because ships don't come. So by the time we use dredging, we take this sand and use it where we most need them. The mangrove banks of the Cross River, we fill them and create a beach. I mean, in Lagos, we are all alive to the reality of people now live inside where we used to go and watch Bar Beach and see the ocean surge.
Okay, Effiong, we're going to take a break now. We'll be back. My guest is Effiong Young. He is the governorship candidate for the ADC in Cross River State. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is still Effiong Young, ADC governorship candidate in Cross River State. We're talking about what you would do if you got into office, and this led us to a review of some of the happenings there. Let's look at something like education. education. What's the state of education there in a state that has a population of approximately 4 million?
Well, I would say that the government today has displayed so much ineptitude in management, in terms of managing infrastructure, managing the people, and even managing the pupils, even its staff. And the testimony goes further to say that our governor is a professor, used to be a university teacher. Our deputy governor is a professor, a former vice chancellor of a university. You cannot reconcile them. Even as I speak here, I cannot reconcile why these academicians hate education, hate library service. I can't reconcile it. They couldn't even not even managing what they met.
Yeah, but you're just talking of brick and mortar.
It's just like a testimony to say, okay, look at this. If we cannot maintain this in the list at a time where e-libraries are being developed around the world, at a time when people are taking custody are looking for old materials, getting cartographers to put all of this together for the benefit and betterment of society. But we find persons who are in the saddle deliberately, in quote, destroying things that would edify young minds and edify society. When you go to schools in Cross River State, except for those schools whose Old Boys Association, in association with the missionaries, are reclaiming.
Okay, and they're giving back to...
And giving back. All students society. Are going back to do one or two things for their school.
I understand now.
You know, those schools are looking up. But for other schools... Government-owned schools. I talked about the school in Bakassi that got burnt about 2 years ago. It's still not been fixed. There are other rural schools. There are buildings without windows. There are no water in the school.
Yeah.
So many things are lacking. And one would have thought that when you have people who are as exposed in quote in this context, because right now one will begin to query the level of exposure now, based on what we see as testimonial for what work they are doing. Teacher training education is also not being encouraged, because if the educational system is going to work and we're looking at training children, then you will see what is it that we're doing about training teachers who are going to be training the children. How have we improved upon that? It's still not there. If you go to the Ministry of Education, the larger part of that building is empty. Why? People have retired from service since 2014 and have not been replaced. So you find empty floors. You can, when I speak, I say you may want to go and verify. Go to our secretariat, the old secretariat in Calabar, and see for yourself that these floors are all empty. In the place of civil servants, our government in Cross River State has preferred instead to appoint SAs. We have more than over 5,000 SAs.
5,000?
Yes, SAs, special assistants. There's special assistant for everything. In fact, I'm sure if this studio was Cross River, there'll be an essay to carry chair,
but truly speaking,
essay to hold phone.
But truly speaking, right? These are things that the government is doing. What are you going to do should you get
Definitely
into
there'll be a
office?
complete change. A complete change from all that is going on now. My manifesto has 3 R's: reconciliation, restructuring, and restoration.
Okay.
We will reconcile the education sector. You know, most times, each time I get to speak, I try as much as possible not to call anybody out.
Yeah.
Because I'm not at war with anyone.
No, it's no war.
You know,
it's not supposed
it's
to
just
be.
to say, okay, let us do this. You know, we'll reconcile our education sector. You know, yes, the governor may mean well, but what we see does not show it. So we'll reconcile it. The ones that we need to restructure, we'll restructure completely. And there are things we need to restructure. For instance, the civil service has to be restructured so that people can live life. We used to be called a civil service state, but even that civil service that we used to be called by is almost extinct. And why don't we employ people to work when the jobs are there? I believe simply so that there'll be a lot more, we will not have to pay salaries, there'll be a lot more money to spend, there'll be money to give to essays, and the failure of it is the fact that it brings about impunity in government and governance.
But you know, it is always said that when you're not part of something yet, it's easier to postulate and say, oh, if I were there, this is what I would do. Okay, so now, if you found yourself in government, how are you going to tackle the issue of revenue? Because you need funding to do all of this.
Tourism will give us all the money.
Tourism?
Oh, yes. There are so many things government will do with tourism that it does not have to pay, but the money doesn't have to come from government.
Tourism, for instance, if it's tourism you're talking of, in the past few years now, like 2-3 years, there's not been the regular Calabar.
No, it's going on this year.
It's going on this year?
Yes.
Okay. The carnival.
If I am governor or I lead government in Cross River State, it will not just be the Calabar carnival in December.
Okay.
We'll have a 12-month tourism calendar.
12 months?
Yes. In Cross River State.
How do you hope to sustain that?
Fantastic. We've read about, the world is so small by today's technology. In 2015, the Bahamas received, 2019, the Bahamas received 7.2 million visitors. What do they have? They have hotels, they have scenarios, they have dances, they have events, they have peace, they have good security. People go to the Bahamas to holiday. In Cross River State, for instance, in 2019, I organized Colors of Cross River State Art Exhibition. During the course of research for that exhibition, I came across a work that is 1,500 years old.
What?
If you add 4 years from that time to now, it is now 1,504 years old. And 1,500 years old is older than the Nok culture.
Yeah, it is.
So, meaning that it is some work that people will come from all over the world to see.
To see. And that's boosting tourism.
Now, if I mentioned the Bahamas, imagine 7 million people, 7.2 million people visiting Cross River State that are foreigners, and they come each with $1,000. Do the mathematics.
That's a lot.
It means that the tourism industry can fund and turn Cross River State around. There's art exhibition. There should be traditional dance, traditional art, traditional display of masquerades and dance. The whole of Nigeria know Cross River State. In fact, when they talk about masquerading, they call it Ojuju Calabar.
That's true.
Ojuju Calabar.
That's very true.
Ojuju Calabar, in the Southern Senatorial District, we have more than 120 masquerades. Different types of masquerades, different design, different dance, different attire, everything different. This could be broken down into two as festivals.
Yes.
Now, food.
That's another thing.
There's no place in this world that has as much food as Cross River State.
That sounds like an exaggeration.
I say this because I've had the privilege of travel.
Yeah.
And I know where I come from. If you take egusi,
yes,
in Cross River State we produce egusi not less than 6 different varieties. Yes. If you take the ogbono and okra, we produce them in at least 6 different varieties.
Yeah.
If you take this rice meal, rice is prepared in at least 5 different varieties. If you take plantain, that we do as boli.
Yes.
If you take plantain, we do the roasted plantain that is boli. We do the one, they mix it with, they call it ukang ukom. There's the one that they do it, they chop it into small bits.
Yeah.
There's also, they now make the flour from plantain. They now pound it. 5 different ways.
Okay.
And all of these different ways of preparation are unique and each different from each other. So if, for instance, cocoyam, cocoyam is also produced the way the Ijebus prepare ebiripo. We have our own version.
And that's your ekpan koko.
Ekpan koko is one variety.
Really?
The one that comes like ebiripo, that is done like ebiripo, is different. The one that they cook as ikokore,
yes,
is also different. And other varieties, cocoyam is producing at least 5 other different varieties.
Okay, we'll take a break. I like food, and I think you like food too. So we'll come back and continue talking about food, agriculture, and all that. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. I'm still talking with Effiong Nyong, the governorship candidate for ADC. And we were talking before the break, we were talking about the foods in Cross River State. You were describing the foods and all that.
Yes.
But what about the production of the food, like planting, like agriculture?
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. That also shows that there's an industry that is fallow to service these tables, to service the kitchens that will produce these foods. And I was still talking tourism when we talked about food. I've not mentioned Edikan Ekong. I've not mentioned Afang.
Those ones have been taken over from you people now. Those ones have become national foods.
Yes, I'm trying to say that there are various ways of producing that Edikan Ekong.
Yeah.
It's not just one variety.
Oh, not just one form.
Not just one form. Oh, yes. So by the time you do a breakdown, maybe this will encourage me to write a book on cookery.
Please, right.
And state all of these varieties.
Right.
You get? So by the time you have food festivals, and if you're going to showcase all of these foods, you probably will need some festivals to be able to bring all of these for the world to see.
And that will still tie it into tourism.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the tourism calendar. I said we'll have a 12-month calendar. Now, all of this I've described does not include the New Yam festivals. Now, the New Yam Festival is not celebrated in the southern part. When you go to the middle, the central and northern part of Cross River, you have various New Yam festivals.
Really, name those places in the.
There is in Ugep area.
Ugep,
Obubra, Banliku, in Ogoja, in Ikom, in Boki, in Yala.
Yeah.
In all of this, in Biase, in all of these places, they have their own, each community or each people have their own way of celebrating
the New Yam Festival.
The most prominent about it is the Leboku Festival.
Okay, what's that?
It's a New Yam Festival. It happens around Ugep, and that has got to a worldwide acclaim at some point.
All right.
Got massive sponsorship. Europeans and other nationals from outside Nigeria have been coming to celebrate the Leboku Festival.
Okay.
And for some years now, the Leboku Festival is run as if like any other small backyard thing to do. Then we also have contemporary musicians who are not being celebrated. That will form another reason for people to visit Cross River. We also have traditional musicians. The most prominent being the late Inyang Tahenshaw.
Okay, Tahenshaw, yes.
But Inyang Tahenshaw was not alone. There are other younger musicians today. One of them, Ifyom Trombone.
Okay.
Ifyom Trombone is an essay to the governor on entertainment. He's a musician. We also will have that. So by the time we break all of this down,
yes,
you will have more than 12 months on your hands. Then don't forget also that the old residency, where the then Governor General of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria used as office, is still there.
Okay.
His table, their office is still there.
Preserved.
Yes. Then the prison cell, that kept Overanwe of Benin after that invasion, that cell is still there at the old residency, a little bit underground. Then you also have the Slave Museum, which credits to former Governor Donald Duke, refurbished, and the chains, the shackles they used, some of the things pertaining to the slave era
period, yes,
are still there. That museum already exists.
All of these are focused on
tourism,
lifting
yes,
the economy through tourism.
Yes,
well,
because you must create a reason.
Yeah.
Then security will be taken care of.
I asked a question about agriculture.
Yes.
The state should naturally be an agrarian society.
Yes.
What would you do to improve agriculture?
First, I will revisit oil palm. A lot of work is being done now by some Chinese company that bought some large expanse of land, and they are planting the modern species of oil palm, and it's doing well. But the larger part of Cross River State, that gave Nigeria that #1 position as a world's leading oil palm producers, are still having that very tall trees.
Very, very tall trees.
Tall,
yes.
old trees.
Yes.
Some of those trees, I'm sure they're older than my mom, my late mom. We have them in my mom's village, in in Akpabuyo. Akpabuyo is largely a plantation.
Okay.
In those days, Akpabuyo used to be referred to as Inwang Akpabuyo. Inwang meaning farm. That's where most of the plantations were. And those plantations are still there. What happens today is that some rich person goes to a village, pays them rent, maybe 50,000 naira a year or 100,000 naira a year for I rent this expanse of land. And that money means that for every palm that is harvested belong to me for that season.
Wow.
So people pay such rent, and some pay for 5 years, some pay for more, some pay for less. We will begin to replant while paying the owners of the land not less than whatever monies they were. And in fact, we'll give them more money than whatever these businessmen are giving to them, and begin to, in phases, begin to replant these crops.
So
we will not take it away from the owners.
Okay.
Because one of the things that I have noticed over time is when government wants to do anything, they will take it over. And now hand it over to new owners. Then the real owners will now lose it. We'll ensure that the real owners of the land still retain their property. We support them. What government will do is to provide and build mills at strategic locations, so that the harvest can be better refined and maximized. Because even the jute that comes from the oil palm is some raw material.
Yeah, it is.
The palm kernel oil is a prized oil.
Yes.
And all of this, businessmen just take and they just leave without dealing with them. We will try to bring back the old produce boards.
Okay.
Because the old palm produce board that existed was such that they were empowered to buy off the proceeds from the farmers. Pay them their due, take it over, process. The ones that are for export, they export. The ones that are to use locally, go into the local market. And everybody was happy. But you see, government came in, especially after when the military came in, they took everything over. They scrapped the palm produce board. There used to be the cocoa board.
Yes.
So that the quality testing was done by the board. And there's so much cocoa in Cross River State, around Ikom, in northern Cross River. There's so much rubber in Cross River. Palm oil used to supply Dunlop, Michelin. They used to produce from here.
Yes.
But of course, as some of the things that have happened to Nigeria as a country in the last 10 years, Dunlop has left, Michelin has left.
A lot of them have left.
And they had to leave because of the harsh environment. Yes. But if we have the opportunity to get into government, we will I and my team will make Cross River State a model. Because the people that made it happen are still there. The people that worked with Donald during the tourism, the boost of tourism, are still there. They are Cross Riverians. A lot of them are very young people.
Yeah.
And all of these people are around.
Yeah.
So we will not be reinventing the wheel other than getting people, the correct persons, to fill correct offices, understand their temperament and predicaments, to manage them as well, and things will work.
No,
it's not going to be magic at all.
Yes.
So in everything that we do, we always will ensure that while in government that these things are doable and workable. Monies will come.
Yeah, well, talking about money, it brings to mind the fact that many citizens expect a fair chance of good health. And most governments will say things like, oh, it's expensive running free health. So they're going into the area of health insurance so that they can guarantee for people the access to health. What would you do about health?
You see, mentioning health now almost want to get my spirit vexed. Because my immediate younger brother died in September this year.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
We buried him on the 15th of October, and over a health issue or a mismanagement or a fault in the healthcare system.
Oh.
He had crisis at about 9 p.m. By about 9:30 p.m., we took him to the first hospital, a teaching hospital in Cross River State. There was no doctor, there was no light.
Was there a strike?
No strike. The people were not just on duty. Then from there, they said, oh, you guys go try General Hospital. And they rushed to General Hospital. No light, no doctor. Found a few auxiliary nurses hanging around. From there, we went to the Navy Hospital, which is supposed to be a reference hospital. No light, no doctor. Found a few nurses there who said they need to call the doctor to come that this one said, okay, let's use our phone to call. They say, no, you can't use your phone. That if you use your phone.
What a pity.
You can't use your phone. Okay, let's transfer credit to your phone so you can call. Okay, in short, this thing no go work. By this time, it was approaching 11:30 to 12.
At night?
Yes. We now moved my brother to Asiukpo. Asiukpo is a private hospital. By the time we got to Asiukpo, and it was raining. By the time we got to Asiukpo, wheeled him to the emergency unit, he died.
Please accept my condolences.
Yes, and that is a picture of what our healthcare system represents. Not because it's me, because I consider myself privileged.
Yeah.
Because all of these movements we're making in the night, we had a car. We had a car and a backup car, but the two vehicles were running around in the night. You just picture what could have happened to some individual or individuals who didn't have a car, and it was drizzling. How were they going to hire a taxi or hire an ambulance and be running around in the night? That in a nutshell describes
the
state of healthcare in Cross River State.
Okay.
From how it happened to me. And that further reinforced the reason why I believe very strongly that we need to change things. Enough of praise singing, enough of telling the beautiful story.
Commissioning and all that.
Yes.
But, you know, that's the thing. What about the populace, the electorate? What about them? What are their expectations? Are they comfortable with the state of stuff in the country? Don't answer yet. We'll take this short break and then we'll come back and then we will wrap up. Thank you. Welcome back. We're still with my friend Effiong Young on Timeless Conversation. He is the ADC governorship candidate in Cross River State. Before we took a break, I was asking you this question. Tell me, what is the role of the electorate in all of this? How fired up is the citizenry in Cross River about having a change, desiring a change, and all that?
I wish I can speak for them. I've always maintained that it's about choices. What has happened to Nigeria is about what choices we've made in the past. And what will happen going forward will depend on the choices we make now in Nigeria as a country during the 2023 elections and also in Cross River State. The important thing for me is to sell my manifesto, tell them what we can, educate them on the things that are wrong, and also tell them that these things that are wrong can be repaired. And I expect that they will listen, they will buy into it, and so we can have a better Cross River State and a better Nigeria. Because if one state is able to stand out, others will be able to look back and say, yes, we can do it, so we can also do it. I recall still talking tourism when the Calabar Carnival was at its peak. We had other cities, other states coming up with their own carnivals, wanting to emulate.
Copying a good thing.
Yes, but since the Calabar Carnival started going down, I don't hear of other carnivals. So we'll do things to make sure they should be certain that it is doable, and it is the electorate that we need to see. I need to say that as part of the things we will do to create employment in Cross River State is to say that we'll create more additional we'll create council development areas to support the 18 local governments that already exist in Cross River State so that development can be spread across the state. We'll ensure that we will support independent business people by ensuring that they get facilities, still talking tourism here now, and ensure that hotels, resort owners and builders get minimum interest rates so that they can get facilities to expand on their facilities and structures to encourage employment and boost the tourism industry. We also will support, like for instance, the export processing zone, the premier free trade zone in Calabar, where they have 3 power turbines. All the 3 are broken down. Although I must also say here that I am aware that it's been repaired. But before this time, the government of Cross River State could have joined hands with the Nigerian Free Trade Zone to make sure that power stabilizes in that zone. 37 industries working at less than 20% capacity. If those industries work, they have the capacity to employ a minimum of 2,000 each. And 2,000 jobs times 37 gives us 74,000 jobs that could have been available for young people. We'll do security very differently, collaborating with all of the military, paramilitary security agencies in Cross River State. There was a time during the heat of the, I think it was during Yar'Adua's time, President Yar'Adua, the heat of the militant crisis in the Niger Delta. Calabar was about the safest place in that area. Because all workers were living in Calabar and going to work in Akwa Ibom, were living in Calabar, going to work in River State. But today, it's not happening. What happened is simple, that the government of Cross River State today simply neglected it. And not paying attention to security definitely will drive every other thing aground, like the tourism that we're known for. People, I mean, you cannot decide to go touring a place where kidnap can happen any moment. I mean, anything can happen, where there's so much darkness. Why would we be not support the production of solar energy to light our villages, to light up the rural areas, to ensure that people get the places lit up? If the place is lit up, the night economy exists. And of course, the business of tourism and hoteling and resort enjoyment, a lot of it happens at night. And if there are no lights, everywhere is dark. The moment it's 7, 8 p.m., everybody goes home. The industry cannot thrive. The economy cannot thrive. And if the economy is not thriving, you cannot make money, you cannot get tax, you cannot get people to pay tax. And when people are not able to pay tax, the government will not have money. So all of these things are interrelated. And it's simply that we have always taken ourselves for granted. So I ask the electorate of Cross River State, look at this situation. Let us change it. We can change it for the betterment of everyone. Going into government, if you look at me, you definitely know that hunger is far. So it's not something that I want to grapple because there's one point I want to prove. I'm not hunting anybody, I'm not fighting anybody. The businesses of Cross, another thing that has affected Cross River State adversely is that every government that has entered Cross River State they decided to do things on their own. No continuity. So I talked about reconciliation. We will reconcile all of this, please, and make sure that there's a link. The ones that are good, we will take and improve upon. The ones that are not good, we probably will discard. We also will not be haunting anybody. I always said this because people feel that they say, oh, this man is doing this so that they will protect him. This one, who is protecting who? We will ensure that people, if you got money to do contracts and you didn't execute the contract, you return the money.
Yes.
If you got money to, if you are not competent to do a particular business, we'll relieve you of that opportunity because there are a lot of people that want to get things done.
Okay, so let me wish you the very best.
Thank you.
That's come March.
Yes, I will invite Plus TV to come to Cross River
State
and see for themselves. Yes. And when we start work and see how it's happening. I'm still talking about the time is up.
The time is up.
I just wanted to throw something into the media to say we have a CRBC and TRBC TV, and all of the news is about government said. We'll break it down and ensure that Nigerian Chronicle, or some of the foremost newspapers, is returned to a full commercial printing, full commercially minded printing press. And the broadcast situation will be that we have more channels, not just one news channel. There'll be a movie channel. You can imagine us are doing Carnival. We'll go and pay some agencies 200 or 350 million to broadcast our Carnival. When that money is enough to set up a TV channel and run. Cost of DTH is not a DTH license no more than 10 million naira. So you can count how many stations we can set up and get functional. I thank you for this opportunity.
You're all fired up. Let me wish you the very best.
Thank you so much.
For coming. All right.
I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to Plus TV, and let's hope for the better.
We hope for it.
Thank you.
Hope for it. It's been Timeless Conversations today. My guest has been Effiong Enyong, the governorship candidate for the ADC in Cross River State. Until next time, take care.
What's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hello and welcome to One on One. I am Maureen Menong Wesigwe. It is 122 days to the 2023 general elections. Nigeria, are you ready? Well, my guest today is one of INEC's 12 national commissioners, Dr. Festus Okoye, INEC National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee. Dr. Okoye, you're welcome to One on One.
Thank you so much.
Well, INEC had in the past postponed the 2011 and 2019 general elections, and today it is 122 days to the 2023 general elections. Should Nigerians hold their breaths, Dr. Okoye?
It's no reason for Nigerians to hold their breath. This is because
the Commission started preparing for the 2023 general election at the end of the 2019 general election. And as you can see, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria signed the Electoral Act 2022 into law on the 25th day of February 2022. And the next day, being the 26th day of February 2022, the Commission released the timetable and schedule of activities for the conduct of the 2023 general election. Now, we have 14 critical items in that timetable and schedule of activities. And out of those 14 items, the Commission has already implemented 9 of them. And we implemented these 9 on schedule. So based on our own timetable and based on our schedule, we are good to go. And we are doing very well with our timetable. You must realize that the conduct of both presidential and governorship elections are constitutionally circumscribed. And based on that, we are working hard to make sure that we won't have any iota of doubt whatsoever relating to our preparations, because we don't want the country to go into a constitutional crisis based on our inability to deliver. So this commission is ready to deliver, and this particular commission will definitely deliver.
Explain to me, if you will, a revelation that was made available to us yesterday, the 25th of October, by one of your national commissioners. I'm talking about Professor Kunle Ajayi, that over 70% of the people who registered for the just concluded voter registration exercise for the 2023 general elections are people living with disability and the vulnerable groups in Nigeria. Over 70%. Please explain that to us.
Today, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission unveiled the total registered voters in Nigeria in terms of those who registered during the continuous voters registration exercise. And during this continuous voters registration exercise, the commission recorded a total of 12,298,944 registered voters. Now, out of this particular number, a total of 2,780,756 were invalid registrants, representing 22.6% of the total registrations. So out of the people that registered during this particular CVR, the valid registrations stood at 9,518,188. So these are the valid registrants. Now, if you break it down, what he was trying to explain is that in terms of the CVR, those who had the highest registration figure were used between the ages of 18 and 34. And if you look at the figure, used between the ages of 18 and 34 had a total of 7,286,871, representing 76.56% of the total registrations. And so that's exactly what he was trying to explain. The persons living with disability constitute around 70,000 out of this entire figure. So it is youth that constitute the highest number of the demographic threshold that we registered during the CVR.
The youth?
Yes.
Very interesting. All right, we'll take a break at this point. We'll be back to continue with One-on-One. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408. Or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. You're still watching One-on-One on Plus TV Africa, and Dr. Festus Okoye is our guest. Now, Dr. Okoye, before we went on that break, you were giving us a breakdown of the number of people that registered and how that the youth have a great percentage of that. Please, let's go further.
And if you also look at persons with disability, the law requires the Commission to segregate persons with disability in terms of the type of disability they have. Now, if you look at the total number, you can see that those living with albinism had the highest registration, and we have a total of 16,060, representing 0.17% of the total registrants. This is closely followed by those with what we call physical impediment, the total registered population of this particular demography is 9,170,000, representing 0.10%. Those living with autism represents 2,885, representing 0.03%. Those with blindness represents 0.06%, which comes to 5,801, and so on and so forth. So I think that those living with disability, persons with disability, did very well in terms of the voters' registration process during this continuous voters registration exercise. But as I pointed out, the youths who are between the age of 18 and 34 represent the highest demography, which comes to 7,286,871, which represents 76.56% of the total registered voting population during the CVR. Now, the females did better than males during this particular period. In terms of the total registration, the total number of female registrants stood at 4,836,915, representing 50.82%, while the males stood at 4,681,273, representing 49.18%. So that is the figure we have as of today going forward.
Are there measures put in place? Because I did hear one of your commissioners, one of your commissioners trying to encourage the political parties and Nigerians indeed to make sure that there is room to accommodate vulnerable and people living with disabilities during the elections. What are the arrangements made to accommodate them and make sure that things are easy for them on the days of elections?
We have compiled and will continue to compile the number of polling units we have that are not conducive and do not have good access for persons with disability in terms of ramps and so on. And you know, some of the schools we use for election belong to both local governments and state governments. So we have compiled the list of some of these facilities, and we are going to make them available to the state and local governments to encourage them to at least make them accessible to persons with disability. Not only that, we are going to train all our presiding officers on handling of polling units. And in terms of our own processes and procedures, in terms of our own regulations and guidelines, persons with disability are given priority in terms of voting. The elderly are also given priority. Lactating mothers are given priority, and other vulnerable persons are given priority. Now, one of the challenges we have is that there are certain types of disability that are not easily visible. So sometimes the presiding officers are not in a position to distinguish whether what is before them is a disability or not. So we are training them on the different types of disability so that they can easily recognize a person with disability when the person comes to the polling units. And so we are also making available magnifying glasses for those who have sight impairment. We are also printing posters for those who have hearing impairment, and we are also providing Braille ballot guide for those who want to use Braille and who who have a sight impairment. And so we are doing all these things to make sure that we bring every person within the fold of the electoral process, because this commission will not leave any voter who is interested in the electoral process behind. And so we are doing all we can to make sure that persons with disability are accommodated and mainstreamed into the electoral process.
All right, so INEC is deploying several technologies in this election, as you have made us known. And some of these technologies include the EVR, the BVAS, and the IREV, all in a bid to ensure that every valid vote counts. Now, some of the questions we have are, will these technologies being deployed help in making sure that the problem of ballot box snatching is solved? Can it fix that problem? Because we cannot run away from the fact that there will always be electoral thugs on the days of elections.
Election. The 2023 general election will be technology driven. And this commission has deployed various types of technology to make sure that we obviate pernicious human interference in the electoral process. The law makes it mandatory that the commission must deploy and shall deploy the smart card reader or any other technological device for the purpose of accreditation and authentication of voters. The commission will definitely deploy the BVAS for purposes of voter accreditation. The commission will also deploy the INEC Result Viewing Portal and will transmit polling unit level election results to our INEC Result Viewing Portal in real time. But we must also recognize the fact that technology does not conduct elections and technology does not run elections. It is human beings that conduct elections. And so technology can only assist and aid human beings who are running these elections. And so our advice is that all the critical stakeholders in the electoral process must imbibe the democratic spirit that will assist in making sure that our elections are free, fair, credible, transparent, and inclusive. So we believe that if all these critical stakeholders work in unison, we will achieve what we intend to achieve, and that is to make sure that our elections also compete favorably within the global matrix of how elections should be conducted and the standards which elections must attain.
Okay, give us some of the advantages of IREV, that's the INEC Results Viewing Portal. Give us some of the advantages of that. Does it include results being made known to Nigerians the very day the elections take place?
INEC Result Viewing Portal, we basically do the following. If you understand the way our elections are run, the base of the electoral process remains the polling unit. And going into the 2023 general election, the commission will run this election from 176,846 polling units. Each of these polling units will have a BVAS that will be used for voter authentication and accreditation. After the results, after elections are done in the polling units, the presiding officer and the 3 assistant presiding officers will sort out the scores of each of the political parties. They will announce the scores of all the political parties and then impute those scores into what we call Form EC8A, which is the polling unit level result at the polling unit. When they are done with that, when the presiding officer is done with that, the presiding officer will sign and stamp that polling unit level result, which is from EC8A. The polling agents or party agents who are present at the polling unit will also countersign that particular Form EC8A or the polling unit level result. Then a copy will be retained by the presiding officer. A copy each will be given to the party or polling agents if they are available. Copies will also be given to all the security agents if they are available. Now, that original Form EC8A, which is the polling unit level result, will be snapped using the BVAS, which now turns into IREV. It will be using the presiding officer will snap that particular result, that particular sheet, and now use the BVAS to transmit that particular result into our INEC Result Viewing Portal. So that will now be available to the collation officer at the registration area level or the ward level. Now, thereafter, the presiding officer will carry that Form EC8A, the original which he has stamped and signed and which has been countersigned, together with the beavers and all election materials to the ward or registration area collation center, where the presiding officer will hand over to the collation officer the original copy of the result from the polling unit, which is from EC8A, then the beavers containing the accreditation data, and then all the other documents. There is a possibility that before the presiding officer gets to the registration area, that the uploaded result, which has been transmitted through the IREV, is already available to the collation officer. So the collation officer will pull it down, look at the original result as submitted by the presiding officer, look at the accreditation data in relation to the number of persons accredited, and then look at the result from the that has been downloaded or from the IREV, and then use it for purposes of computing the RA result into Form EC8B. And if there's a dispute relating to the results, the result as electronically transmitted through the IREV will take precedence over every other thing. And so that's basically what happens at the polling unit and at the RA Collation Center.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Okoye. We'll take a short break and we're back on One on One. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back. You're still watching One on One Plus TV Africa. And our guest today is still the National Commissioner, one of the 12 National Commissioners of INEC, and the Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, in the person of Dr. Festus Okoye. Now, Dr. Okoye, some of the things that Nigerians complained about regarding the previous elections that we've had, and we're still very concerned about, is the fact that we had underage voters. And videos and photos showing these anomalies were many. And we didn't get to hear INEC condemn or cancel these elections until some of the candidates cried out. Why didn't we see that? Because it kind of made some Nigerians wonder if INEC was complicit.
No. When the whole issue about underage voting in some of our elections happened, the commission set up a commission of inquiry, more or less like a high-powered committee, to investigate the issue of underage voting in the electoral process. Now, at the end of that particular inquiry, especially in a place like Kano, we found out that the videos that were trending were videos that emanated from the conduct of local government elections. And as you know, the Independent National Electoral Commission does not conduct local government elections. The only local government elections we conduct are elections into the area councils in the Federal Capital Territory. Other than that, it is the state's independent electoral commissions that conduct local government elections. But having said that, I want to say that underage voting cannot take place without underage registration. And in the few instances where we have had underage voting and underage registration, there has been community connivance in some of these issues. But this commission has now acquired high-powered gadgets that can detect underage registrations, that can detect multiple voting, and can also detect multiple registrations. And as the chairman released today, you can see that for the entire CVR we conducted, we had a total of 12,298,944 completed registrations. Out of this figure, the valid registrations were 9,518,188. The invalid registrations came to 2,780,756, representing 22.6%. This invalid registrations also contains multiple registration, contains double registration, and also contains underage registration, and also contains some other pernicious inputs into the electoral process. The Commission will continue to clean up the voters register to make sure that we have a solid voters register that Nigerians can be proud of. And that is why from the 12th of this month, from the 12th of November, I beg your pardon, to the 25th day of November, the Commission will display the voters register in all the 774 registration local government areas and in the 8,809 registration areas of the country for claims and objections. We plead and urge Nigerians to avail themselves of this opportunity to look at the voters register and assist the Commission in cleaning up the voters register so that at the end of the day, we can have a solid and robust voters register that is clean, that is transparent, and can command the confidence of the Nigerian people. And so the voters register is a work in progress. What we are going to display will still be a preliminary voters register until we clean up the voters register in such a manner that we can now hand over to the political parties and get it ready for the 2023 general election.
Well, rented foreigners from neighboring countries were also reported to have been one of the things that were used to corrupt previous elections. Can INEC and will INEC do anything to check this in 2023, perhaps in collaboration with the immigrations and security agencies?
The Commission does not have the capacity to detect who is a Nigerian and who is not a Nigerian, unless the person's complexion and unless the person's features are so obvious to the effect that the person cannot be a Nigerian. But the physical features of somebody from Chad, from Cameroon, from Benin Republic, and from the other neighboring countries are such that it will be difficult to detect. So if somebody comes to the polling unit with a Nigerian driver's license and with other paraphernalia that shows that the person is a Nigerian, there is no basis why a registration officer should not register such an individual, unless the immigration service has confirmed that a particular person has stolen the identity of Nigeria, of a Nigerian, and is not a Nigerian. So we've been working with the Nigerian Immigration Service to make sure that foreigners do not get into our voters register, because only Nigerians are qualified to register as voters in Nigeria. So it's a work in progress, and we are doing well in terms of the cleaning up of the registration data.
Can Nigerians living abroad vote in 2023? Many are clamoring for it.
Unfortunately, they cannot vote. This is because voting starts with voters registration exercise, and the law as of today, which is the Electoral Act 2022, makes it clear that for somebody to register as a voter, the person must register in a registration area, and we have 8,809 registration areas in Nigeria, and none of them is outside the shores of this country. The person must also present himself or herself physically to a registration officer, and that registration officer will establish the fact that the person is of age, will establish that the person does not have any legal disability, and will also establish that the person wants to vote in the registration area and in the polling unit domiciled within the. Unless you are registered, you will not have a PVC and you cannot vote in any of the elections in Nigeria.
But what about Nigerians who registered in Nigerians but live abroad and will be abroad during these elections?
There is no way they can vote because the 176,846 polling units established by the Independent National Electoral Commission are all located in Nigeria.
Can it not be? Can it not be changed? Can there not be a policy that can change that? Since many Nigerians are clamoring for it.
No, I completely agree with you. The commission is working towards that particular direction. But as of today, the law is to the effect that they cannot vote. But there's a possibility that going forward in future, and maybe after the 2023 general election, the commission may introduce electronic voting machines. And there's also a possibility that we may move towards an issue of internet voting, so that people can stay in the comfort of their homes, wherever they are, in any part of the world or in any part of the country, and cast their ballots. But for now, you must appear physically before a presiding officer with your permanent voter's card, and the BVAS must be used to verify your biometrics, and you must be given a ballot paper, and you must cast your vote physically.
Dr. Festus Okoye, thank you so much for your time. But before you go, can Nigerians rest assured that INEC will play the unbiased umpire come 2023 and that every vote will count?
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, who is the pilot of this particular commission, has assured Nigerians that we are going to work assiduously and that we are going to work courageously to make sure that every vote counts, and that at the end of the day, Nigerians will be proud of our electoral process, will be proud of this particular commission, and also will be proud at the level of work we have put in. And so we assure Nigerians that we are determined and we have the courage to conduct free, fair, transparent, and inclusive elections.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Dr. Festus Okoye. You are one of the national commissioners of INEC and the chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee. Thank you for your insight and education.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Well, we've come to the end of today's program. Do join us again for another episode of One on One. I am Maureen Menong-Wezigwe. Take care.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project has urged President Muhammadu Buhari to take steps to reverse the increase in the electricity tariffs in Nigeria, which it calls unlawful, unjust, and unreasonable. We have analysis of this ahead. Yet again, an attack on a train station in Nigeria has seen several persons abducted and families traumatized. We'll look at the unfolding situation following the attack by gunmen on the Ekehen train station in Egweben local government area of Edo State. And in Off the Press, we bring you in-depth analysis of today's major newspaper headlines. All right, very good morning to you. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Great to be back on The Breakfast right here on Plus TV Africa. My name is Kofi Bartels, writing solo this morning. We have interesting conversations lined up for you, and I implore you to stay with us and add much needed spice and verve to your day. Now, we start with a top trending segment, which is a usual starter every single morning on The Breakfast. And we're going to something which isn't really new because, I mean, it's been happening for some time. And it latest was sometime last year. But it's worth talking about, so we'll give it some attention. Well, it's no longer news that Cross River State Governor Benedict Ayade, Professor Ben Ayade, we can call him, presented the state's 2023 budget proposal to the Cross River State House of Assembly in October last year, which was subsequently passed by the House. Apart from the size of the budget, which is 330 billion naira, what got tongues wagging at the time, last year, October, I'm sure some people were even looking forward to it. I also was looking forward to it as well. What got tongues wagging at the time was the nickname given to the budget by His Excellency, the Governor of Cross River State, whom you can see on your screen right now. He nicknamed it Budget of Quantum Infinitum. If you ever had anything like that before. Quantum Infinitum. Now, well, there are no surprises here. No surprises at all. As since he became governor in 2015, Benedict Ayade has been, in the habit of giving his budget very, very head-turning names. Some will call it ridiculous names. His most defining legacy, some will say, has been turning his budget presentation into spectacle with the ridiculous name he gives the budget every year. Now, following this recent one, 2023 budget presented last year, October, called Budget of Quantum Infinitum, people have taken the liberty to go down memory lane and with some nostalgia to look at what the governor has been naming his budget over the years. And we'll just give you the list. I think in 2016 it was the first year Ben Ayade had the opportunity to impose his imprint on the financial and fiscal aspect of things in Cross River State. And he named the Budget of Deep Vision. Budget of Deep Vision. Of course, in 2017, he had a second chance to present a budget as governor of Cross River State, and he took it a notch higher. He named it Budget of Infinite Transportation, or I think I should say Transmutation. Okay? Now, in 2018, Ben Ayade outdid himself. Yes, he did. He outdid himself by naming his budget Budget of Kinetic Crystallization. And in 2019, are you ready for this? Do you remember? If you missed it, where were you? He named the budget of Quabalistic Densification. I can't forget that one. In 2020, he tried to prove to everyone that his professorship is not in doubt. He tried to show you and I that he's a professor in the real sense of the word. What he named his budget, the budget of Olympotic Meristemesis. I feel like Patrick Obanjabo right now. I don't know, by calling all these big names. So that was in 2020. Now in 2021, what name did the governor give to his budget? It was titled, I didn't see this coming actually. It was titled The Budget of Blush and Bliss. The Budget of Blush and bliss. Quite ridiculous, you know. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. Last year, this penultimate budget presentation to the Cross River State House of Assembly, he gave them something to remember. Budget of conjugated agglutination. Budget of what? Conjugated agglutination. I've talked about this many times, but each time I have to talk about this on radio or TV, it always brings tears of laughter to my eye. Let me just wipe the one that is under. It's so funny. Budget of conjugated agglutination. And of course, for last year, we have budget of quantum infinitum. I think anyone who can remember all these names and can write them down should at least get a diploma, if not a degree, a diploma for writing them down. I mean, one could, be forgiven for mistaking Ben Ayade to be Patrick Obayabo's son or brother or student, because the man has really almost done what Patrick Obayabo did. All right. Anyway, Ben Ayade may not be remembered for many things. I mean, it's more a case in Cross River State of the more you look, the less you see. In his administration has been identified or been criticized for offering so much in terms of promises and rhetoric, but delivering so little in terms of action and, of course, results in Cross River State. How many of us remember Ben Ayade's superhighway? All right, what happened to the superhighway in Cross River State that was meant to be the first Wi-Fi highway in Nigeria, with Wi-Fi? All right, what happened to that one? That project is, I'm sure, it's in the dustbin of history. There's a lot in Cross River State that he's done, but of course, there's a lot that we've heard he will do. Really haven't seen the results. I remember there's a spaghetti flyover. Those in Calabar and Cross River State will be able to relate better. I don't know if that spaghetti flyover has been completed, but I remember going into Calabar several times, which is a city I know very well, inside out, and seeing something at Odupani Junction resembling something, concrete structure, and I was told it was a spaghetti flyover. Has that been completed? But for all Ben Ayade may be accused of, including promising so much but delivering little, I think that he will be remembered more for the very, very ridiculous names that he gave to his budgets. I think we will remember him for that. That being said, please add those words to your word bank, and I'm sure you'll be better for it. Let's move on to a next. But before that, I've always had a thing, against giving names to budgets, because I normally ask myself, why should we christen the budget? I mean, it's one of the things that politicians in this country do, in Nigeria do, and you begin to wonder if they have a capacity to think creatively, to think innovatively, to think outside of the box, and to do things differently. Because one person says, I'm going to give my budget a name, and everybody is giving their budget names. I mean, the others may not be doing it as outrageously as Ben Ayade, or giving outlandish names as budget of blush and bliss, but they give their budget names. And I keep asking myself, what is the big deal? Why do you need to give your budget a name? Budget of hope, budget of prosperity. Nonsense. There's nothing there. Okay, because the name that you give to your budget has nothing to do with the performance of the governor and his administration in the fiscal year. It has absolutely nothing to do with the performance of the governor and his administration in the fiscal year. A lot of these state governors get away so easily with corruption, all right, with nepotism, all right, with dictatorship, because a lot of people are looking at the president. But if we take the books of the governors, the files, and open it, you realize that many of them, if they became president, what you've seen in the past or what you've seen, you see 10 times worse. So I think I would like to join other well-meaning Nigerians to advise our governors. Forget about naming your budget. There's no need to name your budget. Just go ahead and give us the figures and do the job and show us the results. We're not interested in the names to give you a budget. It's something they do now. Since Sierra Leone, I think it was, who came up with 7-point agenda. All of a sudden, everybody who's coming needs to have a 2-point agenda, 5-point agenda, 6-point agenda, 10-point agenda. Unless you have, why can't you say I'm here to do something in every area? And outline, must you name it agenda? So some of these guys, they don't show the capacity to think creatively, think out of the box. I think that is something to worry about, because for you to be a leader, leadership is about innovation. Maybe that's what Ben Aide was trying to do, and I'll give him some credit for that. He was trying to be different, trying to stand out. But I think we have politics that borders a lot on a lot of rhetoric, a lot of showmanship, a lot of higi-haga, but very little in terms of performance. And I think for me that is a problem. You see leaders that are big on performance and that are, little on talk, rhetoric, and a lot of these displays that we see around. All right, this morning I asked around the office, and I don't know, you guys in the control room doing your job, if you have a new Naira note. I was asking, can someone get me a new Naira note, please? I don't know. Kaide, do you have a new Naira note? Okay, you don't. Have you seen one before? Anyone in the studio have a new Naira? Nobody has a new Naira note. All right, no one has a new Naira note. I went to the ATM yesterday. All right, I said I want to withdraw some amount of money, and I didn't see a single. Permit me to please take this out of my pocket. I'm not trying to flaunt. This isn't much money these days, but I didn't see a single. All I got was old Naira notes. Okay, I got to one of the ATMs. I got a 1,000 Naira. I won't tell you how much I withdrew, but it's here on the table. It's not much. Okay, and then I got to another ATM. See what I was given. 500 Naira. I'm telling you that as of today, for all my media savviness and sit down here and talk, I haven't seen the new Naira note. I haven't seen it. And this morning I asked in the office, no one could give me a copy. One note, no one. Nobody had it on them. So it's a worrying situation, because the banks are complaining and they're saying that they don't have enough of this Naira note. People are going to the bank, doing over-the-counter transactions, withdrawals, and they're being given a mixture of old Naira and new Naira. Does someone give me Naira note? No, okay. They're doing a mixture of old Naira and new Naira notes, giving them to people. And for me, I'm like, I call it assorted. Mixing the old Naira notes and new Naira, I call it assorted. Well, what people are complaining about now, is that the ink from the new Naira note has the ability to stain your clothes, to stain, stuff. And that's been the complaint from the public. People have uploaded pictures, posted about it on social media, complained that they realized that the Naira note, the new ones, okay, the new design Naira notes are staining their clothes. The old Naira notes, I have 1,000 Naira here, I have 500 Naira here. I'm not giving it to you. I know that if I remember correctly, for the few times I've had to wash my clothes and I forgot to take the notes from my clothes, I don't remember the notes staining my clothes significantly. I must confess, most times it's in the jean or the trouser, but I don't remember the Naira staining the clothes significantly. Does this mean this talk of the new Naira note staining, does it mean that it's not durable? Does it mean, we see a copy on the screen. Does it mean that it's not durable? Does it mean that it's not good enough? Well, the company in charge of printing the Naira notes, people came out with some fake news last year, that the notes were being printed abroad and blah, blah, blah. Why aren't they printing? But we know that the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC, all right, is in charge of printing our Naira notes. Now, they came out to explain, give some explanations to what people are complaining about, why the new Naira notes is leaving some ink when rubbed on the plain white surfaces. Now, what they're saying is that best international practice was followed in their production, is what they're saying. Best or international best practices, I think that's the way to put it, were followed in the production of the Naira notes. All right? Well, is that what we're talking about? People are saying the thing is staining their clothes and is staining white surfaces. And the Mint, the company known as the Mint, is saying that international best practices were followed. Anyway, Ahmed Halilu is the managing director of the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC. He released a statement on Friday, just before the weekend, last week Friday, and he said that his attention, the attention of the company, had been drawn to various clips, skits, and concerns and comments on diverse platforms regarding the quality of the redesigned notes. So he talked about this issue, talking about the staining. And he says, quote, "It is basically the same as the other notes in circulation. It is basically the same as the other notes in circulation." All right, that's what he said. He also said is, however, in addition, the second stage of the currency printing requires a heavy deposit of special inks with fairly large particles to give a tactile feeling of the portraits, as well as other raised prints by way of design. I don't know if you understand what he's saying. That's what they're saying. It's a lot of technical, jargon there. But if you look at the Naira notes, the new ones, they're generally light when issued. And he says that they will become heavier in circulation on getting, moisture on it, on getting dirt on it. And that's why you have some of these things, the lighter nature of the note, and then the ink that is going off. Well, he also went on to say that this, one of the properties of this intaglio ink, as they called it, is non-solubility in water, all right, and ease of transfer on plain white materials owing to the size of the particles. He says this is generally a security feature of all banknotes that easily differentiates them from forged or counterfeit notes. So I guess what is the minting PLC or the Mint is saying that is that people have nothing to fear, even if you see or rub the new Naira notes on a white surface and see it, staining the surface. It means that it is actually the authentic one. I have never seen this in my life before. I mean, we all have had fresh Naira notes. I mean, is it 500 Naira? All right, this one's aren't too new, okay? But is it 500 Naira or 500 Naira or 1,000 Naira? We've all had the opportunity to have fresh notes, either from the ATM or somebody just wants to give you a bundle, or you do business, you get paid. I've gotten sprayed before, and they never rubbed, never. All right, like Governor Wike said some time ago, never. It never got rubbed on. So, I mean, if you said it's normal, well, we're not the professionals. We don't know about these things. They're the ones who know. But what we know, is that these notes, 200, 100, 1,500, never rubbed off any ink or stained any white surfaces when they were new. Okay? So, what is he talking about? Like I said, he's a professional. We're all in this thing together. Let's see where this goes. Now, the next trending story, people have been talking about this, and the Central Bank of Nigeria issuing further directives, fresh directives regarding its cash withdrawal policy. All right? And this time, the Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered deposit money banks not to pay customers making over-the-counter withdrawals of new Naira notes again. All right, that's what they're saying. Don't give them the new Naira notes over the counter. Now, what the Apex Bank is directing the banks to do is to instead load their automated teller machines or ATMs with only the new notes to ensure that the currency circulates across the nation ahead of the January 31, 2023 deadline, when the old notes would no longer be legal tender. All right, so according to reports, the Central Bank of Nigeria issued the directive on Wednesday, last week Wednesday, and ordered the implementation to begin immediately. So what this means is that if you go to the bank doing over-the-counter withdrawals, you will not be given the new notes. So does it mean you're going to be given old notes? And they want the banks to instead load the new notes into the ATM. So the banks have been complaining they don't have enough of these new notes. So what are they going to do? You know, as of Friday, according to a report I saw, as of Friday, the banks had not been able to comply with the directive as they complained of inadequate supply of the new notes, you know, prompting them to load their ATMs to the old notes. Yesterday, I went to the ATM. I was withdrawing 1,000 Naira from the ATM. I saw somebody from my left who was withdrawing 500 Naira. I asked him, you know, out of, you know, curiosity, if the machine was giving him only 500 Naira notes. He says, yes, that machine was giving only 500 Naira notes. But they were old Naira notes. You know, so something is not right here. CBN on one hand is telling the deposit money banks to load only new Naira notes into the ATMs. Deposit money banks are saying, we don't have enough of the new Naira notes. So what is going on? Where's the money? Where's the money? You know, so there's a lot that isn't clear. And you know what? The inconsistency with the Central Bank of Nigeria, as far as this cash withdrawal policy is concerned, is sickening. It is worrying. It is dangerous. It portends only bad things for the Nigerian economy. Okay, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I mean, it doesn't take the most brilliant economic mind to know that policy inconsistencies send a wrong signal. All right, you came up by saying that XYZ amount of money was the cash withdrawal limit, per week for individuals and for corporate organizations. And then there was a lot of reaction and people were shouting, POS operators, the National Assembly, and then he said, okay, we're going to change it. Now you can withdraw 500,000 Naira per week. Or 1 million Naira, is it 5 million Naira per week? Change of policy, or what you call policy somersault. Now, all of a sudden from nowhere, after giving directions and guidelines on how this cash withdrawal policy should be carried out, all of a sudden you are telling banks not to give people new Naira notes over the counter, rather give them only through the ATMs. We need to see some consistency, some direction, all right, and some resolution from the CBN. If you're going to think about these things, think about them, give the scenarios from the get-go so that people don't get confused. At the end of the day, of course, the banks are saying they don't have these money, so what can the CBN say to this? Anyway, we have to go at this point, and hopefully we'll see some improvements, okay, in the situation. We have a January 31 deadline. People have taken their monies back to the banks, but are doing so. Will people be able to get their hands on the new Naira notes? My prediction is that beyond January 31, Nigerians are going to continue using the old notes. Why? Because some people may not be able to tell the difference. Okay? Some people, especially in rural areas, are going to say, oh, they look familiar. The new ones are fake. They'll reject it. Let's see how it goes. My name is Kofi Bartels. We're back on the other side. Open Abo and Kutare standing by as we go through the papers and, of course, with analysis to follow. We're back. It's the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Glad to say we have joining us for Off the Press, which is our daily newspaper review segment, Opunabo Nkotaria, former special assistant to the River State government or governor on information and communication. Ms. Nkotaria, good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Special advisor.
Special advisor. I don't know how that came out. Sorry about that. Yes, indeed. You were the special advisor. I appreciate it. And we had a good relationship when I was in River State. Thank you very much for your time, Opunabo Nkotaria. And Happy New Year to you.
Yes. Good morning, Kofi. Happy New Year. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right, fantastic. We'll start off with a look at the stories on the front page of Nation newspaper this morning. Indeed, the political season is heating up. There's a lot that's happened since the last time I was here, which was last year. Well, the big one there, Tinubu, I'll be fair to all tribes. I will be fair to all tribes. APC candidate unstoppable, says Kwara governor. Ganduje, he is a product of unity. All right. More from the Nation. Security spreads net to rescue 31 trained travelers in Edo State. Rivers bars Atiku's campaign from public schools. PDP candidate in the UK. Business review for 2023. Sanwo-Olu to Nigerians. Shun evil predictions. The risk for Asuvila. Some of the titles there on the front page of the Nation. Thugs attack Osho APC campaign office. 13 new COVID-19 cases reported in Lagos, Edo. NDLEA intercepts drug consignments in wooden statue. And Chris Azoluka is TEF's CEO. Are some of the stories on the front page of the Nation. Quickly to the next paper, which is The Punch. And the lead story on The Punch newspaper, no surprises there, has to do with the Edo train attack. It says soldiers, police, vigilantes track abductors. 31 passengers missing. Of course, there were 32 abducted here. One escaped to freedom, to safety. Right as to that, railway workers, non-passengers, Southeast residents among abductees, NRC bus official. 2 underage victims rescued, suspect arrested as FG, Obaseki condemned kidnapping. More from the paper, electricity consumers demand new tariff reversal. I think it's quite a troublesome one for a lot of us who are having to pay a lot for that. FG pays 4.12 trillion naira interest on CBN loan. Agents protest as customs hike imported vehicle duty. Raids, Air Chief regrets civilian casualties, orders probe. Armed Forces Remembrance, governors seek support for fallen soldiers' families. Jakpa, more youth sell assets, seek fortunes abroad. Call for missing baby probe rises, government mum. And forex allocation to telecom sector drops. Let's quickly go to The Guardian with these stories. The lead one. Search ongoing for 31 abductees in a Edo State train station attack. Reverse unlawful electricity tariff hike. Serap urges Buhari. Atiku's aide denies ill health rumors. Ignore propaganda. LP on ground in North. Spokesman assures Nigerians. Why some Southeast politicians, businessmen are opposing Obi by Obidigbo. Okay. More from The Guardian. Sanwo-Olu urges Nigerians to shun evil predictions ahead of general election. And don't take consumers for granted. Energy experts charge discos. Some of the headlines on the front page of The Guardian. And that's our last paper this morning. Opunabo Nkotaria, we have a discussion on the situation in Edo State as far as the train attack is concerned. But I'd like to give you a few minutes or a minute to just say something about this, some things about it, because it's quite worrying, traumatizing to say the least.
Are you talking of the Edo State train attack?
Yes.
Well, it is quite tragic and more so worrisome. I mean, I think these trains and train stations have become targets of attacks. The last one, of course, we're all aware of what happened. and that stopped train services for quite some time. It was put on hold for quite some time to ensure that all the necessary safety measures are put in place. And so with the resumption of the train services, we all expected that the federal government would have done its own work properly to ensure the protection of lives, the safety of lives. But you see, this is even more disturbing in the sense that this one did not just happen while the train was in motion. Let me say, was on its rail. It really happened at the station. And this calls to question the preparedness of the federal government to actually commence and sustain the train services. Because at the stations we expected security guards. At least we should have the police, we should have the DSS and all the security operators stationed there, knowing too well that the train services shall be targets of these criminals. So the mere fact that without any resistance, that these criminals went and abducted all those they abducted, including the station manager and so on, without any resistance, that is the key word there, is quite disturbing, extremely disturbing. It shows that the federal government has treated lives of Nigerians with levity, the borderless. Why would you tell me that you don't have security guards at that station? Because no gunshots were fired. There was no resistance. I mean, the abductors just went in, they abducted their victims and walked away. It's so much ease. It's quite disturbing. I think the federal government should do more. Or if they cannot ensure the protection of life, then let us stop the train services in this country until when they are sure that they can protect lives. Very important. We are not just talking of attacks anymore on the rails. We are now talking of attacks at the station. They're taking the fight to your doorstep. And you're doing nothing about that. It's disturbing, honestly.
All right, let's stay with the Guardian newspaper. Talks of the health situation and the health condition of presidential candidates really rife in this season ahead of this year's presidential election. Atiku Abubakar is his turn to have that scrutiny. I mean, throughout the weekend, lots of rumors surrounding his health. An aide to Atiku has come out, as quoted by the Guardian newspaper. The story is on page 3 of the Guardian this morning, saying that he's denying Atiku's ill health rumors. What are your thoughts on that? Because some have said the man has not been walking well. He's jetted off to Dubai to take care of his health. He's nowhere to be found in recent days as far as the campaigns are concerned.
Well, Kofi, I am not here to ascertain the veracity or even the apocryphalness of that report. First and foremost, let me state this, that Atiku is a human being. And we are all prone to human failures. Even kids fall sick. And that's why you have the pediatricians. They fall sick. And don't forget that he has been touring this federation to campaign. He's a human being. In fact, I just got back from my elder brother's burial on Saturday, and he shall rest in peace.
Yeah, since I call condolences on that open about.
Yes, the architect who died at 58. And all through Sunday, I was sleeping. Anyway, I don't have any medical conditions. I'm not hypertensive, I'm not diabetic, but I'm human. As a result of the preparations preceding the burial, I am just a brother, not even a son. You can imagine what the son would have gone and the wife. So we're all human beings and we are prone to human frailties. And illnesses and sicknesses are part of the frailty of human beings. So if Atiku today has gone for medical checkup, of course, I'm not sure at his age. I mean, once you're 40, they say your system changes. You have to adjust. At 50, the same thing. I say, so what are we talking about? There is no human being on earth that doesn't fall sick. There is no one on earth that doesn't fall sick. But it becomes worrisome when one is a terminal illness or when one is going to affect your job, the discharge of your job. That is when it becomes, for example, as you're going senile, if you're having amnesia, if you're unable to walk, then definitely it's going to affect the job. Because you will not commit yourself to that job the way you ought to. That is when it becomes worse. Otherwise, somebody has malaria, somebody has typhoid, or even BP that is being managed and your doctor is abroad and you want to go and see, there's nothing wrong with that. So the whole thing is being blown out of proportion, if at all it is, because like I said, I cannot speak for now if Atiku is actually sick or not. I know this is an area of propaganda where even when you fly out to go and do something else, they'll say, it's one of the medical trip. Just to discredit the candidate. One of his spokespersons have come up to say, it's a lie, that story is not true, that Atiku just traveled. But whatever it is, even let us assume, without conceding that he's actually sick. What is wrong with that? He has never disappointed anybody. He didn't disappoint anybody during the campaigns. So what I'm saying, he didn't disappoint anybody during the campaigns, like faltering, like stumbling, like making some incomprehensible statements and so. No, we didn't get all those things. His mental faculties are intact.
Okay. So
there's no problem. If he actually travels abroad for that, there is nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we all travel abroad for
but he is not a young man anymore. I mean, he's 76 years old,
the issue of age,
shy of 80. So I mean, my father passed on at 78, and I took care of him for 79. I took care of him for 3 years.
Age.
You know.
Kofi, listen, let me respond. Let me tell you something about age. Biden is how old?
Joe Biden.
Now, you said your father passed on at 78 or thereabout. My father died at 94. My father smoked cigar, drank his brandy, his stout, till the day he died. He was a judge, so you cannot say he was. So, and when I mean a judge, if you see judges that are actually working, you could see most of them go frail, gray hair and everything, because the challenges are enormous, you know. So he died at 94. No high blood pressure, no diabetes, no glasses. He used walking stick intermittently because he was a paramount chief. He never used walking stick at home. He died at 94. He didn't have amnesia. He was not senile.
Yeah,
but we traveled
we don't. Yeah.
1 minute.
No, I'm not talking about your father's.
I am addressing. You mentioned your dad. Let me land. I know what I'm saying.
All right, go on. Yeah.
We went to the UK, came back. A few days later, he died. My mom died at 78. He was 24 years older. So it is not age. That's the point I'm making. And when my father died, he died with his younger brother, 1 week interval, who was the Solicitor General of Rivers State. 1 week after, he was 17 years older than him. That one died of prostate cancer. So it has nothing to do with the point I'm making. It is not the age. It is not the age.
I get your point. I get your point. My dad was 79 when he passed.
Atiku is alive. Atiku is alive. My elder brother at 58 is dead. It's already buried. So what are we talking about?
I get your point. It's not about the age, one passes on. I'm not saying that you can't live beyond.
It's about how strong. That's what
I'm just saying that from what people are saying, it's been reported. Some tabloid was the first. It's a particular tabloid was the first one to report that the man was sick, and that's why he was flown from Dubai in the UAE to London for medical treatment attention. I'm saying that when you, for most people, not for everyone, for most people, when you get to your 70s, you begin to watch it. You begin to take it slowly. I'm not saying it's impossible to be a president at that time. But if you are at the age of 76, and you begin to have health checks, you are admitted to the hospital, and there are speculations around your health, shouldn't that be taken seriously? And shouldn't that be a serious question?
That is what
as
I
far
am
as
saying. That
your push for the president is concerned.
I just told you, Kofi. I just told you this is political error. So planted interpretations of moving into situations like this by your political opponents, just to discredit you. Otherwise, Medically, they tell you once you're 40. That's what they tell you medically. And of course, as I say, social that I spend big. No doubt about that. P2B cannot claim to be, who is supposed to be one of the youngest, cannot claim to be as strong as Kofi Mante. So if we are looking at just the age alone, then P2B should also not contest. Let us look for Kofi Mante to contest.
But we're not talking about P2B here. I didn't mention his name.
No,
but, yeah. So what you're saying, Open, just to understand you, what you're saying is that even if Atiku is in the hospital in UK right now, as far as his run for the presidency is concerned, it's not an issue. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. I said it depends on what has taken him to the hospital. That's what I said.
Okay.
It depends. That's the point I'm making. It depends. We all fall sick. I said it from day one. We all fall sick.
Okay.
But it depends. Provided it is not something like, I said it here, I said you just suffer from amnesia, you're not senile, you don't have the terminal. These are the things I mentioned that when I started. I said it depends on the sickness. So if you have headache and malaria and typhoid, I mentioned, would you go to the hospital? So it all depends on the kind of sickness you have.
All right. So is it that? So you believe that Atiku Abubakar left the UAE, left Dubai, to go to London because of something that could easily be treated? For him to go to London doesn't mean it's something really serious.
It's possible. That's where his doctor is. It's possible he might even be going in for surgery. I say possible. This is a hypothesis. If he's going in for surgery, he will definitely go to where his doctor is.
All right.
I open up. Between 13 and 20, I had 6 surgeries. So surgery has nothing to do with age. I had 6 surgeries. So surgery too has nothing to do with age. If that's where I remembered my first surgery when I did it here. The second one, because Dr. Yanni had left for London, we flew to London for me to do the surgery.
But Mr. Mutare, I'm sure you're aware that having a surgery in your 20s, or 30s, or even 40s, is way different from having a surgery in your 70s.
I agree. Now, the point I am making is that he left UAE for London does not mean the case is that severe. Maybe that's where he has his consultant. You get to a particular age where you have a consultant that knows your medical history. And if you can afford it, why not? I lost my second cousin, Dr. T.S.D. Amakri, just because when we rushed him to the hospital, the doctors who did not know, my doctor to save his life, gave him an injection, and that was what killed him. Dr. T.S.D. Amakri, that was what killed him. Sound brain. And that's how we lost him. Because the man, he was trying to save his life. So he gave him an injection. That injection was what killed him. So you definitely go to meet a doctor who knows his medical history. Even you, Kofi, if you have a problem, you rush to a doctor that you're close to. It's human nature.
All right, Mr. Gutera, thank you very much. On the front page of the Leadership, we didn't have the time to look at all the stories there, but I'll take one for now. Peter Obi, the Labour Party's presidential candidate, has some coverage there. He says, quote, a fuel subsidy will go. Says Obi is what the paper is saying. I'm sure that must be from his appearance at the town hall series last night. What are your thoughts on that? Fuel subsidy will go. It seems it's already going, because in some places, I hear in Page, you're paying 400 naira. Yeah.
Do we still have fuel subsidy? Fuel subsidy is just a drain pipe. It's just a conduit pipe. Do we see, if we have subsidy and we are buying fuel at 500 naira per litre from filling stations in Port Harcourt, I understand in Abuja it's still 180 or thereabout. But in Port Harcourt it's 500 naira. So where is the subsidy? If you remove the subsidy, we'll still go for 1,000 naira per litre. Then there won't be any nation. So I don't think there is fuel subsidy at all. It's just a cartel. Like you see, a cartel who goes in charge of the industry, maximizing profits at the expense of ordinary Nigerians. And the federal government is doing nothing about it.
So is that a reason maybe you think, would you say this man who is saying fuel subsidy will go categorically, maybe the right person to handle this situation from the leading candidates?
I'm not saying he's not the right person. Probably he has his own magic wand. I'm not saying the right way. Atiku too has said talked about fuel subsidy. Tinubu has talked about fuel subsidy. It is not the mountain. It is the act.
You talked about cartel.
Nigerians are sick and tired.
Which candidate?
Are sick and tired of,
Which candidate do you think has the political will? Looking at the leading candidates now, 3 or 4 of them, which of them do you think has the political will to dismantle any cartel, arrangement?
I just told you Atiku has the political will.
Amongst all of them, the largest prospect of doing that. He has the
political will. He's been there. He knows what it is. He knows what it takes, and he knows how to go about it. He has the financial to all of this.
All right. Interesting. Let's move on to other stories. Though Atiku has said, I think his plan is to sell government assets. I'm sure probably privatize NNPC, even though they're private, but no, they're not wholly private now.
If you want us to go into that, we can go into that. But that will be a topic for another day when it comes to privatizing government assets. We will go into that. Don't forget, Atiku was a vice president. And people say Atiku. What did the Obasanjo say in 2019 when he recommended Atiku? What did he say? He said he has all it takes to revamp the economy. He has all it. He said all that.
But this same Obasanjo now is not endorsing Atiku. He's endorsing another man.
He's a man of double stick. We all know him. He's a man of double stick.
So in 2019, was he? Why should we trust what he said about Atiku in 2019? Since he's a man of double speak.
I'm not saying because you see the truth about it is that Kofi, I can say Kofi is the best broadcaster today, and tomorrow I now say, Messi is the best broadcaster. That does not shade the fact that I recognize your abilities.
All right. Anyway, let's go on. It seems all is not too well with the families of Nigeria's fallen heroes. As we mark Armed Forces Remembrance Day, there's been talk of the difficulties that families of Nigeria's ex-servicemen are having to go through. On the front page of The Punch, there is a little story, a caption at the bottom of that front page. Armed Forces Remembrance, governors seek support for fallen soldiers' families. It seems that the state governors are the ones who may be coming to the rescue of the families of these ex-servicemen. What are your thoughts on this and how they're being treated? Are they asking for too much, maybe? Because I know that this current administration, Buhari had...
When even those in service have not been properly taken care of, are you talking of those that have retired? That will be asking for too much. Those in service have not been properly taken care of. The remuneration, the incentives, almost zero. We've heard of mutiny on 2 occasions. We've heard of a situation where even the soldiers had to shoot a captain or thereabouts. And even those that were sent on the rescue mission to rescue the adoptees, what some of those who took the money down said, that the soldiers said, this is how they feed. They just send them here for them to die. They have no equipment to even fight these criminals. So if they cannot take care of the serving ones, are they the retirees that they will take care of?
Okay.
So that will be asking for too much. That's the truth about it. And that's why our soldiers are... Look at when they send them out, you see how successful they become. Because the United Nations, the ECOWAS will ensure that they give to them more than what they need.
Okay.
But in this country, you get 10% of what you need.
Ms. Ngotara, let's just very quickly and very briefly look at one. I think I won't be fair to you as a Rivers man, reaching his life from Port Harcourt if I don't allow you to speak on this. On the front page of The Nation, a final take, Rivers bars Atiku's campaign from public schools.
The political appreciation of Atiku by Amechi is not in doubt.
By Amechi or by Wike or Amechi?
Sorry, by Wike is not in doubt.
Okay.
They said, thank you for that correction. They said recently they have just paid 95 billion naira for PDP to campaign. And they asked the question. Thank God, Wike himself was the one who said he has been the one sponsoring PDP and maintaining PDP. So he has used the state funds to pay 95 million, if that is true, because they can just ask the Ministry of Education to conjure receipts and say they paid. But let us even assume that yes, they paid. How many political parties can pay 95 million naira to campaign just to pay for locations? How many political parties to pay just for locations? As for Atiku's own case, he has sworn that Atiku will not win the presidential election. And so he will do anything to ensure that Atiku does not even get the 25% in Rivers. But that is wishful thinking, because Atiku will win Rivers.
All right. Opunabo, thank you very much for your time. We'll keep an eye on activities in Rivers State, especially as it concerns freedom, democracy, the rule of law. I think these are issues to keep talking about. Thank you so much for your time. Please accept our condolences on the passing of your brother.
It's my pleasure.
May he so rest in peace.
My pleasure.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's how much we will take for now on Off the Press. We'll return in a matter of minutes as we dive into our first major conversations. We'll look at the situation in Edo State with the kidnap of travelers and the attack on the train station in Edo State. We'll be back. Please stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
And we're back. The Nigeria Police Force in Edo State yesterday confirmed that several passengers were abducted from the Ekehen train station. This is located in the Igweben local government area of that state. Chidi Nwabuzo is the public relations officer of the Nigeria Police Force Edo State Command. He confirmed the incident in a statement on Saturday, saying the travelers were waiting to board a train from the Igweben station in Igweben local government area, or the Ekehen station rather, in Igweben local government area of Edo State, to Warri, the capital, Warri, the commercial nerve center of Delta State, when they were kidnapped by the suspected headsmen on Saturday evening. Quite a very sad one. Nwabuzo also said the abductors stormed the train station with AK-47 rifles and shot sporadically into the air before whisking away 32 passengers into the bush. Right? It happened for some time. Yesterday, the Edo State Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Enekare, had said the security operatives arrested one of the suspected kidnappers and that one of the 32 persons abducted had managed to escape to safety. The Nigeria Railway Corporation, in a related development, came out to dismiss reports of the suspension of train services on the Itakwe-Warri axis following the attack on the Ekehen train station in Igweben local government area of Edo State. We have joining us to do justice to this with analysis, Nick Agule, who is a public affairs analyst. He joins us live via Zoom. Nick, very good to have you this morning, albeit in very sad circumstances. What's your reaction to this new attack on a train station in Nigeria? We can say yet again, are you surprised that these gunmen, these terrorists or headsmen, whatever you want to call it, are able to do this again? A bit similar to what happened in Kaduna State.
Thank you very much, and good morning to our viewers. My reaction is rightly like you have said, not again, but I am also not surprised that it has happened. Because since Nigeria has been visited with these kidnap scenarios, the government has not done anything to stop further kidnappings. And if nothing has been done to stop further kidnappings, it is only a matter of when next and who next that we're talking about. Recall that about a year ago, precisely on my birthday, the 28th of March, what a sad birthday gift I got. Scores of passengers were kidnapped on a Kaduna-bound train that departed from Abuja. What did the government do? The government did not react like governments elsewhere will do. Government did not go after the kidnappers. Instead, the kidnappers were trading Nigerians for money. And if I recall, at 100 naira bounty per head, I say 100 naira, 100 million naira, the kidnappers were at liberty to trade the Nigerians they had taken hostage. 100 million naira per head. The kidnappers had the temerity to even invite medical personnel to deliver a pregnant woman of her baby. These kidnappers were feeding. That means they had supply chains to supply them food, supply them water, supply them arms on the territory of Nigeria. And the Nigerian government did nothing about it. These guys traded these Nigerians successfully. If that is what happened on the Kaduna-bound train, one will stop other people from kidnapping, because kidnapping has become a lucrative and almost riskless business in Nigeria. Elsewhere, if you take citizens hostage, you will see the full force of the government. The government will react swiftly and surround the entire geographic space where the kidnappers happened. And the security agencies will remain there until the kidnap is resolved, either by the kidnappers surrendering themselves and their hostages, or they getting killed and the hostages released. That is what you will see elsewhere. If you go to any of the democracies around the world and you take citizens hostage, we see it play out on TV. The government will be there in helicopters. It will be there with sharpshooters. It will be there with ground forces. It will be there with naval forces, with air assault, anything that they can put into this. And we will see it live on TV as these operations will take place until the kidnappers are either arrested or killed. That makes kidnapping bad business, but not in Nigeria. So as it happened in Kaduna, and it has now happened in Edo State, the question is, where next? And who is the next victim?
All right.
That's my summation of this news item.
I'm sure you will never forget the 28th of March 2022. Of course, you said it was your birthday. Very sad day. And indeed, you've done justice by going to the history, what happened in the last train attack in the country. In your opinion, why Edo State? Because, I mean, if you want to talk about such incidents, the states or the part of the country that easily comes to mind would be the northern part of Nigeria. We saw that in Kaduna State. We've seen abductions in the Middle Belt, for instance, in Plateau State recently. So why Edo State? Edo State is not the first, second, or third, or even fifth state to come to mind when we think of such attacks. So why do you think that this is happening in Edo State? Would you say it's part of the trend we've been seeing of terrorism? Because we hear, according to the police spokesman in Edo State, he's saying that they identified as herdsmen. Nikagule.
It's very difficult to say why Edo State. Incidentally, I have a very long relationship with Edo State because I went to the University of Benin, and after I graduated, I was retained as a graduate assistant, so I was a university teacher for another 5 years. So for about like 10 years, I lived in Benin. So it's a state that I very much love. And in fact, if Nigeria were the kind of place where we are not dealing with this state of origin thing, I could consider myself to be an Edo indigene. So why Edo State? I don't have answers to that. But I know that given the way the security situation in Nigeria has deteriorated, like you rightly said, insecurity was prevalent in the northern part of the country. It has gradually escalated to other states in the middle belt and is now actually happening to states in the south. And that is because the government of Nigeria has lost the game to these perpetrators. The government of Nigeria is not up to it. The government seems to be clueless. The government doesn't, anytime I see like the Chief of Defense Staff come on TV to be making press conferences, I feel pity for him because I look at the Chief of Defense Staff who has allowed the game to be controlled by terrorists, bandits, and kidnappers. I see a Chief of Defense Staff who cannot protect his citizens. I see a Chief of Defense Staff who I don't know what his challenges are. Could it be the equipment, the men, or money? But you expect a reaction different from another Chief of Defense Staff elsewhere. As in like, if, check for instance, in the United Kingdom, where I live, that citizens have been taken hostage, the reaction you will see from the security forces is going to be different from what you see in Nigeria. And so because Nigerian security architecture is not actually going after those who are terrorizing citizens or carrying out acts of banditry or kidnapping citizens, then the entire country has become a fertile ground for these acts of criminality. And if it has happened in Edo State here, it can happen in any other state. So I would think that given that it happened in Edo State, why Edo State is because it can be any state actually in Nigeria. These passengers were standing at a train station waiting to be lifted by a train, and then these guys just came there and kidnapped them. As we speak today in Nigeria, the kidnappers can actually kidnap anybody, anywhere in Nigeria as of today, and you are not going to see the reaction that is needed from the security agencies.
Indeed, Nick, kidnapping is not a strange phenomenon in the southern part of the country. I mean, for some time now, we've had kidnapping in the southeast, but it became an epidemic between the southeast, parts of the southeast and the south-south, especially River State. So somewhere between Port Harcourt and Owerri, was a hotbed, you know. But when you look at these terrorism-style kidnappings and you hear headsmen by the police, what comes to mind? Do you think it's different? Is it similar, in your opinion, to is it linked to insecurity and the crisis in the northern part of the country, of which herdsmen have played a prominent role? Are we beginning to see a trickling down of the security crisis and the situation in the northern part of the country into the southern part of the country, to mean that what we're seeing as security threat in Nigeria South is no longer just the kidnapping we know, you know, from our brothers and sisters here, or the so-called unknown gunmen who are still from this part of the country, but we're beginning to see an expansion of the terrorism-related, insecurity in the northern part of the country, when you hear headsmen are behind this. Because if you look at Edo State, it's surrounded by Kogi State, Ondo State, Delta State, and Anambra State. And to move from Kaduna to Edo State, you have to go through the FCT, and you have to go to Kogi State. So should we begin to assume that what's been happening up north is now down south, or is this just more of what we've been seeing in the south in previous years?
Since the advent of the current administration, we have seen the trickling down of the insecurity in the country. Because in 2015, when this current government came into power, the insecurity was prevalent in the Northeast. And they promised, one of the electoral promises was that they were going to deal with that. Now they came into office in 2015, and immediately we started seeing the trickling down from the Northeast to the North Central, to the Northwest, Southwest, then Southeast, and now in the South-South. So you can see that over the past 8 years, what was the challenge that we had in the Northeast has not developed and covered the entire nation. So this is what we have been seeing. And like we have been saying now, there is no gainsaying again to say we are going to advise President Buhari, because if there is anything President Buhari should have done, he should have done it in the past 8 years. But he hasn't done it. So our attention is actually now gradually turning to whoever is going to succeed him in the next couple of months, precisely on May the 29th. And we are telling this person that once they come into office, fighting insecurity should be their #1 agenda. Because a country that is not secure is not going to develop. Because the much talked about foreign direct investment and all of that we talk about is not going to happen if there is a sense of insecurity. You know, I tell people that if you go to a place like Johannesburg, you will discover that you stand a greater chance of getting a knife stuck in your back in Johannesburg than it is in Lagos or in Abuja. But you will see tourists flocking to Johannesburg on holiday, and they are not coming to Nigeria. Why? It's because Nigeria's security architecture is not formed to prevent these attacks. Because security is in two ways. Number one, intelligence-led security should stop you from having these incidents in the first place. And then the second layer is that in case the incidents happen, then your reaction to that should be so swift and final that the people who perpetrate these things will advise themselves. What?
Yes, go on. We can hear you, Nick. Yes. All right. Apologies for that. Nick, go on. It's quite clear. The connection is okay, and we can hear you clearly.
I was just trying to sort things out.
Yeah, it's okay.
So like I was saying, insecurity is in two layers. I mean, fighting security is in two layers, or securing a nation is in two layers. Layer one is when you prevent the insecurity from happening in the first place. And then layer two is if it happens, then you are going to fight it. In Nigeria, neither is happening. We needed to prevent this Edo kidnapping from happening. We needed to prevent Kaduna kidnapping from happening. We needed to prevent every other kidnapping, banditry, and terrorism in Nigeria from happening. But in case it happens, our reaction to that should be swift. So swift that the perpetrators should be given little chance to get away with their crime. Both are not happening. And because of that, that feeling, that sense of insecurity in Nigeria, we're not going to see tourists come here. We're not going to see foreign direct investments come here. No, let me tell you things. There are very simple and easy ways we can actually set up security in Nigeria. Number one, Nigeria is perhaps the only nation with this kind of size of population that does not have an emergency number like a 999 or a 911, where citizens can swiftly call the security architecture, security agents' attention to an incident. When you have such when you don't have such an emergency number system, you have given all the citizens security responsibility, because if they see something that is fishy, they will just call you. And once they call you, you respond to it. Nigeria does not even have something as simple as that. As simple as that. So how can we find security when we have not put the architecture in place? And year in, year out, we continue to allocate the highest budget to security in Nigeria. And yet the insecurity is increasing. Has anybody been held responsible? Like for instance now, this train kidnap that has happened in Edo State, assuming the commissioner of police in Edo State has been today suspended from work and somebody else brought in. If all commissioners of police in Nigeria realize that, look, if insecurity is perpetrated in my domain, the government is going to suspend me and I'll probably lose my job. You know that. And therefore, it is just a question of who next and where next.
All right.
Unfortunately.
Nick, give us a minute or two. We have some content to play. We'll just go listen to an excerpt. We'll look at that. All right. Anyway, I'm told we can keep on going with the conversation, so that's fine. Nick, I mean, we remember what Amaechi said when he was Minister of Transportation, talking about a proposal to secure Nigeria's rail tracks and, very importantly, the rail infrastructure in the country. I mean, billions or trillions of naira in loans, taken to ensure that this rail infrastructure in the country is put up and set up and put right. I mean, this is part of the Warri Takpe rail corridor. What do you think is responsible for the fact that last year there was an attack on a train? People were abducted. We know what happened. Till now, we've not seen security beefed up at the train stations all across the country. There are not too many. And on the tracks across the country, there are not too many, to ensure that at least we learn from history to ensure that it does not repeat itself, and it has repeated itself. Why have we not seen the government of the day do the few things Amaechi said, or at least do the little they can to ensure that there's security, adequate security at our train stations and on our rail infrastructure in the country, which we borrowed for and which we are yet to pay for?
Well, it is very difficult to understand why the government has been unable to tackle head-on the insecurity in Nigeria. Because I supported President Buhari in 2015, and the reason I did that was because I saw in him, as an ex-general, what it takes to deal with insecurity in Nigeria. But unfortunately, that has not materialized. President Buhari it seems to have been bereft of ideas on how he's going to tackle insecurity. For a long time he was in office, insecurity was escalating from the northeast, which he inherited, to the northwest, north central, down to the south. And all we could hear was that the president condemns the kidnap of citizens. The president condemns the kidnap of school children. The president condemns the terrorist action against Nigerians. We're only seeing these press statements that were being issued by the presidential spokesman. Even the president himself will not address the nation about the efforts that he's putting in to tackle the insecurity that we are facing. And this thing continued to escalate. The people he had in charge, the security chiefs, he had to take Nigerians a lot of work to tell the president that these people have overstayed their welcome, that they need to be removed. And when he removed them, and the insecurity continued, I mean, in one of his interviews, he said, look, I don't know what to do again because Nigerians wanted me to remove the service chiefs. I have removed them, so what next? So we were now confronted with a president, even though a former general who should understand how to deal with insecurity, running the country without the necessary action that we were expecting. So here we are, almost 8 years later, and things that we're not hearing before, because by 2015, we used to know about the Boko Haram activities in the Northeast, and then some bombings that were happening in places like Abuja. Now, that has now escalated to routine kidnap of citizens. It has escalated to a total breakdown of law and order like in the Southeast. And now we are seeing kidnap in places like experience its own fair share of insecurity. I mean, we are not forgetting the Owo massacre, where gunmen came from nowhere, and so all over the nation now we are having these cases of insecurity, with a man who promised to secure the nation as one of the tripod of the economy, and then the other being corruption. And if we are to run the scorecard of President Buhari, as far as security is concerned, agreeable by a lot of Nigerians will be that he has done very poorly.
Indeed, if I must be fair, you know, on the resumed Abuja-Kaduna train service, we know that we've heard that there are security operatives manning these trains. You know, some of the passengers have reported seeing these security operatives, you know, walking to and fro while the train has been in motion and all that. But, you know, still, we've seen that the stations themselves are being attacked. Maybe we can assume that the focus is on the Abuja-Kaduna train and the stations up north. One would have thought that they would secure not just the tracks, but the stations all over the country. And Amaechi did say something about the time, you know, that there was a proposal and it had been rebuffed, and there was some sort of disagreement within the corridors of power in the country about that. We also heard that there were security reports, intelligence reports that were sent to the army, and they did nothing about this. Do you think that there is a political will, and even a will from maybe the security apparatus in the country to address the situation we have at hand? Or has Nigeria's security been compromised from within the apparatus, the security apparatus, the power, you know, structure in the country?
I thank you very much for that question. I think it's a combination of all that you have stated. There's lack of political will, there's lack of political courage, as you can see in this acts of, in terms of government's response to these acts of insecurity. There's also the challenge of having a fifth columnist within the security ranks. It is something that the government itself has owned up to, that there are people within the security architecture who are either collaborating or even supplying arms or in giving away intelligence and things like that. But you see, that is the job of the government. The government job has been cut out for it to deal with these matters. Who within the security architecture has been arrested, prosecuted, and jailed, no matter how high-ranking in all this? It's not just for the government to come out and tell us that they know that there are people within the security architecture who are collaborating with these terrorists, bandits, and kidnappers, and all sorts of criminals. It is for the government to take the next step. Have we seen a general? Have we seen a head of security agency? Have we seen someone senior in government who has been picked up, prosecuted, and jailed because they were collaborating with these people? The answer is no. And if that doesn't happen, how then are we going to stop it? What is going to be the deterrence to others not to do this? You know, and also, I mean, it's a difficult job for President Buhari to explain why the security architecture in Nigeria deals ruthlessly with the likes of IPOB or Southwest bandits and all that, but turns the other eye if it is the northern Fulani herdsmen who are perpetrating insecurity. You don't see the kind of swift reaction that you see. You know, I'm speaking to you here now. I'm speaking to you in Makurdi in Benue State. And I think it was last year or 2 years ago, there were a community in Benue here that was alleged to have seized some army personnel and murdered them. A very bad thing for anybody to have done. The government reacted swiftly with helicopter gunships, with troops on the ground. They went and they leveled the communities within that horizon, totally leveled them.
Okay.
We're not seeing that when it is.
But Nick, we hear that there is. Nick, we hear there is a security sweep, and the security are spreading their net to try and rescue these abducted persons. We've seen the video, as you saw, where we played. The Deputy Governor of Edo State visited the site. He was accompanied by the state's Commissioner of Police, and the police, in partnership with local vigilante and local farmers, combing the bush in the area, the bushes in the area, to try and see how they can, free these persons and release them and get them back to their families. Are you, final question, because they're out of time, do you feel confident, do you feel positive that with what we're seeing of a sort of a reaction by the police in Edo State, maybe we might see these individuals being released, being rescued rather, as quickly as possible?
We usually see this kind of thing when the insecurity has already happened. In the Kaduna case, we saw the chief of defense staff go there. We saw the chief of army staff go there. We saw, all the people, Minister of Transportation went there. We saw all these things. So whether this thing is done for the cameras or it is actually concrete action that is being taken by the government to fight this insecurity, it's only the next few days that is going to tell. And my hope and wish is that this should not be for the camera. At least for once, let us get it right. Where these efforts, as we are seeing on these video clips, will lead to the eventual arrest or killing of the kidnappers, depending on their choice, their own choice, and the release of the hostages. So it's only the next few days that is going to tell us if there's something different from this Edo case in terms of security reaction and from the Kaduna case.
All right, Nika Gule, I want to thank you very much for your time, and once again, Happy New Year to you. We do hope for a positive outcome this time as far as the rescue efforts are concerned. It's really traumatizing one. Nika Gule has been a guest this morning on a first topic, a first conversation right here on The Breakfast. Nick, have a fantastic day.
Thank you very much. And my message to viewers always is that elections is next month. The presidential elections is actually on the 25th of February. Please go and get your voters' cards.
All right.
I know that INEC has not made it easy because voters' cards are not where you are living, they are where you are going to vote. But please make the sacrifice, go and get it. And if you have not registered to vote, still mobilize people to go get their voters' cards and also to come out to vote.
All right.
Because it is only when we have competent leaders in office that insecurity will disappear from Nigeria.
Thank you, Nick. Have a wonderful day. We're still ahead. Thank you very much, Nick. Still ahead on the program. The non-governmental organization SERAP is asking the federal government, in particular President Buhari, to reverse the recent increase in electricity tariffs in the country. We'll look at that when we come back. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, the Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, the Nigerian civil society organization, has urged the president of the country, Muhammadu Buhari, to direct the Minister of Power, Mr. Godi Jedi Agba, and the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, Professor James Momoh, to immediately reverse the unlawful, what he calls the unlawful, unjust and unreasonable increase in the electricity tariff, which reportedly occurred in December 2022. Now, SERAP also urged him to, quote, ensure the investigation of the spending of public funds as investments and bailouts by successive governments to electricity distribution companies and the power generating companies since 2005, and the prosecution of cases of corruption and mismanagement. Now, following the reported approval by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. Electricity tariffs were increased across the discos in the country in December 2022. Now, several prepaid customers have reportedly confirmed the increase. Both the Minister of Power and NEC have refused to confirm or deny this situation. We have joining us to look at this and provide analysis for us. George Atomi is the chairman of West Power and Gas. He joins us via Zoom. Good morning to you, George, and thank you very much for your time.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
All right, same to you, George. Have you noticed that you're paying more for power? Personally, I've been complaining at home, saying I don't know what's going on because we're not quite much in the house, and by culture, by practice, where I reside, we turn things off. We turn it off. Sometimes we switch the entire power off if there's no one at home, as a way of saving the cost. I tell you what, George, I could load, let's say, 5,000 naira, for instance. 5,000 naira, for instance. It can last me a week and some days. And sometime in November, I began to realize, or October, I began to realize that, loading 20,000 naira, 30,000 naira in a month was not enough. It was not enough. I tell you what, George, I did an experiment, put in 10,000 naira, Ikeja Electric. Last week, Sunday, the Sunday before this last Sunday, and it got exhausted on Sunday, which means that the 10,000 naira was finished in a week. I don't know if you've noticed this. Why do you think we're seeing this hush-hush and secret increase in the tariff without going through what we normally know to be the process?
Well, let me correct one notion that it's hush-hush and that it's secret. I don't know if it's on this program or somewhere else that I've explained how the tariff system works. The regulator is obliged by law to roll out a tariff structure, a review, which is major. It's done once every 5 years. And then in between, you have the 6 monthly minor tariff reviews. This would cater for inflation and things like currency depreciation and stuff like that. So it is not a secret, it's on the website. And the increases you are talking about is the MITO that was rolled out for January 2022 and will take us up to January 2026. That is a 5-year major tariff review. It's done because the law says it must be done. And if they don't do it, then you would have severe consequences for investments in the sector. So that notion that it was secret, it was hush-hush, is not correct at all. Now, to the direct question of whether or not there have been tariff increases, there have been tariff increases, but it's differed from disco to disco. In NECO electricity, for example, the tariff increase has only affected bands A and B customers, and it's about roughly between 15 and 20% increase. Bands C, D, and E are not affected at all. And it varies from disco to disco, depending on the factors that are taken into consideration before the major tariff review is done. So yes, there's been a tariff increase, but it's not across an electricity distribution company. So that's really what the situation is.
When I say hush-hush, it's because with this current situation, we don't know what's going on. The discos have not said anything. NEC has not said anything. Nobody has said, the federal government hasn't said anything about this. Normally, we would hear, though we're going to increase the tariffs, it's time, be aware of this, get ready. We know the process of the procedure, it's all online. And even I think sometime last year, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission came out to say that Nigerians should bear with them. They might have to adopt a 6-monthly review of the tariffs owing to foreign exchange, shortfalls and inflation as well. Excuse me. So in that vein, would you say that this has been the current situation? There's been some the needed level of transparency and openness to carry the general public along, so we know what is going on. For instance, if I were to ask you, can you tell me the current, rate per kilowatt hour or current tariff?
Yeah, I can tell you that, but I must also give you full disclosure. West Bank Gas is a co-investor in Eco Electricity Distribution Company. So
thank you. Thank you very much for that.
I know a bit more. Than perhaps the general public.
Yeah, but we will not be carried along. No information.
But I must also concede the points that you are making, that perhaps DISCOs should have sent out notices as part of customer relations. And I believe if they're listening, they should do that. But then let's not get away from the original point we made. And you considered that NEC did tell people that they will be doing these minor reviews. You see, this is by law. This is actually according to the law. If they don't do it, they will be breaching contracts with members of the value chain. And then the 6-monthly one is simply to cater, as I said, for things to do with inflation, currency, fluctuations, and so forth and so on. Don't forget that the electricity market also operates within the reality of the economic context in Nigeria. Everything is going up, everything is changing. Most of the materials they use are sourced from abroad. They can't get forex at favorable exchange rates, so they go to the market like everybody else to seek for forex, and it affects the operations. So if they're going to give you the minimum that's expected of them under the various service bands, then those adjustments must be made to these tariffs to cater for these things I just talked about. Now, just again, so we can contextualize this discussion. The DISCOs themselves, once this increase takes place, DISCOs pay for power too. It's not as if it's just given to them. So the minimum remittance order is also issued, which then requires DISCOs to increase their remittances to the market. And the only way you can meet with that obligation is to ensure that you make collections and you meet with those obligations, because there are severe sanctions if you do not meet with those market obligations. So it's not as if power is just given to DISCOs and then whether or not they like it, they just consume and not return. You have to return. And we're beginning to see movements in the electricity market in which DISCOs are being sanctioned for one reason or the other. It shows you the reality of the maturity of the privatization process. New players will come on board. Investments will be made, which is what the sector needs very badly. So all we just want is to ensure that the enabling environment is created so that the well-needed investment in the sector comes in. To be honest with you, there's been so much talk, for example, as you know, about petroleum subsidies and co. The government can simply not continue to subsidize these sectors. And they've handed off electricity. I'm sure the Minister of Finance, you recall, said this sometime earlier in 2022, that they have handed off electricity subsidy. And that's the reality on the ground. And so what the market will now begin to do is slowly adjust to the reality. Now, what is the corollary to this? Consumers must hold the electricity companies to their obligations. You have rights. Consumers have rights. And they must begin to insist. The regulator will listen to them and has generally listened to them, so that both ways you get value for what you are doing. But I always urge Nigerians that if we allow the market to settle down, we hope you get to a point where you will require less of alternative power supply to yourselves. Right now, the average Nigerian self-generates a lot. He has diesel, he has to buy for, he does solar, he does inverter, he does so many things. Ideally, you shouldn't carry all these costs. And if you aggregate your general costs, if you include all these, the rate is, for some people, is close to 280 naira per kilowatt hour. And yet, the highest band in the CODISCO is about 68 naira per kilowatt hour. So if Nigerians begin to see that a movement which will create greater efficiency in the industry means an overall reduction in their electricity self-generating costs, then perhaps they'll understand that this is the right way to go. Because for how long would we be budgeting to have generators, diesel, inverters, solar, all the gamut?
Mr. Tommy,
the reality of a situation today.
Yeah, you painted a picture of what Nigerians are going through. The multi-year tariff order was touted as by NERC and the industry as something that will be on for 15 years, a 15-year tariff path with a review, major reviews every 5 years. You know, why isn't that being adhered to?
It is. That's exactly what's going on. Exactly what is going on. 15-year tariff path, 5 yearly major reviews, and then 6 monthly minor reviews.
But we saw some reviews last year.
That's what I'm saying. 6 monthly minor reviews. There's a major one, 5 years, and that's what NEC just released, January 2022 up to 2026. In between, you'll be having minor tariff reviews. In the UK, for example, the minor reviews are every quarter, just so that you cope with the reality.
But Mr. Tommy, the UK you're talking about, Mr. Tommy, the UK you're talking about, you pay for what you get. You have power. You pay for what you get. In Nigeria, a lot of people are still on postpaid, and they are being ripped by the discos. Ripped. Imagine a situation where before this current increase, there are some Nigerians like myself. I was on a postpaid for some time, and I know people whose annual rent, was not up to, or whose monthly annual light bill was 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the annual rent, simply because someone sat somewhere and said this is what you're gonna pay. Now, are these increases justified? Looking at what Nigerians are going through at the moment.
That's not the argument. The argument is there is a business on ground. The business has a path to becoming whole. You're not going to do these things overnight. There's a regulator who ensures there's a balance between the interests of investors and the consumers. That's why I said that consumers have rights and they can insist. Postpaid is an era we should be departing. And you know, there's a meter rollout that's going on across this coast. To be honest with you, you know there is this estimated bills regulation in place, which actually caps what discos can charge for with regard to estimated bills. And many discos are finding out they're actually losing money estimating people. In many instances, when you actually meter them, you tend to get the correct consumption. Because once that estimated cap is applied, no matter what that disco, the consumer consumes, you can't go beyond that cap. So it's not even in the interest of discos to have estimated bills or postpaid meters. But the meter rollout, as you know, is continuing across discos and will continue. And don't forget, meters to have lifespans. There are many meters that were given, God knows, ages ago, which also have to be remetered. So when you look at your metering profile, if you go onto NEC website, you see the meter shortfalls across the discos. You must get to that point. First, there are sanctions for not doing that. And secondly, you cannot even estimate beyond a certain cap set by the regulator. So it's important that consumers are educated about this. But I go back to the point I made earlier on. If consumers don't want want to continue to carry the burden of self-generation, which is phenomenally higher. The complaint I hear most times is about the bills coming from discos. Nobody's talking about the diesel bill. Diesel is fully regulated. Diesel costs have quadrupled from in the last 2.5 years, and some people depend more on diesel than on power from the grid. That shouldn't be the case. But why people are willing to live with that reality and then argue each time there is a modest increase in electricity tariffs just beats me completely. Whereas what we should be doing is get to the point where you don't depend on alternative
Mr. Tommy, right now, I would like to make the argument, barring this inexplicable scarcity in petrol and diesel or in petrol rather, that has driven up the price. I don't want to go into diesel. But for those who use petrol, like myself at home, barring the scarcity we're seeing and then the increase, in prices above the pump price, if we're all to buy a liter of petrol at the regulated pump price, for some households it will be cheaper to go on generator or a generating set than to go with the distribution companies. For instance, Ikeja Electric, from to which I'm a customer. Is that bad right now?
No, let me tell you, you're talking about petrol generators. And don't forget your petrol is heavily subsidized. There are arguments that it's unsustainable. And in fact, many of your presidential candidates are saying, in fact, the minister just announced that from June this year, petrol subsidies will go. Maybe arguments will change. But those who use diesel don't have the same experience. Those who use diesel pay phenomenally higher than for what they pay for grid power.
Some of them are complaining. Some are complaining that they put on their lights prepaid, and within a matter of days, what they bought for thousands, tens of thousands is gone.
Look, you need to understand how much you consume per kilowatt hour.
So for instance, for Eco Electric, for instance, with the review now from December, how much are we paying per kilowatt hour?
I'm telling you that Eco is only bands A and bands B. The other bands are not affected. Band A is 68 naira, and band B is just under 60 naira after this increase. So you need to understand that no increases to band C, D, and E.
So band A being excuse me, is band A special?
Yeah, because there was tariff classification.
Yes.
Given by the regulator, and depending on how many hours of electricity you get, you pay, and those who are willing to pay higher are the ones that are then categorized in the way they've been categorized. Some Nigerians, to manage their budget, are happy to do 10, 12 hours a day. They'll just time it for when they want to sleep. Most times they're out of the house, so they opt to remain at some of the lower bands. Some consume according to on the higher bands, and that's why it's called service-based tariffs, and it must come with certain minimum number of hours that you get. And that's why I said, and what many discos try to do now is to move people from the lower bands to the higher bands, so that as your fortunes improve with any electricity, you're able to afford it. That's what many of them are doing. That's why I said it's not an increase across board. It is an increase. And if you notice, for example, over the holiday period, you would have noticed that people got steadier electricity.
I admit that. I admit that.
The explanation is very simple.
Yes. But Mr. Tommy, some people are saying
can I just make this point so that you understand?
Yes, please.
So that me and you must educate the public here. The reason that happened is that most of the industries were shut down. So power was diverted for residential purposes, which tells you one story, that if discos have power, they'll give it to you. Many times people say you're paying for that. So that then brings me to the point, why aren't we getting, now that we've all resumed?
Yeah, we're out of time, so please, in just a sentence or two, please. Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Just to
So,
say
Mr. Toby,
that-
some are saying that from their calculations, they're paying as high as 75, 79 naira per kilowatt hour. From my calculation, I'm paying around 80 naira in a residential facility.
What band are you in? And I think it's that's
We'll look at that some other day. Thank you
It's
so
not
much for your
correct.
time. Thank you so
My
much for your
pleasure.
time. We'll look
My
at that some.
pleasure.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Judge Tomi. We appreciate you joining us this morning. And that's the size of our package right here on The Breakfast. We return tomorrow with more. Please follow us on social media across all platforms and on YouTube at Plus TV Africa. My name is Kofi Bartels. Good morning.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight. Okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is. Very small and tight, compact. Now, within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now, when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I've said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now, what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to. It's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues, in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, sorry, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then, because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvin has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvin, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Morimi Akonwo. On this show, we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. Our guest today is the founder of Mama Hill Montessori School for Montessori 0 to 12 years program in Lagos, Nigeria. She is the promoter of the Parents Prerogative Platform, a group that helps parents navigate the parenting life using Montessori ideas. She promotes women and youth entrepreneurship in her country through her RYE initiative, where she and her team voluntarily trained over 2,000 youths in 2017 under the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. She is an alumni of the African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative, AWIC. She is passionate about child development and entrepreneurship and believes strongly in education as a tool for national development. She is Ochiko Prudence Daniels. Happy to have you on the show today, Ochiko.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So Montessori, I've heard that from God knows when I was little, but I'm sorry. Can you just shed more light on what it entails? Because I don't seem to understand it much.
Okay, so Montessori is a well thought out, researched, and professional method of education that helps children to learn concretely and brings out the totality of a child. So it emerges wholesome children and well developed in all aspects. That's what Montessori is in general.
Okay, so what set or group of people does it apply to?
Yes, so Montessori is from childhood to adulthood. So we have 0 to 3 at different levels, 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 12, sometimes 6 to 9, but 6 to 12, and then 12 to 18, 18 to 24 to adulthood, yes. So, but in recent times, there's been Montessori seniors. So we have Montessori for the aged, like old people.
Interesting. Okay, so what are the advantages of Montessori as compared to the traditional style of learning?
There's a lot of difference between the Montessori education and the traditional way of learning.
Okay.
Major advantage would be your child developing executive function skills from when they are very young. And those are what help them to become better adults and positive society adults. It also helps a child to be independent. And like I said, it brings about a wholesome child, totality, educated in all totality. So we say the wholesome child, education of the total child. So your child is not lacking in any aspect, cognitive, moral, intellectual, emotional, putting all the executive function skill in one box. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out how it works. So does it have to do with a lot of hands-on learning, or
yes, it
what
does.
Exactly?
Yeah, yes, it does. So like I said, concrete, meaning real life practical experiences. Okay. Yeah, so the child is able to relate with what they're learning. It's not abstract. It's the concrete nature of learning in Montessori that helps the child to absorb abstraction. What I mean by abstraction is, for example, the ability to know maths in abstract rather than counting your fingers when you have to do 10 times whatever or 3 times whatever. So from concrete to abstract.
Okay. I still have more questions.
Go ahead,
in
please.
that. So when you're trying to teach kids, let's use kids and let's use maybe math, for instance. Is it that you first start teaching them with objects, or how does it work?
So there are materials. Montessori comes with a lot of materials, which of course parents can do at home. A lot of them are things you can create or improvise at home, where you make the child experience rather than just learn or
so
memorize. Experience rather than memorize. Okay. So a child who experiences is able to relate and connect to the real world rather than just knowing it. For example, if I start asking you some questions from secondary school, you probably would have forgotten,
or you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to. You probably don't know how it relates to the world today. So, but for Montessori, children are able to relate their algebra to real life. We have puzzles that they work with at age 3, 4 years old, that can help you solve the almighty formula later. X plus Y plus 3 is equal to,
I get quite fascinated when I see kids like, below 5 trying to solve puzzles. I think it takes a great deal of skill to do that.
So that's cognition, because problem solving is another good advantage of Montessori. When they do those activities, carrying out those activities help them to troubleshoot and solve problems. So when they are doing that, their brain networks are fired up. And at a certain time in life, those nerves and connections are no longer possible. So when it is still possible, it's best to expose the child to those things that can help the child to fire up enough for their brain to actually be active and resourcevol later in life.
So I'm eager to know what made you go into this style of learning. Yes.
Well, I've been a Montessori parent since maybe 2007, when my little boy was about 2 years old. So that was my first encounter, actually. Like every mother who wants to put the child in the best education, give the child, everybody wants to give their children the best. So my family also wanted to have the best. My husband and I had decided we wanted the best for the child, and we stumbled on a Montessori school, and that's how I actually got to know more. So being a Montessori parent for some years, I'm also passionate about learning. I asked questions, I was curious, I dived in a little more, and eventually enrolled for Montessori training. In Nigeria here, it's quite expensive. That also brings me to talk about how do you differentiate a Montessori school from a traditional school. First, you must have a professional Montessori trained guide working with those children, because it's not Montessori if you do not have that in place.
So the average teacher cannot just be Montessori?
No, they have to be oriented, they have to be helped, they have to be guided. It's like being a graduate, and then you say, now you come and do the work of a nurse, or come and do the work of a doctor, or an optician, or a dentist. No, it's a professional aspect that you have to spend a minimum of 10 months to train in and get certified to be able to do Montessori work. So my children actually brought me into Montessori world, and I found that we are lacking as in Africa in that aspect. A lot of Western world have gone farther beyond, and they've been able to engrave it into the educational method. But we're still struggling. In Africa, those who practice authentic Montessori are very few. In Nigeria, we know each other.
But we'll speak more about that shortly. We will be back for more Montessori education conversation with our guest after the break. I'm still here with Ochuko Daniels, founder Moma Hill Montessori School. So Ochuko, still on this Montessori education, how have we Nigerians perceived or embraced Montessori education so far?
Well, in the last 2 years, there's been a lot of awareness. I personally have become a Montessori advocate. I am a in a team of Montessori promoters globally. I represent Africa for the Montessori Everywhere team. And it's a team that, because Montessori has many aspects. One, it is expensive. And so, just like I said, an average Montessori practitioner has to first be a graduate and then certify by training in Montessori method. That on its own is expensive. So Montessori is expensive. So when you think about economy and Montessori, they are two different things. It doesn't go well. Besides that, Montessori was not patent at the time when it was established by Dr. Maria Montessori. So everyone, it was a time of war and equity. She was fighting for peace and equity and allowed everyone to use her name, Montessori. So that's why you can see Montessori name written in many schools, but they don't even know what it is.
What it means.
Yes. I've heard people say Montessori is when children are taught how to sound A, rather than read A, B, C, D. Yeah, that's just one small aspect of Montessori. That's not Montessori. So in Nigeria, we are at baby steps, I would say. Okay. Very few schools are practicing authentic Montessori. And the truth is, we even know each other. So when you come and say your child attends a Montessori school, you need to find out, does he work with Montessori materials? Is he allowed free choice to pick whatever they want to work on? Are they working based on interest? Do they collaborate? Is there teamwork? Is the teacher trained? Is the environment prepared? We have what we call the Montessori triad, the triangle with the child on top, the adult, and the environment. And we say the adult is the dynamic link between the child and the environment.
Interesting. Okay, so let's talk about the business of running a school. I was saying earlier that there are some schools I've heard about when I was much younger, and they're still in business. I mean, in your own opinion, what do you think is responsible for longevity and also profitability of running a school? I mean, for this long.
Yeah, so schools are a necessity.
Okay.
SDG goals, yeah. And whether you like it or not, in today's world, you must send your child to school. And in our country, Nigeria, where there's no restriction on childbirth, people will keep having children and you want to educate them. An average person wants their child educated. So even though there are mushroom schools, people will still go there because there are different levels of people in the economy, and the school actually caters for those levels of or categories of people. But one of the things that keeps a school long is quality.
Okay.
Yeah, a school can stand the test of time if they're able to maintain quality over time. Yeah, the school will not go down.
So how can a school maintain quality?
First, I would say do not employ less qualified people to be your teachers, because you can only give what you have. There are schools that have people who can't even read as teachers, secondary school leavers. Even I've seen primary school leavers as teachers in Nigeria, and I weep. You know, that speaks to me as someone who, should I say abandoned? I didn't abandon, but I've kind of like put aside my interior design business to become a promoter of Montessori education and supporting families. In the number of years I've been fully into education, Montessori education, I've been so fulfilled, not because of the money I'm making from the business, but rather the impacts and the families, the children who are being impacted, the positive response and feedback we get from various families, like your first question, your second question that asked, how did I find myself there? I was doing some work on my laptop and I asked my daughter to punch the calculator for me and give me sums. So I was reading out the numbers and she was telling me the answers. I didn't know she was telling me from her head. So when I finished, I told her, back up, you know, go back. And she said, Mommy, back up what? I'm like, back up the calculation and tell me the previous one. She said, I'm doing it from my head. I'm like, why? Why can't you do it from the calculator? And she said, well, me and the calculator were the same. Wow. You know, so I want, you know, a community where we have educated people, not people who cram and pass. and don't know what. That's why we have engineers who don't know anything about tools and their operations.
So would you say that children with Montessori backgrounds or education tend to perform better in, okay, don't let me say in life, but yeah, maybe
yes, in life. Yes, in life.
As against
100% and
people
over.
who have traditional education.
100% and
why
over.
Why don't I have a Montessori education?
So that's why I'm here, because a lot of people never knew about it. I wouldn't have heard about it if I didn't stumble on it when I was looking for school for my children. Again, you find schools that say they are Montessori and they are not. So you can't blame yourself for not being in a Montessori environment with your children, because Montessori, even the work with Montessori is partnership with families. We don't just say bring your child. We work with the parents. We educate them on what they can Montessori at home to complement what we're doing at the school, so that overall it's a win-win for everyone.
Interesting. We will go on a short break. Please stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with Ochuko Prudence Daniels, founder Moma Hill Montessori School. All right, Ochuko, talking about education in Nigeria. Over the last few months, some unfortunate incidents have been brought to light that have happened in our schools, secondary schools, primary schools in Nigeria. As a school owner, what duty does a school owe to its students and maybe to their guardian?
Like I said earlier, in Montessori we practice the triad: the environment, the child, and the adult. I would say number one is safety. Because when we speak to Montessori environments, the environment is carefully prepared. It's beautiful, it's safe, is child size. Every material there is child size, so that ensures safety of handling. And then we speak to the adult. It has to be an informed adult, not just an adult that is lost as to what to do. In Montessori, we ensure that every adult around the child is CPE certified. That is, has some level of first aid training. Okay. To be able to help the child in case of an emergency. Now, when I talk about safety, I'm speaking safety all round. Okay. In terms of moral safety, exposure to adults, language, culture, what is acceptable, what is civil to your next door neighbor. All of those are built into what we call the grace and courtesy lessons in Montessori environment. So a little child knows not to be rude to another person, not to hurt another person, not to push into somebody else's private, or like someone is in the bathroom, you have no right to go there because you've gone through the lessons that help you understand that I need to respect another person's space. So I would say we owe the children that safety within that environment, and then their parents or guardians, partnership, because it's only an adult who knows what to do that can save the day. If you can't swim and a person is drowning, you can't help. So, which is why it's very important to be professionally equipped before you go into any business. Talking about school for that matter, because children, their lives, and you don't want to joke with them. So I would say we owe the children safety, yes, overall, safety in every aspect, safety in educating in the right direction, safety in pointing to the right morals, safety in exposing them to the right language, and then partnership with the parents. For example, at Numa Hill, if we find that your child has vulgar language, we invite your family. We have a session. We might even recommend a therapist to help you through that path. Wow. Yes, we point you to videos, maybe YouTube videos that can help at home. Things that can help you just correct that bit. There are some children who come from home. Children are not bad. There is no bad child in the world. What happens is they learn from you and I, who are adults around them. You and I are a product of of how we were raised, a product of our environment, a product of the people that interacted with us as children, a product of what we see on television, a product of everything that we have interacted with. So our lives are shaped by our experiences. And so in Montessori, we want to be careful about those experiences. And I would like to say every school should take that responsibility and be careful about what experience they expose the children to, both at home and in school, so that we can have the wholesome child that we're talking about.
Wow, Montessori, I'm already becoming a lover of Montessori. Yes. Already. Yes. Okay, so let's talk about, let's assume I want to go into this, business of owning a school. What are the things I should be mindful of before I even start?
That's a deep one, because as you see me here, I wasn't planning to be a school owner. But I'm loving being a school owner more than what I was doing before. Because of what I said earlier, the impact, the fact that I'm paying my quota to my country, Nigeria, where we still need a lot of work to be done in education. Not to talk of proper education. Yes, so every intending school owner should be passionate about children. They should have a calling. Let me put it that way. You must have a calling and a desire to help the child. Okay. Every school owner or intending school owner should be patient. If you're not patient, you can never work with children, because it takes your patience to sit on your arms, your hands, and not intervene the child's exploration. So thinking about starting a school, if money is your motivation, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Yes. Again, I would like to say, you must be a professional in that field. Don't go starting a school because you have money. But if you're passionate about supporting the national development in education, yes, use your money to employ professionals to run the place for you, so that the results can be impactful nationwide or globally, because eventually the children go all abroad and Nigeria is everywhere in the world.
Wow. Okay. Well, as somebody who promotes education and wants to see a better education in Nigeria, what would you like to see schools in Nigeria do better in terms of so when I say do better, or what they can incorporate into their
quality of education.
Quality of education, yes. To basically improve it, because we have a lot of smart students that come out of Nigeria. But I would say, from experience, the schools are not all that. Not, I mean, all the schools, you know what I mean. But some schools, you meet some students and you know they can do better. But they're obviously a product of the school they've been to.
Come out
So
from.
what can we do to improve?
So I think first of all, this should go to the government's regulations, and not regulations that are traditional. No. Like when I went through the government curriculum for preschool, I practically wept. Why? Everything in that curriculum is Montessori based, but it's not implemented in the government schools. I even heard that a governor in Lagos State employed some professionals in Montessori and incorporated an aspect of Montessori in public schools. Abroad, we have Montessori in public schools where you have maybe private body or even the government pay the costs for public school children to be able to experience this Montessori, even though it's expensive. So they create that experience for them, and their parents or guardians don't have to pay through their nose. So I'll speak to the government in that aspect. But overall, we need to change the trajectory in the sense that a 2-year-old shouldn't be writing or doing stuff that are bigger than them. The experience at that time should be play. Starting from the basics, most of the requirements, what we require as adults to succeed in life, starts from when we are very little. Those experiences that we need to have, that is play, exposure. Rather than locking your children in the room, you don't want them to come out, take them to the markets and let them see you bargaining for pepper and all of those things. Experiences, yeah. So the school should incorporate real life experiences in the school environment. And then the education should be tailored towards what can be related, same to real life. So if a child is studying geography, the child should be able to understand how geography affects him as an individual, placed in the world, the place where he is today, and in relation to other places that he's not in the world.
Wow.
So practicality.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show today, Ochiko. We wish you the very best. Thanks for tuning into Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. And don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I'm Moremi Akonwo. Bye for now.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to TW Conversations, where ladies discuss very burning issues and trash them out. Today, we shall be talking about a controversial topic, the culture of silence. And
isn't silence induced by culture or the other way around?
Hold that thought. We'll be back.
Okay.
Welcome back to the lounge, TW Conversations. So today we're talking about the culture of silence. And so, ladies, when you hear culture of silence, what comes to your mind?
I was asking, isn't the fact that ladies are silent about a lot of things induced by culture?
Oh,
I
yes,
find it's a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, culture kind of expects, in fact, this discussion seems like it's going to be a very heated one today. So I think they're growing up, they sort of tell you already that there's a way you should treat some issues, there are some things you should just never discuss. So obviously you grow up knowing that don't ever talk about it, even if you're dying, maybe.
So culture affects
society
whether you
puts
are
it.
silent about things.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, Saudat?
Does this have to do with the gender?
More
it's skewed towards the female?
Yes, we have more of it than
That's
men
why
do.
I asked the question, what comes to your mind once the culture of silence is mentioned?
For me, I see it like etiquette. Because it's not everything you say. And in today's, no, really, it's not everything you say. You know, you have to learn to hold in pain sometimes. But you see, nowadays, everybody wants to talk about everything. We just want to talk, share our business, everything that is happening at home. Someone send you an SMS, you screen grab it and show it to the whole world.
Okay, no, I'm not. I mean,
culture, everything we want to share.
Yes. That is not the matter of culture of silence. That is people being talkative and putting everything out there. When we're talking culture of silence, we're talking about people keeping silent about what they should be talking about. Not necessarily pain, but is that what comes to your mind? Pain comes to your mind.
Pain comes to my mind. Then again, as a Muslim, we're supposed to be seen, but not heard. So you're not supposed to, be going all about saying so many things.
So your opinion is dictated and affected by your religion?
Yes, to a large extent, yes.
Good. All right, Chisholm.
I also believe culture, in my perception, I think this whole keeping silent reflects on some of the things the society tells us to say and some of the things they think they take for granted. Like when I was growing up, I was always bullied in school and randomly at home and things like that. Not home, but I mean my community, because of my body size. And even one time I repeated a class and I could not own up to tell like my cousins or people around me that I was repeating a class because you that came all the way from primary 4 to secondary school, how are you now repeating a class? So, you're now dumb or something of that sort, and sometimes you walk on the street or people just sexually harass you by even what they say.
That was the word I was thinking I would have heard.
Yes,
talk about the culture of silence. Yes. Everybody is thinking sexual harassment. Sexual harassment.
So we keep quiet about sexual harassment. A father is doing that to a child, and if they know, they are saying, hush, hush, don't let anybody know his father is doing
Even
that.
the mothers are the ones
So
that actually say,
yes.
please don't bring shame to our family.
Don't tell anybody outside so that I can keep my marriage.
Exactly.
Yes, so that nobody knows. The same thing, yes, with abuse of any type.
What all of you are telling me is that the culture of silence is always, underneath it, is some form of pain, some form of abuse, some negativity,
because if it's
shame.
I mean, if it's something good, you would want to share and let everybody know about it.
Because when we're talking about being single, somebody passed a comment that they say don't tell anybody. When you first get engaged, you don't tell anybody, just in case they jinx it. So that it might finish.
That's spirituality.
If you tell anyone, you will spoil it. Don't tell anybody. Like someone will come and put your hand in your stomach and take it away. All those things are strange. That's not a big deal.
Also.
But is it right?
But that's not pain.
You can't share your news.
That's not pain.
Yes, so can't you share your good news? I'm getting married.
Okay.
People are bad people.
People are bad. And then
it's not everything you open up about.
You see, so it's pretty cultural.
It is. No, but etiquette, I'm saying this etiquette as well, because it's not just the culture of the Africans. It's also, the British and all this. There's just some things.
Stiff upper lip.
Yes, stiff upper lip. Just keep quiet. There's just some things you have to keep quiet about. But you see, I think that if there's going to be good in it, like when we're talking about sexual abuse, I don't think that is something you're going to keep quiet about. But if you're going to talk about it, it's not that you're going to talk about it to the world. Go to where you should go report to the police and do what you need to do. But just don't start chanting,
You bring me to a good question. So why do you think people keep silent when they are being inflicted with pain?
Because it's expected. For instance, I'll give you someone got divorced recently and she went on social media and expressed herself. And some people didn't see that was her own way of coping with her pain. They now said, is there everything that we need to know on social media? And I'm thinking, at that point, she just felt like if everybody knows, maybe she'll feel relieved. Maybe she'll feel relieved from the whole thing. She's been holding it for so long, obviously. So for her to vent, I don't think it's okay for people to dictate to you how you should.
Sometimes, Anne, it's timing.
Okay.
Yes, because I've been divorced for 9 years. I'd never given an interview. So, but the more I shared it with other women that were in abusive relationships came out. So I had calls to counsel and everything. So I was at this program last year in November, and I shared it with how I coped with some women. And a lady just walks up to me and goes, I like the way you're comfortable with sharing this, and it's helping a lot of people. Would you come on my show? I've never, ever talked about in full. So I gave a full interview.
That's
yes.
Because when Anne was talking, I was going to say, this is almost opposite to what Saudat had just said. Saudat had said it depends on who you talk to.
Yes.
It depends on how you talk.
Yes.
And therefore, it is how and the when that matters. And that's the point.
Yes.
And then what you've just said, there's a positivity about it. Something positive is coming out of it. People are learning, and you are healing.
Yes, I'm healing as well.
And healing, but see how long it took you.
Yes, it will. I told a smaller group, and then the group got bigger, and it got bigger, and now it's on YouTube.
But eventually, when it happened,
finally got on social media.
Finally got me.
The first time when you were going through it.
No, it was tough.
So you didn't speak to anybody?
No, not at all. Well, first you were told not to speak to anybody.
That's the culture.
Yes, that's the culture of silence.
Did you have close friends you spoke to?
Anybody to confide in?
At first, nobody at all. Okay. Then, of course, they'll tell you in church, don't tell anyone. Then your mother will tell you. I asked my mom one day when she took me to the hospital, I said, Mom, how old were you when you wanted to leave Dad? Because there was a time my mom, she said, about your age, but you're not leaving. And you can't tell anybody that you want to go. And I just burst into tears. I started crying because I felt trapped. Because even my mom wouldn't let me say anything.
I like that word, trapped. So, Chisom, when you were being bullied, when you just were being hated, did you feel you had to be silent about it?
Well, I think so. I think yes, because I just felt like nobody really understood me. So even communicating with anybody about it seemed...
So it wasn't because somebody told you not to tell people. It was just your own...
I mean, everybody's actions already was enough information and vibes to tell me
you didn't think you had support.
Yes, I didn't need to say it out because all the energy around me wasn't even letting me voice out. And it was sort of a good thing because it made me look forward to better days because I just realized that, you know what, I don't want to be in this position all my life. And I think that's where I started to think about the point where I need to break loose and it has to start with me first.
Very good. Yes. Because we've talked about, different people, you said, so somebody tells you not to talk about it. Yes. So there's suppression. And then you're looking for support. Maybe people just don't even believe you at all. Yes, and so there is that problem. And then Chisom has brought up something very strong. How about finding the strength from inside and from self? And we will discuss that when we come back shortly. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back. You're welcome back to the lounge, where today we're discussing the issue of the culture of silence. And we've covered the basis, the reasons for silence, the pain people feel, and why they keep silent, whether they've been instructed or because they've decided by themselves. And I say people. Yeah. The reason I say people is, my next question is the culture of silence only with women?
I don't think it's gender specific, because I think men are also...
I think men are actually more silent. But the things they're silent on are...
Ego.
Yes, it's about their egos.
Ego-driven, so-
Men don't like to be vulnerable. So for you to get a man, even your husband, to tell you anything, the office burns down, he'll just come home. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then somebody will call you, I heard that your husband's office burnt down. Honey, why didn't you tell me? What would you have been able to do anyway?
I'm sending you what value.
So if we're saying, from what I'm hearing, the reason why men are silent could be different from the reason why women are silent. Okay, I see everybody is just saying that in a chorus. So what's the difference?
The men suppress empathy. That is how we have, what will I say, what word am I going to use? Those are they have been raised.
We are looking for
don't cry. Don't show vulnerability.
We're talking about single, we're trying to get a single father to come talk with us about it. It just seemed like men, stigma. So I'll now be saying that I'm single. No. So we couldn't get a man that was single and proud.
I'll say I'm a single dad.
I'm proud to be. And there are men that are doing this. Yeah, there are men that are doing this successfully.
Yes.
But they just won't, share that experience.
So men don't look for empathy, number one. Have the issue of power. Could it be possible that somebody is silent and using it as power?
Yes.
Well,
in the workplace, it's typical. I wanted to ask. I know that people in the corporate world say there's a glass ceiling when it comes to women advancing. So sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't. How do you know there's a glass ceiling? How do you, when you get to enough to push it, do they tell you to stop? Do the men tell you to stop?
So are you talking to the issue of men being silent as power? Because
yes, there's an unspoken. Women seem to know where to stop when it comes to politics.
They don't know. I don't know that.
You don't have a woman vying for governor, president.
I don't think women know where to stop. They stop where they're forced to stop.
Who does that forcing? Yes. What says to them that this is the boundary? Who tells them that?
What happens is that they tell you that. See, people tell you. Some children don't know boundaries and they keep going, especially if they have a good role model, their father, and he's pushing them, and the woman is just going. But if you find out the average woman, she knows that there's a particular position that no matter what she does, she would not get, especially maybe because there are no role models there. She doesn't know a woman that has been in that place. So you see a number of women that are going, that are in leadership positions. It's probably because their father pushed them. Their husband pushed them. So they have some sort of support that is not allowing them to be silent about stuff. Some women are very, in those days we had warriors.
Are you ascribing silence to the reason why women cannot go past the glass ceiling?
Sometimes it's not men that even actually do it. Yes. I worked in an organization.
Silence as in not saying their mind.
Another woman.
Or expressing what they want.
Yes, it could be another woman that's your boss that will say, I don't want this small girl to challenge me in this position. You may be smarter than her, twice as fast. And she just decide, I'm going to keep you on a certain level. You cheeky little sod. I've been here 24 years. You come here in 4 years and you think you're all that.
And you reckon the reason she's able to do it is because you're silent.
Yes, because if you
in that case,
you might get away with
what would you have been doing?
I find it very interesting when people say stuff like they work in offices where, okay, let's say you hear that they're going to sack some people, and then you can walk up to your boss and say, I hear that they're going to let off people in this department. Is my name on the list?
Can you say
I find it, people do that.
You can say that.
I mean,
how can you say that?
To know if my name's on the list.
Now we've gotten to the point about the difference between the genders when it comes to silence or using your voice to get what you want. A man will not be shy to find out. He sees it as a survival thing.
Let me know what I have to deal with.
I mean, I'm as an asset in this office. I need to know what my standing. I need to know. So let me know if I'm applying for another job. So why can't I ask?
But there's just some things I just feel you shouldn't. I don't know.
Maybe you're just conservative. Might that be? Yes.
Ladies shouldn't be so forward.
I don't know if you're sacking me when I'm going to be hungry and living under the bridge.
You know what?
Nobel in there telling me that
she is saying what women do, actually.
Which is true.
A lot of women would not say it the way she's saying it, but in action,
that's what they would
do. They are silent. That's what they would do. They would sit, it's almost like sitting like a lame duck. They're going to sack you. You're going to wait until that sack letter comes.
I had a run-in with a chairperson on a board I was executive secretary on. And she said to me, don't come up against me because I will take you down. And I said to her, you didn't have the right to and you couldn't. So when she left my office, my secretary came, Auntie, please, she's very big and powerful. She can really hurt you. So I said, no problem, I'm going to handle this. I said, I'd rather resign than be forced to do what she was asking me to do. So I just called 3 members of the board. I needed a quorum. And I said, this was the situation, and I would resign. I would rather do that than... And they said, okay, we'll call an emergency board meeting and we'll support your resignation. Okay. I didn't have to challenge her. I didn't want to do that whole... It was just too messy.
So they sort of agreed.
Yes, that she's actually quite...
So Dion, you're probably one of the ones that, you know, are spoken enough.
Yes.
Can I move this conversation to the current rave? The Me Too movement.
Yeah, because that is exactly what she has done. She lost her position.
Yeah, because the Me Too movement is the sexual harassment issue. Big sexual harassment issue at the moment. What do you think about the Me Too movement?
Well, what happened to her is Me Too movement. She lost her own position.
Yes.
Because she's not supposed to challenge somebody else. And this is what has happened. If you notice the Me Too movement, everybody, what they are talking about are things that have happened years ago.
Yes.
And the reason, and they all lost fame, fortune, and so many things happened to them because they challenged. They were not supposed to speak up and challenge who they're not supposed to challenge.
Well, it's almost the opposite. My opinion. No, my opinion about the Me Too is silent for a season and then no longer silent. So they did not lose by it.
Yes, but
they did not lose by it.
But they were silent then.
And then you're wondering
why were they silent? And that was
it goes back to that thing about timing. Maybe in that time, it wouldn't have had the same strength it's gathering now.
So maybe there's strength in numbers.
Yes, so maybe there's strength in numbers because timing is very, very key. We said that earlier.
I would love to share a story.
Okay.
So when I was younger, in my secondary school, we used to have low cuts. So I had to go to the barber salon to always cut my hair every 2 weeks. And I remember one period, I would go there and the barber would touch my boobs. And he would say... What? And he would say, you're this small girl that I knew. Yes, and he would say, you're this small girl I knew when you were very little and now you're in secondary school. And I would come back and not say anything to my parents. Oh my God, I feel like my mom's going to kill me when she watches this. Well, you know, I would come back and not say anything to them. And that was because I was scared at what he could possibly do, or scared at what my parents could also possibly do to him. And it would still be Chisholm's fault. Yes, you know, and all. But now I just come out and I say...
Going back there, or did you try to stop
Yes,
going?
for some period of, like, for some point I had to. And my mom had already, like, paid in advance. So all I had to do was just come and cut my hair, you know. And I think I saw him like a few years ago, like 2 years ago or something. And he saw me and he was just staring at me. And I said, and I looked at him and I said, just look at all this. I said, just look at all this, you know.
But she was protecting. That's what happens to domestic violence. Some of us, it's not because somebody has told you to keep quiet, but because you are kind of still thinking of that person. First of all, will they believe me? Second of all, they might actually do something, they might kill him. So you're actually sacrificing self.
You touched on a very important point. Will they believe me?
Yeah.
It's the reason many people are quiet. Yes, many people are molested, don't talk about it because they're not sure they'll be believed. So
there's the case in court now, the Koi girls that were molested on the street. It was a friend of mine, she came out of her office and she saw boys from the Obalende Grammar School or something trying to cut the underwear of girls on the street. Oh, wow. So she put it on social media straight away. It's in court at the moment. So, and at first the girls wouldn't talk.
Oh,
their parents were afraid that it would backfire. The Commissioner of Education in Lagos State got in on it the next day Okay. But at the point, the thing dried up in court because they wouldn't talk. They were terrified that the backlash would be too much. But now it's actually going to trial.
The
Now,
fear
yes.
of backlash.
The fear of
Even the
backlash.
Me Too movement is the fear of backlash in terms of career. They were afraid that they would not get those roles in film and things, and they would be. Do you know society also can come against you because you talk, and then everybody is afraid to deal with you.
Do you know that there are some people that actually say things like, what were you doing there? They try to question what you're saying. What were you wearing? You must have provoked the man. It must have been something you did or said. Or why were you in his house?
Some people are like, well, she shouldn't have been showing cleavage anyway. It will make men want to touch her. Why can't he learn self-control?
Exactly.
What is
the last party, or what do you call it, this show that one of these artists did, and the rapes that happened in Imo or where did they, or Warri or somewhere, in the East, in Southeast, and they raped a number of girls there in the show.
Come on.
I know the question was, you two, what are you doing at a
show,
that kind of show?
Okay, what do you think is the role of police in all of this?
Law enforcement.
First and foremost.
I want. What do you think is because we're talking about not being believed, and then you're meant to be protected by the police, and
MPF have lines that you call. They have WhatsApp group, whatever, that you call if you're in danger. But you see, sometimes when you go, some of them have welfare centers in Lagos, family welfare units, but they're untrained. So they have something that's called a special constable. I have a friend that has a Child Dignity Foundation. She's a special constable. She can make arrests. But she understands those things, the welfare position. So she can go in and make a citizen's arrest and then follow it up in the police station. But most police people don't understand. You call your husband between, sorry, madam, it's a domestic, go home now. Why are you reporting your husband? What's wrong with you? Something not private.
No, by the way, that's not just in Nigeria. Domestic abuse is generally not taken seriously by police worldwide.
No.
Even in the
they prosecute on your behalf now. It's no longer like that.
That's just now.
Yes.
But for a long time,
it wasn't taken seriously.
No, even before you get to the point where they take action, the first reaction is, "Madam, what did you do? Can we just talk to both of you and settle it?" So is it a gender issue whereby the opposite? Are they protecting?
No, well, women are beating men now, so you can't say that.
If I know, for instance, that if I do that to my husband, I'm going to get away with it, then a lot of women have probably started to take that as a leverage. So maybe it's good. It's probably safe to say, let's investigate. Let's see that it's not like the first time they called it, broken your head, and they're saying, let's investigate. And that's
so you believe the mindset is changing?
I think it's
especially with how about parents? Do you think parents are now up to it to ensure that their children, I want to say their children, not just their daughters, would speak up if they're in the case of an abuse? For example, the kind of examples Chisom has given. It could be boys, it could be girls. So what do you think parents ought to be doing to ensure that this culture of silence is not continued, perpetuated?
I think that a parent should make your child, it's your duty to make your child comfortable enough to be able to have some sort of discussions. Because sometimes, I know growing up, we didn't quite call our sex organs the real names. And I know that it's important for a child to feel comfortable enough to say, this is what it is and this is what was touched, without thinking that, what were you doing with uncle or whatever. People, it's confidence, really. I think that if my child is comfortable enough with me, then even if they didn't know how exactly to say, they can insinuate it, and I'm sensitive enough to
And if the perpetrators know that somebody would believe this child and do something, they probably will not do what they're doing.
Exactly.
So, finishing thoughts, I want to let us talk about the workplace some more. Because the culture of silence in the workplace is not just sexual harassment. You touched on it. Why do you imagine that in the workplace there's that culture of silence, whether with men or women? Power.
Yeah, you can't take us further, especially in a country like Nigeria right now. We need to empower the right minds to govern us from the top. So even if, I'm not going to female, male, whatever, we're empowering some wrong people, and that we're sending the wrong message to people who may actually be able to do the job. So they say, well, for me to get there, I have to behave like that person. I have to grab the power.
Because I see that even within men, in the workplace. There's the culture of silence.
Yes.
They know their bosses are doing things wrong, and they don't stop.
There are no jobs. There are no jobs. Will I
Ladies-
talk and lose my
Economic
job?
economies, yes.
That's topic for another day. Economic hardship.
Yes, it's really
but
tough.
before we go,
Whistleblower.
because
that is
I
what
was going to say, can you just say your last thoughts about,
Okay, my last
especially
thoughts.
because you talked about, abuse.
Yeah.
So what do you think your generation needs?
I think my
to break
generation
this
needs
culture?
to find their inner self and be able to speak the truths, the absolute truths, and stop trying to behave or want to be like other people just so you are part of it. And I know it's okay because we're trying to be vain and dramatic and be so expressive and extra, but come on, guys. Like, come on, guys. Like, do the right thing and just be the truth.
Thank you, Sadat. You were talking.
Well, for me, yes, the whistleblower, I think, came about because of the culture of silence. Culture of silence. So it's not about you being the amebo. It's just about us saying the right thing. Are you sure of what you have seen? Are you sure that whatever you're going to say is going to help make change? I think that should guide us in whatever we're saying.
Despite your religion, that if what you're going to sound out about is going to help make change,
Of course.
go for it.
Go for it, yes.
Dion.
Oh, simple and short. I'd like to whistle blow. Any ideas about anything in life? I kind of like the cash at the end of that tunnel. So I will be very silent about things that as long as there's something attached to it.
That's good.
I'll speak for women, maybe from the family angle and marriage. I'll say that whatever it is you're going through, find somebody to express yourself, because your sanity at the end of the day, no matter how much you're tolerating whatever the man is doing to you, if you're crazy, he's not going to want you either. Yeah. So please find somebody, if you can't say it all out, find someone to express yourself, and please speak up before you die or before it gets too late.
Thank you very much, Anne. That was well said. So, thank you for joining us today on TW Conversation. And we hope that our conversation in the lounge today will help somebody speak up when they have a reason to, and to also help encourage people to not suppress that voice, to look out for signs that people might actually be suffering and need to speak up and not suppress it. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Musayuwa Mesale, and happy birthday, Nigeria. Nigeria is 62.
No, never finish the birthday.
No, we never finish that. We never do our own for here. That's why we are doing Touch of Green.
It's happy birthday money, I know.
Today is Manny's birthday.
I think it was on the 1st or 2nd.
I'm in trouble, but I didn't wish happy birthday.
Oh, really? You didn't know? Okay. Happy birthday, Manny.
Oh, Jesus.
That's one of the reasons she's not here. I'm sure the
groove.
The fun is extra. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ah, Manny. And she didn't even mention it. And we were talking, no. I feel so bad. Okay, let me recover. How are you, Elsie? How was South Africa? We've not seen you since you returned back. How was it?
It was good.
No, you can't end
Let's just leave it there.
Are you serious?
Let's just leave it there. One thing I know is Nigeria is not the worst place to live. We have our peculiar issue, but let's leave it there.
Right.
And, you know, it's just always interesting whenever I travel to see other, of course, amazing things that are happening elsewhere, and then also see that when we are talking of insecurity and stuff, it's not just peculiar to us. There's like a global issue.
Absolutely.
Someone was going to send me a link today. I don't know why he didn't send it anymore, but he said he read a report somewhere where they now classify UK as a third world country because of, they're battling high rise in inflation. A couple of things are happening. I also saw a report on where they were talking about, they did a report, that CNN now did a report on UK livelihood, and some of them were really complaining that they can't even afford 3 square meal and stuff. So everywhere is hard, but it was interesting for me to know that I was in the heart of Joburg, and there was a lot of scare in terms of don't step outside. Like, don't step outside. If you go out, they will choke you, they will take your phone. And it was just very uncomfortable, right? But thank God it wasn't vacation. It was a study trip. It was a study trip, yeah. I wasn't very sad. But if they send my money, I take go. Now, if I don't hear what but it was good.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so today we're discussing youth movement. We saw so many things happening over the weekend. I filmed some on my way out on Saturday. I saw a bit of the Peter Obi walk, 4 million of you, how many million walk for him. So, and it was important that we had this conversation again because Nigeria is 62 and a lot of things are happening. Things like this have happened in the past, you know. So
has it?
Yeah, a lot of mobilization where people will say Aluta Continua, Victoria Zeta and all of that, but we don't know.
I don't think I've seen it on this, at this magnitude.
At this magnitude, no. At this magnitude, no. And again, don't forget, because of social media, a lot of things also are, amplified. So we are discussing that today, and we have a guest with us. And here's what we found as today's quote. One of the great liabilities of history is that that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Every society has its protectors of status quo and its fraternities of the indifferent who are notorious for sleeping through revolutions. Now, today, our very own survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenge of change. This was from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. This was many years ago, and see how relevant it is for the time that we're in right now in Nigeria. So on Saturday, Nigeria marked its 62nd anniversary of independence from Great Britain, and the day saw massive youth mobilization on the streets, showing support for the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi. Now today, Dr. Muiz Banire is here to discuss the impact of youth mobilization on Nigeria's future, right? How will this impact the future of Nigeria? But first, let's quickly go on a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent.
On the button, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, you're still watching Ways. The United Nations observes the first Monday of October as World Habitat Day. This year, World Habitat Day will be observed on October 3rd, and the day calls to reflect on our towns, cities, and basic rights of all to have adequate shelter. It serves as a reminder that we can shape the future of the place we live in, right? I mean, this is very important. Anything that has to do with where I'm going to be putting my head on, roof over my head and all of that is quite, it's worth paying attention and worth the mention. What's whom? You want to go to the place where they will tell you go and hide your phone.
My sister. But it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
It's an important day to mention.
Yeah, it's an important day.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so what did you find for us in the news?
So what I found in the news has to be the highlights of yesterday for a lot of people, especially those that are active on social media, right? It's about one of the forerunners of our presidential seat, right? So Bola Ahmed Tinubu released this workout video amid speculations of health status. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has released the video of him working out. He released the video to douse the speculation over his health. Mr. Tinubu, who has been in the United Kingdom for about a week, released the video via his verified Twitter handle with the caption of "I am healthy." Many have said I have died. Others claim I have withdrawn from the presidential campaign. Well, nope. This is reality. I'm strong, I'm healthy, and I'm ready to serve Nigerians from day one. So recall that he left the country for the UK on the 24th of September, foiling speculations on the reasons for the sudden trip. I mean, I'm happy for him that he's alive, and I'm glad that he came out to, like he said, douse the rumor. But the memes and reactions to this video got me. I mean, it was just crazy because I just see it coming. What was I doing? I think I left a particular meeting, and next thing I looked at my phone and I'm seeing somebody on a
bicycle. So
do you know that?
I actually posted a comment. I said, why is it that we see same old thing? That's why I say that the definition of insanity, right, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. When it's close to elections, all of a sudden, our politicians are playing football. They are running on the field. Why do they have to
this
prove?
This is because you all said he's not healthy enough.
It's not even that. It does it mean that maybe that's
the country? So he has to prove that.
So that's what I'm saying. That does it mean
How many
that
seconds?
Let's even leave the seconds. Somebody said they are sure that it is the duration of that video. That's the duration of the entire workout. But let's even push that aside. Like, are we saying that we are always having to prove the health status of most of the candidates that we bring forth during elections? Because why do you have to prove that? If you are healthy, you know, that's what I'm saying. That means it means that we've not done well in terms of youth participation in governance, in politics. Because if old people always have to come and do treadmills, do football, do all of those things just to prove that, you know, just to prove that. But I said, hey, who am I to judge them?
Throw the blame back.
Who am I to judge? Me, I only go to the gym when I want to lose dress size. If I have plans,
I don't even know why he needed to do that. I mean, just put out the statement that you're alive, you're well. Like, well, I mean, it got the attention. People.
But I want to say something.
And they say, oh, publicity. No publicity is bad publicity.
But I want to say something. I would rather have done like a live video on Instagram or something to say I'm fine. I didn't have to do this. You know why? I believe that this also can be a pre-recorded video. So in case there are speculations, let's pre-plan. Politicians, they have a lot of things up of their sleeves. So I really can't trust.
Jagaban has said that he's fine, he's healthy, he's available to hit the ground running from day one. So please allow this man rest. You people are stressing him, and I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it because he's supposed to be enjoying his retirement, and I don't know why he wants to do this. But since he wants to do it, you should just ask him important questions and allow him.
Allow him, right?
Please.
On the note of important questions. So I hear, in fact, that's why, thank God we have a lawyer today. I would like to hear his opinion on this before we even move to the main topic. So Oyetola, Governor Oyetola, barely 3 days after the Federal High Court nullified the nomination of the Osun State Governor, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, as a candidate of the All Progressive Congress in the last governorship. Yes, so they've already concluded the election. Why are you not nullifying him as well?
What difference does it make?
That's what I was going to ask. What is the impact, right? As a candidate, right, a group under the auspices of the Citizens for Better Nigeria have called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to nullify the 2022 convention and disqualify all candidates of the APC.
Where they're going. Very funny.
From participating in the 2023 general election. Like, yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's
so
going to happen.
a new election and.
So I don't even know what this means, right? According to the Punch, they had reported that Oyetola and his deputy governorship candidate, Mr. Benedict Alabi, were nullified on the grounds that the governor, Meibuni of Yobe State, who submitted their names to the INEC as the national caretaker chairman of the party, had violated the provisions of sections 183 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and sections 82 of the Electoral Act. And the court held that Buni's act acted in the convention of the provision of this section 183 of the Constitution when he held dual executive position. So he was holding 2 positions as governor of Yobe State and the chairman. So he violated. So because of that, nullifies. Lawyers are funny in this country.
So, this is why when we're talking about our leaders and maybe assume or insinuate that they don't think or they don't know what they're doing, I tell you they know what they're doing. Because
Clearly,
when push comes to shove, right, they go back to
they will
that book.
They will bring the laws out.
There is a lot of loopholes in everything that they do. That when they need this, they bring it up. So who would have thought that they will go this
somebody's nomination,
right? Just
Absolutely.
I'd like to see what the judiciary will do to this, because this is absolutely.
But I don't even know what benefit it is actually.
You still don't understand the benefit.
I know, but they can't upturn that election. It's not possible.
So.
But let me bring in. We'll take a break because I would like to ask our guests this particular. Then before we move into the conversation, stay with us. We'll be right back.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, extracting from a publication on Premium Times, questions around leadership, the provenance of those able to aspire to, attain and exercise it have captured some of the most vexing and disturbing concerns in Nigeria today, as it did in recent decades. While the steady progression of time is no doubt about to ease out a generation that has clung tightly to political power since the dawn of independence from the British colonial rule in 1960, and occasioned various manifestations of destructions, culminating in a civil war and breakout circles of authoritarian rule. There is no greater evidence that the playbook of political power and participation can no longer remain the same. If anything, it is clear that the youth of Nigeria are intent on no longer being bystanders in the affair of the governance of Nigeria and how their country is being run, particularly within the purview of the sustained failing of an older citizenry or power elite. It is clear that youth no longer want to be leaders of tomorrow, but those of today. And today we are asking, how can this mobilization that is happening right now amongst the Nigerian youth, how can it impact the future of Nigeria? That's the question. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So, Elsa, I just wanted to hear your 2 cents on this. I mean, I don't know if you saw the movements, the Peter Obi movements that happened over the weekend. A lot of youth, I mean, these people were unpaid. I heard that people were making contributions, you know, because the government told them when they wanted to move, no gathering in one point. So they had to it's a procession, they had to keep walking. And for every 4 cars, they hired DJs that would keep playing music and all of that. So in between 4 cars, you see a DJ like that. I saw a truck that had a bean truck that was going with them. So as you're drinking the water, they are picking up the dress after you. I mean, it was so coordinated and organized. This is the first time you will see a really structured mobilization amongst the young people, especially now creating political awareness for people, you know, and as you're going, they are greeting you, hailing you that, okay, oh, this is our candidate, this is the person we're supporting. But do you think this would actually impact the future of Nigeria? Then I'll bring in our guest.
I like that you said the future of Nigeria, so I would say yes.
Okay.
I know a lot of us are still very skeptical as to the impact of this movement when it comes to 2023 general election. But I like where we are now. It's a good time to be alive. It's a good time to be part of that generation that is standing up and doing something, right? Whether you, sometimes I don't engage people when they begin to sort of antagonize. Because there's a difference between antagonizing and just being critical, right? And just trying to point out things. But you can't really just sit back and keep saying, oh, these people are this, these people are that, they've not done this, they've not done that, who do they think they are, where are they coming from, they don't understand politics, right? And just sit back. But you know that there needs to be a change. So you that have made it your job to antagonize this movement, what do you prefer to be the best solution for this change, right? So I like that these things are happening. Yes, it will impact the future of Nigeria. Again, to also make more impact when we begin to see the various reforms that will come to our electoral process and also INEC, right? Imagine when we get to the point where, quote and unquote, there can be like a diaspora voting. Trust me, a lot of people will definitely sit up. When we get to the point where we know that our votes can really count and our voice can be heard, and back to us as a people as well, when we also take this movement away from just the presidency and begin to spread them across local governments, just be interested. I don't want a situation which we've always had, we might still have, where it's just the presidency that we are concerned about and then the governorship. Those other areas as well, we need to begin to ask questions. Who are people there? What are their track record? What is the blueprint? What do they want to come in to do, their manifesto and things like that? So yes, I believe that everything happening now, it is start now. I think this whole thing started from the fact that we had a President Muhammad Buhari as a president, right? The things he has done, which led to NSAS, and now we are here, right? So it's not going to end here. I just want to believe that we'll also not lose hope, because it's not going to be a walk in the park. It's not just going to change everything at once, but we need to start somewhere, and I'm glad that we've started from where we are right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let me bring in our guest, Dr. Muiz Adeyemi Banire, SAN, PhD, is a lawyer and activist. He formed the United Action for Change, which serves as a pressure group and think tank, which with the drive to build a society where people are valued and treated equally, enjoy their rights as full citizens. And I mean, anybody that knows him is a friend of the house and always advocating for better governance in Nigeria, especially with reforms in the legislative arm of government. And he's joined us live. Thank you so much via Zoom. All right, so Dr. Banire, I mean, thank you again. It's always a pleasure when we have you on the show to have this kinds of conversation, right? Quickly, before we go into this main conversation, I just wanted to ask a quick question. The ruling that has happened in Osun State, where they say that Oyetola was not even qualified to be a candidate in the first place, Is this in a bid to upturn the elections, or what exactly is the reason for this?
No, the election at the end, it has nothing to do with the election proper.
Okay.
To a certain extent, it's like a pre-election case. It's a case challenging the nomination of Oyetola as candidate of All Progressive Congress. And what the court have said there is that because the person that signed the nomination for was not the right person to have signed it, as such, he was not a candidate for the purpose of that election. That was the decision of the court.
So does this in any way say that he's going to, probably is a plot to get the person that won the elections, or what exactly is the goal for it? It won't affect anything, right?
Well, you know, it's somebody else that has won the election so far. It's the PDP candidate that won the election. He is challenging the victory of the PDP candidate. So the only nexus between that decision and the current case is simply on what we call as lawyers locus, the standing to sue. That is, do you have a right to sue? Do you have a right to bring the petition before the election tribunal?
Okay.
Okay,
let's talk about the conversation for today, right? Youth mobilization, right? I mean, on Saturday, we saw a lot of young people going on the streets, you know. I mean, it's been happening for a while, but I think Saturday was like the highlight because, again, it was the first time it was coming to Lagos, right? A lot of young people are woke. You know, that's the English. They are woke, and a lot of young people are very conscious. They are very conscious politically right now, and there's a lot of massive engagement going on, different small groups, big groups. You are somebody that has created a pressure group, so you understand what this kinds of movement can do in terms of impact in, you know, anything, in the governance, in everything in Nigeria. So, I mean, first of all, what are your thoughts today as it stands that about the Nigerian youth? Do you think that we are really, really there? We have gotten to that point where we've had it and we are ready to take on, political positions and take on the governance of our country?
Well, honestly speaking, I'm very excited about the development. Very, very excited. For me, is the byproduct of some of the effort that has been put in by a lot of people, groups, and associations in the last couple of years. Yeah. For example, in my own movement, the United Action for Change, we've always had a 3-day youth leadership training for our youth every year in order to encourage them and bring their leadership capacity. So, and again, recognizing the fact that about 60% of the electorate, those that are eligible to vote at our election, are youth. It becomes exciting that they are beginning to appreciate the fact that the future, not even the future, today belongs to them because their future is gone. There's no future for them as far as I'm concerned because this is their future now. Now that they are waking up from their slumber and are doing something, honestly, I'm excited and I believe that we must all be excited. I'm optimistic equally. They might not, as said or remarked by the last speaker, get to the final destination with this particular attempt, but at least something major is happening now. There is a force that is going on all over the whole place. The only thing we need to do beyond that is to also get them to go beyond even the mobilization of themselves alone into the enlightenment and education of the vulnerable. There are so many vulnerable people all over the whole place. Take, for example, the market women. The market women are often harassed into voting for a particular political party because of their vulnerability. And there are a lot of other people like that. Poor people, wretched people, they take advantage of the poverty. In fact, that is why I feel that it's more or less a deliberate policy on behalf by our political leaders to continue to render our people wretched so that they will not be able to reason and do the right thing. So these vulnerable, they need to equally connect them now. Beyond mobilizing themselves, they need to connect them, educate them, defend them, so that they can exercise their free will independent of any pressure, harassment, or influence by the powers that be.
I think you've given a bit of context to my question, but I'll still ask because I know you have more to say. Because you have worked in this area in terms of mobilizing youth and also supporting them for a better decision. If hypothetically speaking, we were to say consult for us, right, and say, look at the movements now, what has been done and what can still be done, what would you say we are doing right, and what would you say we need to do better to ensure that, I mean, like you said, even if it doesn't give us the desired result now, then we should ensure that we're on the right path at least?
Yes, there's still a lot to be done, I must confess to you. They are doing very well, undoubtedly. For example, election is becoming scientific now, whether we like it or not. We should start being able to project. They have one advantage, they are educated. They can start from the house-to-house interaction and engagement, conversation they've been having with a lot of people. I think they should be able to be getting or securing commitment gradually to the extent that you can say that in a particular polling unit, at the worst scenario, we can get a certain number of votes. I expect, because of their level of education, to be able to put that in place. And of course, they are doing very well in terms of defense, self-defense, because one of the things the older politicians usually use are the talks, the miscreant. But I can see that even on their own, maybe because of their, in quote, I'm using the word adversedly, their own aggression too, the talks of the miscreant are beginning to be displaced equally from the political space. So again, for me, this is a good development equally. But like I said, what needs to be done is that they need to create more cells around the polling units all over the nation. This cell will be their theater room rather than the one that is holistic at the center. So if you are able to do this, in each of those cells, there are people that are capable, that are able to defend their vote for them. And again, like I said, they need to also build a formidable pressure group that will be able to protect the vulnerable. The vulnerables are the ones that the older politicians always take advantage of. They need to secure those people. They need to protect them. They need to educate them. They need to enlighten them. And in doing this, what they need to do basically is simple, is to help them connect their life to their vote. You see, that's the missing link between this vulnerable and their vote. They don't know the importance. That is why at times they sell their vote. They see it as a product. They merchandise it. And this is where the challenge is. But if you can show them that, look, what we are saying here is essentially that the hospital, the quality hospital that you take your children or yourself to when you are sick, quality education, employment, these are all the things that that vote or that singular vote of yours encapsulate. Show them that one. Let them know that even if anybody is giving them money, if they give you any amount of money, they are equally cheating you because they ought to have given you more than that, because it is your money that they are recycling to you. So a lot of education, a lot of enlightenment needs to take place. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because, I mean, imagine if you are able to paint a picture to that market woman that for the fact that your child cannot go to school, it is these votes that you are selling. That's why your child cannot get free education. I'm sure they would rethink it again to selling their votes. But while we're still on the subject of votes, right, INEC came out a few weeks back, said that some registrations that were done, because again, part of the mobilization that I had seen that happened, you know, especially this season, is massive registration. Young people that never been registered before, you know, a lot of massive registration went on. You know, there were too many people that went to go and get their voters' cards and all of that in preparation for the elections come 2023. But again, INEC brought out some reports that were really alarming. There was one, I said about 2 million people, fresh voters, about 1 million plus were disqualified. Some other figures, you know, so the numbers are just going here and there. So now we know that for you to be legally admitted into any elections, you must have a PVC, right? So with the mobilization that is going on and these issues that we're having around INEC and all of that, how do we even navigate? Because if the system that is supposed to help us exercise that right that we have mobilized ourselves to exercise then has like a default, how do we even begin to correct those kinds of anomalies?
Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first one, which again is an area that I'm quarreling with. By the law, that is the Electoral Act 2002, it is a criminal offense, for example, for somebody to engage in multiple or double registration. But that has occurred. They have fished it out. What has happened to those culprits? Nothing. So that is an encouragement to further commit other electoral offenses. So that's an indictment, in my very strong view, against INEC itself. Second one aspect of it is the fact that this time around, if we are all able to get, because a lot of PVC are still lying in the various INEC offices all over the nation. People need to go and get them. There's no doubt that you need them as your access card to the election. So again, like I said earlier, the youth need to identify all the people that have these PVCs. They need to be able to engage them. But beyond that, one thing that is also very important now is, or a good development that the older politicians seems to have forgotten, is that it's no more business as usual. Because you cannot, so some of them that are amassing or purchasing or acquiring excess PVC all over the whole place with the aim of using them to vote, of course it won't work. Because now, beyond the biometric, there is the beef fasting, that technology, that at the end of the day will be able to tell these are the eligible ones, these people are not eligible, these votes are invalid. All these ones are still likely unknown. So again, before I forget, as a rider, the youth need to educate themselves about the electoral act, the import of it. There's so many novel provisions contained therein. They need to get experts to come and address them, to tell them what and what to look out for, what and what to do and what not to do. This is very important too, if at the end of the day, they want to accelerate their achievement.
Absolutely. All right, so let's quickly go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the impact of youth mobilization on Nigeria's future, right? And we have with us Dr. Muiz Banire. Now, remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. I mean, that Electoral Act, I think a lot of people are more hopeful for this 2023 election based on the signing of that Electoral Act, so into law, because now so many things, the anomalies that would have happened before, you can't just wake up and do anyhow. There has to be a system.
It also has its challenges,
right? Yeah, but go ahead, Elsie.
Okay, I just even wanted to take this whole conversation away from just 2023 because I like the theme of the conversation,
which is the future.
Right? We still have our guests.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so in everything that's happening now, I like that we both agree that this is more beyond 2023. What do you think this impact will be in terms of the way we see ourselves as Nigerians, our mindsets? I mean, also looking at the fact that we just celebrated 62nd anniversary, right? And a lot of us would rather die on the hill of trying to leave Nigeria than trying to look around for opportunities, right? I mean, this is not to play down on anybody's struggle or the reason they want to leave. So what do you think this whole mobilization and the possibility of the general election, whatever the outcome may be, would be on the mindset of young people?
Well, like I said earlier, this is a very positive development for all. Beyond the election, what it portends is that, during the exercise, there is this, how do I call it now, that was adopted during that campaign. I forgot, but I'll come back to that. What it portends is that our people are becoming politically conscious, which is very important. It's a very, very, in the past, we used to be passive about everything. And it was just my swat meat that says that all it takes for a nation to decay is for the good people there to keep quiet. We kept quiet for too long. And it's that muteness that has brought us to where we are today. So for me now, since our youth have woken up now, I'm sure it's going to be a progressive development to the extent that they start asking questions. And the moment we start asking questions, then we are ready for growth. We are ready for development of the country. So all the original mindset that vote will not count are beginning to change. Equally, in those days, nobody believed in the system. They, don't bother yourself, don't waste their time, leave them alone. It's the political class that knows how they go about all these things. But now, the good news is that people are beginning to have interest and have that conviction that something positive can still come out of this system. And for me, like I said, the youth are the highest stakeholder in the Nigerian project. That's the reality of today. If you go to unemployment statistics, they are the ones suffering more. Look at ASUS right now. Who are the people suffering more? The youth. Everything, they are the people. So for me, what is potent is that because of this development now, even politicians generally or political officers will start being conscious of the way and manner in which they conduct their affairs. Nobody was challenging them. That was why over time we have developed this humility, particularly on the part of the political class. Nothing can happen because nobody asks questions. How much are you spending? How much did you do this one? How did you acquire this one? All those has not happened. It will soon get to a level that the youth will start asking, come, how did you spend our money? How did you acquire this? We want to know the source of your wealth. And all those issues, by the time those things are happening, positivism will come in. And once that comes in, even that will help eventually to stem the tide of all this emigration from the country. So this is very, very important, and it's a good development. Like I said, personally, I'm very, very excited about the development, and we need to continuously encourage the youth to take up their rightful place because it is their time. Anybody beyond the age of 50 cannot claim to have more stake or higher stake in Nigeria project than somebody below, and that is the reality of the situation.
Okay, I'd like to stay on the word mobilization. Right, so I mean, I know you are our father. We are the youth here, right? So I would like you to make comparison between the 1993, which I'll use the word agitation for, then Occupy Ojota or Nigeria, and what is happening now, right? What would you say is the major difference and the better impact for now, if you can see a difference? Because I'm still very hurt by Occupy Nigeria. I know one knows where I'm going to. Let's not even get into that part, right? But it was an agitation. A lot of people were on the road. NLC was part of it. And now we are back to the point where we all know. I mean, then maybe some of us knew, but now we all know that we need subsidies to go, right? So comparing 1993 Occupy Nigeria and what is happening now, from your wealth of knowledge, what advice do you have? What would you say?
Well, from my experience, they are all different. Let's start with the first one. 1933 was specific about June 12 annulment. So it was specific to a particular struggle. The Occupy Nigeria was revolved around the petroleum pricing. EndSARS initially revolved around the police brutality. But now, this is all encompassing. This is about good governance. It is much more organized. The people involved are much more educated, they are much more informed. And for this set of people, they understand issues that those people before that we had in the past, much more than the people were. And like I said earlier, they are the highest stakeholders. So they have more stake in this struggle. So as far as possible, they are going to ensure that their own struggle is an organized struggle. It's a struggle of issues. And that is the marked difference between what had either happened in 1993 and also during the Occupy Nigeria. So this is a total struggle for good governance in the country.
Absolutely. So now this is, we like call it the 99th hour. The campaigns have just started. I like what you said. You said something. You said the old guys, the old players, they know that it's not business as usual. So it means that for anything, the young people are getting something right and we are putting them on their toes, right? So How do we... on their bicycles, we're putting them on their bicycles, right? So how do we translate that into actual results? Because you said something about going to different polling units, collating, you know, so there's a lot that can happen. And with the new Electoral Act, like you rightly said, not many of us are educated enough to understand the advantages of the new Electoral Act and how it's going to impact the elections, right? So how do we chart it in a way that, so I like the way when I'm watching the US elections, for instance, right, they can easily almost tell you that this region belongs to this. So you know where to really concentrate on in terms of mobilization. So you are having a targeted mobilization. If you say, okay, this is a success, we want to, what's it called? We want to record, right? So we know the areas where our weakest numbers will come from. How do we start to do that if we really want to be impactful in these elections?
Well, it is doable. Like I said, it's very doable. It's a matter, again, these people have the capacity. They are the people that the older guys will always use for this purpose. So they have the capacity. It comes with them naturally, effortlessly. They can do their own polling. By the time they control poll all over, they will know where they are weak, where they need to strengthen. But the most important thing, that is the gap between them and success, is education, is enlightenment. I can tell you, everybody is using for everybody in the nation now. But people need to be educated. And that is where, again, they need to be brutal, as far as I'm concerned, using the word advisedly, to move in aggressively, to educate people. Particularly, like I said, they need to create cells. You see, the center of gravity for the new election is around the polling units. So you must work around each polling unit, to the extent that you can say confidently, do a projection to say, in each polling unit, we are sure of not less than 150 votes from this place, conservatively. That is doable, but it's a lot of hard work, and they have the energy. And interestingly enough now, they are even bringing resources together to actualize it. So it's a very, very interesting development.
Okay, so let's stay on, because I always say that I have a feeling that we are repeating history, right? Mobilizing ourselves around one person. Do you think this youth mobilization is around the Peter Obi? Do you believe it's a Peter Obi, or it could have been anybody? It's just that people are just tired and they are ready to actually effect a change.
Well, I'm of the view that it's not around and it's not about Peter Obi. It's just a situation where people have gotten to that, look, we need a change, we need alternative. And they seem to be saying that, look, we are tired of the older generation. We need younger people to come and take charge of the affairs. That is the message.
Okay, so I think we'll try to reconnect back, because do you understand what I'm saying? The question, because you know, people are feeling that somebody said to me that it could have been anybody. Even the Peter Obi knows that this is not about him. That it is about the agitations that we're tired, right? Nigerians have gotten to that point where they feel like we have so much. How come we are where we are? You know, today I was driving on the road and I was listening in on a documentary a particular radio station did since independence till date, right? It was really, really sickening. To think the people that Nigeria had so much hope, and we had so much prospect that you would think that all of these things that we're talking about should not even be something that were worth mentioning. I saw a video just now before I came on air, Dubai in 2027, seeing flying drones and you know, and all of that. That's the kind of movement. I mean, because Nigeria has the capacity.
Don't be comparing Nigeria.
No, but you see, Dubai came to us how many years ago to support, to help them build.
I hear you, but I want to speak to what you were saying, whether it was just a Peter Obi or we're just tired. So I think it's also different factors coming together. You know, when they say the universe will just align and things happen, right? Peter Obi had made himself available, and he was speaking from even before the NSAS period. He would always talk, even this event that happens every 1st of October. He wasn't there this time, but he was usually there, right? And he would give numbers, talk about what he did in Anambra State, also talk about how what he did earned him a lot of enemies in the political space, because everybody was all about what can we eat, not how the country is moving forward or how these resources
Governance
can be
is
used
getting
to
better channeled.
multiply, right? So a lot of people start connecting with him from that point. And even when the NSAS thing happened as well, he was speaking up, he used his platform. So it was a case of, oh, yes, you're tired, right? But then you look around. So who is this person that
can just fit in?
Can fit in, that is...
It's more semblance of hope.
Probably just speaking a bit of our language that is making us understand it. Because we all know that we are running a wasteful government. We don't need anybody to come and tell us. Even the president himself, even everybody on the front runner right now can attest to this. But why is it so difficult for us to cut down these excesses, especially when you claim that the country is broke? You claim that there is no money, you're borrowing as if you have one money to pay back. You know, everything doesn't just make sense. And it is worrying, based on what I said earlier. I don't believe that these people don't know what they are doing. I don't believe that they are clueless. I don't believe that they don't understand how to move this country from point A to point B. I just don't understand why we have so much greed, wickedness, and corruption, right? So we then saw someone who is not just saying it, we saw him do it. We see him still do it. Like, you can move and not move with 20
oddlies
whatever,
and all of that,
and oddlies. And you are still alive, you're not dead, right? So it is just us seeing that...
He is a symbol.
Yeah,
but I think we have Dr. Banire back. You know, as we wrap up, let's take some comments.
Oh, okay.
Woke. He said, let me give you an example. Take, for instance, you are walking down the road and all of a sudden someone comes up behind and steals that what belongs to you and you run after the person and fight the person to collect what is rightfully yours. Does that also make you a thief? The Nigerian government keeps stealing from us our rights, our right to express ourselves, right to elect a leader of our choice, right to re-elect with one another, or reflect, I think, with one another, because we have become strangers in our own land. Relate, it means. Now, right to religion that is serving who we want to serve spiritually based on convictions, not compulsion. And when we fight for our rights that they have stolen from us, the government makes it look as though we are the criminals. What an irony. Take your comment and I'll come back to Dr. Muiz.
She great women of ways, take it or leave it. The youth have risen up to take their future into their own hands. The so-called leaders are all shivering, especially with the obedience movements going all over the country. We must take back our nation from these old wines and new bottles. We've never had it bad like this. That's Bobby Kennedy from Taraba. Thank you, Bobby Kennedy.
So, Dr. Banire, we are wrapping up the conversation because we're running out of time. I just want to say that globally, right, the whole world is going through all the same things that we're going through. Why is this agitation so much? It's not like the challenges that we're facing, especially with the economy and all of that, which is part of the agitation. It's not like it's unique to Nigeria. So what are the other factors? I mean, you've mentioned ASU, you mentioned a few things, healthcare and all of that. Why do you think that it is so, the political space is so heated up right now that people do not even want to hear anything APC or PDP? Or do we have Dr. Bani? Okay, go ahead.
The truth of the matter is there's so much frustration in the land. Like your colleague said, the reality is that everybody, look at the cost of governance. You will weep. You are saying you are broke, and we all know what is going on. Since the time of, I think, Yaradua or Yaraba, if not Obasanjo also, we have had multiple agencies doing the same thing. They came up with a committee report, Steve Orosa report, to say they should face them out and ration them out, phase them out, so as to save substantial sum. Up to now, nothing has happened. Look at is it a country where we are? Do we really and truly need a bicameral legislature? Do we need a members of the executive cabinet as well as legislators to be permanent members? Can they be part-time officers? With the kind of situation that we are. So the cost of governance is a major thing. Because right now, the truth of the matter is that virtually all workers in Nigeria today, their take-home pay cannot take them home. That alone is a source of anger. So now you now go beyond that, you now see some people, the way and manner in which they conduct themselves in opulence, just simply because they occupy public offices. Now, you start wondering what's going on. So this fact are becoming so obvious to everybody that we believe that something major, something radical must happen as a matter of urgency, because if not, honestly speaking, my sense of it is that it tell people with the kind of financial situation Nigeria is, if it were to be a country by now, they should have declared it to be a bankrupt company.
Yes.
But it's just because it's a country that has potential. And for how long are we going to remain a country of potentials? Just simply because we don't have the right set of people in the right position. So the time is overdue for this to happen. And what is happening, like I said to you, is a signal to several other things that will happen in the nearest future, which hopefully will bring the country back to its rightful position. Otherwise, I fear that the next administration, if they are not careful, will signal the end of the country.
Quickly, comment.
Well, I'm not reading this comment.
Are you sure?
I've told the people that you should stop stressing.
I want to hear Dr. Barry. He says, good evening, ladies. The youth must engage themselves to monitor the progress of the elections and results. These hard old cargo politicians wanted to do anything to play foul. Jagaban's online video is an old one during his walkout after a knee surgery about 2 years ago. Regards from Ade. Ade is in the UK, so he can really tell you.
How do you know?
Ade can tell you.
Just
but Dr. Banire, why do we always have politicians, when it's time for elections, they come and do walkout, they come and play football.
They eat corn on the road.
So why do we always have this playing out all the time?
It's the old trick, but like I said to you, it can't work again.
Yes.
It's now still news. So the earlier the better they face the reality that things have changed, and they must change with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you had one final thing, they need to go and re-strategize. If you had a final thing to say to the Nigerian youth watching the show today, what would your counsel be? Just one final counsel.
I commend them, and I will wish and advise them that more work to be done. They need to be resolute and continue in that direction.
So if they fail, like if their candidate, the choice candidate does not, emerge as the presidential president-elect.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They should continue.
So how do they keep that tempo? How? Because that is another problem we always have.
You see, the organization must be sustained.
Oh, sugar, we lost it. All right, so I think we've run out of time. But hey, Elsie Godwin.
It is well.
What are you wailing for?
It is well.
Nigeria is 62. They say that a fool at 40 is a fool forever. We are 62.
Somebody said, I first writing the old nice, he said, Agbaya, well done. That is Nigeria, that is Agbaya. Right, I think we've come a long way.
Yeah.
And I'm very hopeful. Let me just leave it there. I'm hopeful because I know that we have what it takes, like he has said. We have so much. We have so much, from tourism to
everything.
If we begin to break down the mineral resources we have that is untapped, or the ones that are being stolen day and night out of the country in collaboration with, them, right? So we have a lot. We have the potential, and I just hope that we can begin to get it right.
Absolutely.
Even if the person that we think is supposed to be there don't get there, right? Whoever gets it, this whole movement should also be a wake-up call for that person to
believe
think
it,
and say, possible. I need to make a mark.
Absolutely.
I need to let people know that I didn't just rode the bicycle for roading sake. I'm going there to do something.
Thank you, Essie Gordon. Thank you, everyone that watched. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram. Thank you, Dr. Banire. Thank you so much. Now, you can interact with us further. Drop a comment. Most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. One of the great liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Now, every society has its protectors of status quo and its fraternities of the indifferent who are notorious for sleeping through revolutions. So today, our very own survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenge of change. This was from Dr. Martin Luther King, and it is very relevant in today's Nigeria. We'll see you guys live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society.
Go to some few police stations across Nigeria. You will see what you see there is an eyesore. You cannot even have a good record system that takes data.
There's a further problem of lack of coordination between federal and state governments in Nigeria.
And local governments.
For instance, although local education is an issue.
You see what's going on now. ASU insisting that government should pay them for the month they were not in class. And of course, they shouldn't have even gone to strike in the first place if the government had listened to them initially.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I would say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also, not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
Yeah.
do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the net of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping the what's it called? How they helping the people, the church members, and all that, but not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in at
politics.
this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose, can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes, pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has two threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you're going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute, or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
More than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency, I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to well, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, you know, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Andy, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is sinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is, clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it, and I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time, and asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi, because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, But at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
But there's a lot of contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, arguing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulokpe.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to Tolu Lopez's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with us as fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. it looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things. People fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think of any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil states, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much indeed. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remarks?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bielsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
Osun APC and PDP trade blames as gunmen attack Tinubu and Shettima presidential campaign office in Osun State. And gunmen attack train station in Edo State, kidnap many passengers months after the Abuja-Kaduna rail attack. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacom. The Chief of Staff to the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly, Sunkomi Obeshesan, was on Sunday reportedly attacked by some suspected hoodlums in the Ifofin area of Ilesha. Also, the Tinubu Shetima campaign office in the state was attacked. But the press secretary to the Speaker, Kunle Alabi, who confirmed the attack, said the perpetrators were hoodlums, allegedly working for the ruling People's Democratic Party. Reacting to the allegation, Osun State PDP caretaker chairman, Dr. Akindele Adekunle, said those behind the attacks must have been hoodlums hired by the APC for the July 16 governorship polls that the party had refused to settle after the polls. While the former Commissioner of Works and Transport, Remi Omowaye, described the attack as diabolic and inhumane. Since the inauguration of the new administration in Osun State, there have been verbal exchanges between the APC and the PDP over state funds and allocation. Joining us to discuss this evening, we have Diran Odeyemi. He is the former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party. And joining us also is Olufemi Lawson. He's a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be with you this evening. Compliments.
Same to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with you, Mr. Odeyemi, because you are a member of the People's Democratic Party and you obviously campaign for the government of the day. These allegations that are flying back and forth, one doesn't even know what to believe because of course, these are issues of electoral violence, whether we like it or not, and the nation is gradually edging towards its general elections. If these issues are not nipped in the bud now, who's to say that it might not be heightened come February 2023? But let's start from the beginning. What exactly do you think, as a member of the PDP and, of course, a citizen of the state, is responsible for these all of a sudden violence that is erupting in the state?
Thank you very much for this question. And I want to tell you that when we are talking of violence in Osun State, it is the creation of APC. We have some boys, they christen state boys, right from the time of Governor Rauf Aregbesola. It is these state boys that were empowered to unleash terror on PDP members. If you ask for the name Rashidi Okolu, or ask them who is, what is his name again? Is the head of the Transport Workers Union in Osogbo. If you ask them, they are right now in the net of the police. They are under arrest. It is these people that are fomenting trouble. And what happened really was that their membership, the people they recruited to foment trouble against PDP, they are now asking their leadership or their sponsors, what have they done about the incarceration of their leaders who are in detention right now? And they are not happy with the main recruiter, that is Remi Omowaye, who recruited them, you know, to conceal themselves as nuisance in Osun State. So it is a violence between APC and APC. And in Osun State, APC is divided. We have the Aregbesola faction, we have the Oyetola faction, and they are fighting among themselves. It has got nothing to do with PDP. He who the God is fighting this war does not need any battle again. So we are peace-loving people in Osun State, and we are only appealing that APC should not set Osun State on fire. Thank God we have a governor who understands security very well. Of course, if you look at it very well, before they left office, they created a lot of crisis in Osun State. They installed many traditional rulers, and that is why these old hoodlums started burning some of the palaces. And that was when the governor said every traditional ruler crowned after winning the election should refer to status quo. And that is why we have relative peace in Osun right now. We are peace-loving people. The crisis is between APC and APC, nothing to do with PDP at all. We are in control, and we have assured the people of Osun State. We have called on security agencies to to ensure that there is peace in Osun State. So it has got nothing to do with PDP at all. It's within themselves, and they know themselves.
Okay.
Rashidi Okolu and the other guy, I've forgotten his name now. When I remember, I will let you know. So they are in the police net, and it is their people that are now asking the leadership what they have done or what are they doing to ensure that they free them from the police. That is why they are fighting themselves. Nothing with PDP at all.
I'm curious, these allegations that you're making against Mr. Moi and, of course, the previous government, you're talking about the fact that these governments created these monsters that you call state boys. You've also said that Mr. Moi somewhat is responsible for the mayhem because these boys were, in your words, paid by him. But how do you know this? Were you there when the monies were exchanging hands? And how can you be speaking on such authority on national TV if you do not have the facts?
We are all politicians. We are all politicians. We know ourselves. And these boys, when they operate, they do mention their name. In fact, it's very unfortunate that the reporters or the pressmen in Osun State have not done a feature story on state boys. They are testing state boys. So investigate very well. Who named all these stuff state boys? They were protected. They armed them. We know them, and they know themselves. So when we are talking of Togri in Osun State, it is the creation of APC. And what is happening, or what you are seeing, is the fight back among themselves. Nothing with PDP. I'm saying it authoritatively because I'm part of them. I know what is happening. And you can even investigate further with the security agencies in Osun. You can confirm that.
Interesting.
So it has got nothing to do with us, please.
Let me come to you, Mr. Lawson. Just as a political analyst and also someone from Osun State who's also following the activities, what exactly can you tell us is responsible for the recent rise in violence, political violence within the state? Do you agree with Mr. Deyemi that this is a creation of the government of the day, including the ruling party APC? Mr. Lawson, I think that you're muted. Mr. Lawson, I think you're muted because we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think it's very important that we spread the right information, particularly when issues that has to do with the lives of citizens are involved. We should limit, the extent of politicking involved. I want to say it authoritatively here that for at least 12 years, I have actively worked, with a lot of people who are politically exposed in Osun State and in the civil society, including my very senior uncle, Deyemi, is on the panel here. And I can say that what is currently being witnessed in Osun State is a very terrible return to the dark ages that for 8 years we went forth together against a regime that institutionalized thuggery before the advent of the immediate past administration of Governor Gboyega Oyetola. What you are currently seeing in Osun State today is a resurgence of violence that seems to be reenacted by the incumbent administration in Osun State. And I stand to say this without sounding immodest, that the attempt to reduce the resurgence of violence in Osun State to the Ilesha incident, the attack on the campaign office of the former commissioner for works, is not fair enough because the resurgence of violence, has gone beyond what has happened in Ilesha. From the very day that this administration was sworn in, November 27, 2022, we have had cases of violence in parts of Oshogbo in Osun State, in Ilesha, and some other parts of the state.
And what do you think necessitated this violence? What do you think? Is it the swearing in of the new governor that automatically necessitated this violence?
No,
and to what end? If you're saying that it's the government since they got in, there's been violence, why would I be starting off my government with violence? What kind of precedents would I be setting if I were the governor?
There have been a lot of issues about the tendencies that are promoting violence under this government. And unfortunately, the government is not addressing it. The government is rather defending some actors who are involved in these cases of violence, rather than wholesomely condemning the violence that have been perpetrated against the people, irrespective of who is involved, be it state boys, be it politicians or whoever. It is not the duty of Osun State government, as presently constituted today, to begin to put blame on one faction of a political, institution or the other. What is expected of the state is to name perpetrators of violence, and there are so many indications and indicators to the fact that this government sounds to be complicit, even from within the structures of the government. Today, the governor of Osun State has constituted committees that have had on its team people who have been indicted at one point or the other to have been involved in violence in Osun State. As I speak with you, the current chief security officer to the governor of Osun State was indicted by a properly constituted judicial commission of inquiry to have been involved in violence. Immediately, this government won election, there were reported cases of violence in his hometown, and involving members of his political party who had disputes over sharing of post-election money. This claimed the life of siblings, and people who are involved in that gruesome killing, who petitions have been raised against, are in government in Osun State today. And in Osogbo, there have been cases of fracas between transport unions owing to factions emanating from the PDP challenging the old order and some other factors. To now reduce this to a fist-off between the former administration, that is, loyalists of the former administration, I'm a cabinet spokesperson, and I'm not even a member of the APC, and I'm not even intending to be one. But the truth is that what is happening in Osun State today is clearly a product of some form of complicity on the part of the administration and silence on the part of the administration and the inability of the administration to name perpetrators of violence. And that is why this seems to be on an increase from what was experienced immediately this administration was sworn in, to the extent that it is getting to the threatening level of gunshots, destruction of properties, and threat to lives, unlike what ordinarily were fracas within garages and, of course, within political groups before November 27th.
Okay, so here we are again, allegations and counter-allegations. Interesting. But you talked about the fact that once this government was sworn in, there were strings of issues that caused violence one way or the other. Again, you said that a particular person in the government had been arraigned before a committee against on the grounds of violence. I beg your pardon. I'm wondering the violence that he was. I'm not in any way holding forth for them, but I'm just wondering. That issue obviously was before the Adeleke government came into power. So you're telling me that if someone was already indicted by a committee, immediately the person comes or his boss comes into power, it means that he triggers more violence? Because I asked you this question earlier on. If I'm starting a new job, would I want to put my best foot forward or my worst act ever? And to what end? What will that earn me? So again, I ask you, why would the PDP want to foment violence if they're trying, in quotes, to change the status quo in the state?
Well, it seems so much that the administration is feeling insecure, from my personal point of view. It's feeling insecure to the extent that it is not fair in dealing with perpetrators of violence. As I speak with you, just a few hours ago, the governor of Osun State constituted a park management committee to run the affairs of transport, parks and garages in the state. Among the list that has been officially published by the state government were people who were arrested for being involved in violence during the election, post-election in Osun State. They are officially on the list of the Osun State government to manage a structure of the government. And why I said the state feels insecure is because it seems to be patronizing perpetrators of violence to to the extent that as we speak today, the government of Osun State under Governor Adeleke has not made at any time to date any categorical statement against perpetrators of violence in the state, including the attack on campaign offices in Ilesha a few days ago, including the latest attack on the serving official of the state, the chief of staff to the Speaker of the State House Assembly. There has been no categorical position taken by the government of Osun State. Okay. And that tells you that the government is either complicit or encouraging what is being done by these perpetrators of violence, irrespective of where they're coming from. Be it members of APC, PDP, or whatever. The governor owes it a duty to deal with perpetrators of violence, not by commissioning voices to defend who was involved or who was not involved. It is the duty of government to, and it is on record that for 4 years that the immediate past administration was in place, Osun was known to be one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria. Why is Osun returning to the path of violence in just less than 2 months that he knew that he came on board?
Okay, I'm going to come to you, Mr. Odeyemi, because these are very serious allegations that have been heaped against your government and your political party. Now, of course, we know that government had attacked the presidential campaign office. That's the APC presidential campaign office in Osun State. That's the Tinubu-Shetima campaign office. It happened a few hours after the former governor, Adegboyega Oyetola, inspected the office in Ilesha, and that's what he was making reference to. But then, he said that your government has not said anything about the situation that's happened officially. But I want to ask also a two-pronged question. What is the Adeleke government doing or has done, if there be any, to deal with these warring factions, whether they be state boys or perpetrators, state actors, or whoever they are, in the name of APC and PDP? What has the government done to, whether it be warring factions, call them to the table and ask what, can be done? Or how have they employed, the powers of, or brought down the full weight of the law on these people? Because again, destroying of public property is actually a crime against the state. If you are killing people and shooting, sporadically, you're also putting the lives of people at risk. Is the PDP definite about the messaging that they want to pass, even as we get ready for the elections? Because whatever happens now, one way or the other, is a litmus test for what will happen during the elections. So what is your government doing?
Yeah, when you were introducing my brother, Mr. Fegi Lawson, you called him a political analyst. For this kind of a discussion, I would have loved to see somebody from APC, from Osun State, who knows the facts, who has the facts, and who has information about what is going on. What Femi has said defies logic. How can a government who comes into power on the campaign of restoring peace in Osun State constitute or create violence on itself? It defies logic. And that is why I said, I wonder when last he was in Osun to talk about what is happening in Osun. He only relied on rumor or perhaps what he read in the news. Now, I want you to understand one thing. The way you are portraying it as if Tinubu's campaign office was shot at was not as it is. People may call it Tinubu's campaign office in Ilesha. Of course, we know campaign office of Asiwaju Tinubu is in Osogbo. It is just the office of the person who recruited these thugs and who they work for, and that is Omowaye. So why are you now tagging it or making it?
So again, no matter whose office it was, does it make it right?
I'm coming. Then another thing is, I'm telling you that right now we have in police custody or in the prison Ashiri Eniba, who is the head and leader of thugs of APC. I'm mentioning it. And we have Rashidi Okolu, who is the head of thugs sponsored by APC. So who are the PDP that you can call thugs? Before we got into office, we knew what we went through. And when they were about leaving office, we knew the banana peel they set for us. We knew the crisis they created so that when we get to office, for the next 6 months, according to them, we will not be able to govern well. But we thank God, we engage the security services, the SSS, the police, the civil defense, and everybody. And that is why we have relative calm that we are enjoying in Osun. So whatever it is happening, I'm still repeating it, it is within the APC caucus. They are the ones fighting themselves. And even the governor has given instruction to security agencies to ensure that there is peace in Osun. What kind of statement have you not read about what has happened? Rashidi Olawale is the spokesperson for the governor. He has released almost 4 press statements to condemn this attack. What else do you want us to do? And what are we talking about? So it's quite unfortunate that my brother who is talking here is not part of us, it's not an origin of Osun. The last time he visited Osun should be last year.
So my question again, Mr. Deyemi, quickly, before I go back to Lawson, quickly. Now, I understand that press statements have been made, but I'm asking, what definite steps have been taken to make sure that it's not just about sending out a message, but if that message is being sent out, there's also action to match it. So if people decide to continue to perpetrate acts of violence, they will be met with the full weight of the law. This is what I'm asking.
The governor had meetings with the head of the security services, both the SSS and the police. It is their duty. You don't expect the governor to now come to Ilesha to start making arrests. It is the duty of the police. And he has encouraged them. I don't want to mention, the security operational method he has employed. Okay. So he has done a lot to ensure that the perpetrators are arrested. What else? So saying that the governor has not issued a statement, the governor has not done anything, will any governor sit down and allow APC to start creating problems in the state? No, we will not open our eye and allow that to happen. He has taken enough action, and people and the police and the SSS are already working on it.
Okay. Mr. Lawson, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, to start with, I've spent the last 12 years, doing a lot of works, in and around the Osun State, including works that I've done with my mom, Mr. Deyemi, for a good number of these, 12 years. If he wants to allude to the fact that I may not be permanently resident in Osun State, just like him, who is also resident in Ibadan and not in Osun State. The truth is that I am very conversant with the day-to-day event in Osun State. I left Osun State about 3 hours ago to Lagos. I actively get myself involved because of family and business relationship that I have with the state. And the truth remains that the attempt to reduce what is happening to an internal, wrangling within the APC remains condemnable. A responsible government, irrespective of where perpetrators of violence are coming from, must take the bull by its own and ensure that perpetrators of violence are not accommodated within its government and are also dealt with. I insist that a lot of perpetrators of government, including names on the list that have just been released by the state government as its park management committee, have been fingered to have been involved in violence in Osun State over the last couple of weeks that this administration came on board. What we are talking about is not the idea of issuing first statements. It is about a governor being decisive about curbing this very ugly resurgence of violence that was not aired in Osun State over the last 4 years.
Okay.
The truth is that the last 4 years, everyone, and that is one of the factors that gave birth to the election being one of the most peaceful recorded so far in our recent history. Okay. For government to justify violence on the basis of who the perpetrators are or not stands condemnable, and it is not in the interest of the people of the state. And the government must purge itself, first and foremost, of non-perpetrators of violence that are currently serving in the government. They have names, they are known, and government must be categorical in dealing with this. It's not about assigning the Commissioner of Police or Director of SSS to deal with the issue. The governor must take charge. He must lead. He must demonstrate the willingness to deal with the perpetrators of violence. The fact that Asiwaju Tinubu Campaign Organization offices in Osogbo and what was attacked in Ilesha was a private office. Is it not the private office of a citizen? Are there no innocent citizens around such private office? What if there had been a stray bullet and a passerby was hit So we should not reduce it to an attack on one person who was politically involved at some point or the other. We must condemn this, and it stands condemned, and we will not, cease in asking that the government of Osun State come out and condemn the resurgence of violence under this administration. That is just less than 2 months.
Okay. Well,
I want to believe that my brother knows more.
Quickly, Mr. Deyemi, because we're out of time.
Yes.
Quickly.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, if he knows that the normal practice is when the government takes over, they always take over parks and garages with guns and cutlasses by killing themselves. But in Osun State, this did not happen. What we did was to organize them in such a way that there will not be violence and crisis. And if he is now claiming that the names that has been mentioned as chairman and members of this committee, if he knows them to be criminal, you can write a petition, give it to the governor. This is an open administration. You can be part of it. Instead of blackmailing anybody that they are criminal, please report them to the police or to the SSS. Don't malign anybody on the air. So they are all gentlemen, people who are capable enough to handle these garages. That is why we have appointed them to be managers of these parks. So if you have any other information, you can pass it to the SSS, please.
All right. Well, I want to say thank you, gentlemen. Durand Deyemi is the former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, and Olufemi Lawson is a political analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're hoping that the story will change in no time. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you all for being on the show. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll take a look at the Edo State train attack and the government's reaction to the incident. Stay with us.
So what are the tough decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
Armed persons attacked a train station in Edo State, the southern part of Nigeria, and kidnapped many passengers. Now, the spokesperson of the police in the state, Chidi Nwabuzo, said the gunmen were armed with AK-47 rifles. He said the exact number of the people kidnapped could not be ascertained.
Meanwhile, the Edo State Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nekihare, had hinted that out of 32 passengers kidnapped, one managed to escape and a suspect had been arrested by the police. According to him, the police, in collaboration with vigilante and hunters, had started combing the bush for a lead into the kidnapper's den. Well, joining us this evening to discuss is Kolawole Johnson, and he is a communications expert and a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening.
Great. I wish that we had this conversation on a better note, but unfortunately, I can't say that. But this is happening 10 months after bandits had kidnapped people from a train that was on the Abuja-Kaduna trail corridor. And we know how long it took for those people to be rescued. Half, if not all of them, had to find ways to pay for their ransom so that they could be rescued from the kidnappers' den. And while we were still pushing for these people to be released, the government had a deal with a terrorist, flew his wife to some place safe with taxpayers' monies, and allowed for this man's wife to give birth safely, hoping that he would keep to their gentleman's agreement. But that wasn't the case. And then the government came out to tell us that, they were played by these terrorists. So here we are again, almost the exact same thing has happened, but this time very close to, the south here. What does this say about our security and, of course, us learning from past experiences?
What is very easy at this point is to cast aspersion either on the government or the security agents. I think at this point it is just good for us to focus as a nation on how to end this disaster. These monsters are pretty hard to fight because this is not the usual. It's not. They hide among us. They move around. At times in cities, they get information. So it's not a clear-cut war where you have the opponent on the other end and you're here and you're at one end trying to tackle them. So it's quite a very tough situation. And world over, some countries, exposed countries are grappling with different issues, insecurity issues. As is turning, ours has gotten to this despondent level because the government failed to act at the right time. So that is what will lay this blame on the doorstep of the government. However, at the root of this are different, factors. If you look at the indices, many of these people, who are they, previous research, if you look at them and we use data to judge, you will understand that quite a number of things, contributed to this, before now. But these people are already on us, and they are happening to all of us. And first, when this started in some areas, then up north, I remember, of course, you can still Google and play some of my, videos, interviews, reach some. I told people then that I was shouting that what is happening in a part of the country that we didn't see it as a big deal to all of us. So this will be a national breakfast at some point if you fail to act. Why? Why did I say that? The fact is simple. In the rules of managing crisis, when you don't manage issues at the right time, they dovetail into crisis. And this happened because, hold on please. It got to this point because we refused to approach the issue and to recompense actions with equal and opposite reactions. So they grew to become monsters, and now they are everywhere, including the South. It is not just that this is happening maybe somewhere close. This is the heart of the South, Edo State. They are here with us. And unfortunately, these guys understand the forest so much that I doubt if even the owners of the land would even understand the nooks and crannies of the forest like these guys. And unfortunately, this is telling on the security agencies. And whether you like it or not, it is stretching them. It is also stretching our resources because the resources that should be going into, providing infrastructures, welfare for the people, we have to use it to secure because we don't have a choice. So what is he saying on the security architecture of the country, permit that expression, please, is that we have dangers on our hand. And the earlier, in fact, not just the earlier, we need to devise different strategies to tackle these people, especially at a time that people will be vulnerable, moving from one place to another, to other during the election. So it is telling on the security, system of the country that we need to do much more better. Enough of, I have directed, all those directives. When each of these things happen, when you see these incidents, what happened each time is you have the chiefs, our security chiefs, they go to the villa, and after that we just hear some few things, and that's all. Kaduna Abuja train attack is still very fresh in the memory. You know what happened. At some point, we could not even ascertain the number of people, that got kidnapped. Even after the numbers were coming out, you saw racketeering in the process. And that again, people had to pay through their nose to get themselves out of the custody of these criminals. And please, make no mistake about this. People are getting impoverished by this. Let me cite an example of a man that a daughter or a son was kidnapped some time ago. Now, the man sold the only surviving house that he got from his pension, that he got, and he sold it to get to pay ransom. And unfortunately, the daughter still died. So what do you want to be the state of that man? So this is telling on not just on the security agencies, it is also telling on Nigerians that we can no longer move freely, especially when you know that you can't just depend on road system alone. The train is what we most encourage the people to use, but not when you have the train stations inside bushes. But this particular one is about it's not in the town, it's in the bush, and unfortunately you don't have the place secured. Despite the assurance from the government that we have our train stations secured now, it appears we are not learning from experiences. The place is not secure. These guys came into the train. Of course, they know the train would arrive like 5 p.m. They came there like 20 minutes before, and they laid ambush and took everyone away. Why was there no security presence in that area? 1, we are not learning from experiences. 2, we are vulnerable. 3, we are not devising strategies to arrest this situation.
I'd just like to put it out there. The chief security officer for the train station was also kidnapped, just so you know. And that means that even if there was one person who was armed to secure the people, he too was also kidnapped. But let's move away from that. Let's talk about the general insecurity that we have for a government. And you've said that, it's not a blame game. No, it's not a blame game. But then the number one duty of our government is to protect lives and property. And if under the Buhari administration, an administration that promised us to put an end to insecurity and decimate Boko Haram, a few months into the end of that government, I'd just also like to intimate you that from the beginning of 2022, what we had was mayhem, kidnappings, massacres, and here we are again in January of 2023, another mass kidnapping. So I'm wondering to myself, for a government that put this as one of the things that they rode into governments with, what should we be remembering them for? And then what's the fate of the average Nigerian who, of course, has realized that if they're taken by these kidnappers or terrorists, they're left there at their own risk. They have to find a way, or their family members on the outside have to find a way to get them out. Where does government come in? What is the role of government? You talked about the fact that we always don't learn from the past. Why are we so reactionary? And when will it end?
Well, it will end when we decide to end it. See, I gave some background on why these people, of course, they have metamorphosed. At the beginning, at the issue when the government came in, at that time, I think, yes, 2015-16, you see a drastic drop in the level of attack because they bombarded the Sambiso forest and things were done. But these guys migrated, and they went to, the part of the Middle Belt and some, and some areas, maybe northwest a little bit. At that time, they became, we were seeing what we call or describe as farmers, headers, clashes. I don't understand why a man will sit, will be in his own farm. You come there to attack him. Your born is, you even move from the farm to born, the villages, and you call that farmers, headers, clashes. Remember, it was a government spokesperson, if I remember, Garba Shehu, that helped us, that designed that way. They gave them the name. That was a subtle way of romancing these guys, of encouraging them. Whatsoever you fail to see, at some point, I've said this over and again, governance cannot be a popularity contest. There will be hard decisions to take, whether these people are of your household or not, regardless. What must be done, else the consequences will be there for all of us to bear. And unfortunately, Nigerians are bearing these consequences, much more than those in government today. The food crisis you have in Nigeria, has little to do with the global, the global crisis. It is much more about us. People that should be providing food for Nigeria, the food basket of the nation. But those farmers are today residents of, IDP camps. So they are no longer in the farm. We are not producing as much as we're producing. So there is crisis. That's why you have, inflation in prices of food items. It is affecting Nigerians in practically every way. But unfortunately, the government seems not to be doing enough. And let's be specific about this. Even if, of course, you've seen changes, they've been trying, lately to, of course, since last year, especially with the changes, of course, the change of else in security agents. You've seen a lot of renewal of hope, and I can tell you, we have monitored events in the security sector. I can tell you that the present chiefs are doing much more better than what we had before. So you will have occasional things like this, not necessarily because they are not working, but because we still have loopholes that need to be blocked. And it has become a disaster before they come in. And the president will be remembered, one, for giving us promises, and unfortunately, he is scoring himself high on those promises. But Nigerians know by facts, by figures, by data, by the indices, that no, we can't score him high on it, not just on insecurity. Not just on security that he promised us. Look at corruption, look at the economy. So the triple standard this government came to power. One, securities. Second, two, corruption, that they will fight corruption. Three, economy. And unfortunately, look at the three of them. Of course, we know it's a difficult time to govern any nation. Globally, you can't run away from what globalization has put on us. Of course, all over, whatever is happening in some part of the world affects others. Even England today, they are getting very close to recession. So they are all crying. That's why you see that the prime minister that came, what's her name, could not stay long. She was kicked out. What she thought, would be easy, of course, was not. However, ours, we know it is difficult to govern, but we brought this upon ourselves largely because we failed to do the right things at the right time. And secondly, the corruption that they promised they were going to fight. Before this government, I remember Stella Odua. What was the figure? 400 million naira. And we cried, we shouted, and President Jonathan, the leader of our duty, took her from office. But in this government, it's as if what they do is to turn a deaf ear, blind eye to whatever you're saying. No, regardless of how long you shout with facts and figures. 2020, we brought out data. My organization, we brought out data on corruption activities in some places. We even brought out monies, details of monies moving from government account to private individuals' account. Billions of naira, and the president did nothing. These guys were not chastised. And the moment you don't, the moment you are rewarding indolence, the moment you are rewarding incompetency, what you will have is that you will have multiplication of that in the system. See, remember, some times ago, the president came back from a trip and he saw the former IG. He said, the guy was not fat, so he didn't add flesh. So the president, according to him, his own KPI for measuring performances is that you're not getting fat. So if your KPI is wrong, so how will you be able to, reshuffle if you need to reshuffle? So on the stance that the president came to power, I think he has not done enough, and I don't know what legacy is going to leave for us. Perhaps it will be about a good election. Maybe.
I just want to push you further on, the leadership and this issue of insecurity before we go back to Edo State to, continue that conversation. Is it possible that these so-called terrorists or kidnappers or whatever they would, they're called, have taken advantage of the body language of not just government but service chiefs, and how they have dilly-dallied? Because you talked about plugging these loopholes to put an end to what is happening. But if these people have tested, for example, they went into the NDA and kidnapped a soldier, and we still see issues in Kaduna State, but that's a whole kettle of fish on its own. We've also seen these people test, and now they're in the South. The Southeast is also dealing with its own uprising. If these so-called terrorists or perpetrators of violence have seen the body language of government, that it only pays lip service, talks tough, but does not back it with action, who's to say that this is not going to, one way or the other, continue, especially now that we're getting ready for the elections? This could also, one way or the other, be a dampener on the average person who we're trying to convince to come out and vote, won't it?
It's it. Unfortunately, you have a population well, I don't want, let me be very mindful of my words, but you don't really have a very informed population that take informed decision when it comes to voting. And this cut across, whether they're educated or non-educated. Today, even the noise we are shouting about some individuals, you want to ask, what did they do in their respective places? Fortunately, all the leading, because the 4 leading candidates, they have served in different places before. And we are not asking questions what each, you see, if you want to employ anyone to your company, I run my organizations too. The first thing you do is the needs assessment. What do you need to be, what do you need to be done in the company? What do you need somebody to come handle? And that is the first thing. So whoever you want to employ must fit into the shoe of who can solve whatever is the problem, the needs assessment you have done. If we have done a needs assessment, number one, there is a terrible level of insecurity in Nigeria. In this, of course, look through them. Which of them has approached this in their respective places that they have served before, holistically? Number one. But we're not even looking at that. Number two, you look at the next problem. Which of them have shown, capacity to tackle this problem? We are not looking at that. Most times it is rhetoric, it is, issues that should not even be on the table, that will promote much more. And unfortunately, this would tell on us. If you think somebody will not get vote because his party has done badly, it's so terrible that some factors may prove you wrong. The first factor is the level of education, literacy, let me say. No, not the normal school, the school education. It has to do with voters' education on what should inform their choice of candidates. Number two, don't forget that in the polity, you have a situation where money plays a lot of role. So these guys who have stock money, they will move it into the system, and regardless of what you think the decision should be, they will influence. Number three,
this is a conversation that we have to have another day, because
the same people that will not be allowed to their responsibility.
Yeah, this is a conversation we have to have another day on voter education.
Okay, sorry. Let me land on that.
The issue of voter education.
Yeah, let me land on that, please. The same people that will not be alive to their responsibility to tackle insecurity, he will be alive to support the politician to win election. Once you have the INEC, once you have the security agencies, and you have money, winning election is easier in Nigeria.
Finally, because my time is totally up. A spokesperson for the government of Edo State had something to say about the recent developments. And then I just want you to take a look at it. And then when we come back, I want to know, will we be doing the same song and dance that we did during the Abuja-Kaduna train attack? Or should we be looking forward to a better solution to the problem? But let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We are pleased to say that while we were waiting to begin this press conference, we got a report that the suspect has been arrested, one of the suspects arrested. And I think it's very good news that it's helping police and the security agencies with their investigation right now. So I think once again we must congratulate the police for the swiftness with which they attended to this security breach. And also, we're pleased to say that our local hunters and the vigilante network, their collaboration also assisted in this operation, and that's why we are recording a very huge success in a very short time. So we hope this is the last time we'll have such daring people invading government infrastructure, especially train stations across the country.
Well, he's saying he hopes that this is the last time that this kind of thing happens. So my question again, Mr. Johnson, 1 minute before we wrap up. Will we be doing the same song and dance, or is this just another tea party?
You can't place it anywhere. If you want to sound pessimistic, you will sound unpatriotic. But the fact is, by the data on ground, by the indices, I don't think this is over. And unfortunately, again, you will leave the people to pay for this. So you keep empowering the criminals against the people, and the government is not helping matters. So for me, I will hate to sound terrible, but the fact is, I don't think this is over. Regardless of what we say, if you don't do the right thing, you must pay for it. You will have the consequences there. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is a fact.
Well, I want to say thank you. Kolawole Johnson is a public affairs analyst and he's a communications strategist. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We're hoping that something good comes out of this and the people are freed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's the show tonight. It's Plus Politics. Don't forget, if you missed any of our shows, you can go on our YouTube page, Plus TV Africa, and subscribe so you can never miss any of our programs. And don't forget that your PVCs are your only passports to a new Nigeria. So if you haven't picked up your PVC, go get it today. It's in your ward. It's at your registration center. And that is Plus Politics for tonight. I'm Mary Ann Akon. I'll see you tomorrow as we continue to talk for development. Good night.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story.
I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the run-up. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
And my name is Uchechukwu Onodo.
Today we're going to be looking at a few things. One of them is what we've been talking about all the time, and we cannot overemphasize it. It's about education, and we're looking at the state of education in Nigeria today. We'll be talking with someone who has been in the public education sector and now is in the private. We'll be talking with Mr. Nandi Peter Bette. But of course, that's not only going to be the topic of discussion today. In the meantime, we heard that today and tomorrow has been declared public holiday in Yobe State because the president is visiting. And I was asking myself, how many states have declared public holiday for people to be able to collect their PVCs? But the president is visiting a state to commission some projects, or to get some projects commissioned, yes, in Yobe State. And because of that, 2 days public holiday. Are we getting our priorities right at all?
I mean, it goes to show where our priorities are, and the things that we take seriously. It would have been more exciting for me if the public holidays was for collection of PVCs, or say elections has commenced in full gear and states are giving workers days off so that they can be able to participate and take some time and all that.
Okay. Okay. Well, but now. Some states gave a public holiday for the registration of voters, and some states did not give. But right now, like you said, I was expecting that they were going to say, okay, because PVCs, just registering is not enough. Collecting it and actually voting is the major thing. So if you have days to spare, why not give out the days for people to go and collect their PVCs? And then when the election comes, I wonder if they're going to give the workers public holiday or free days so that they can go to vote. I know the voting is on Saturday.
On weekends.
Yes, but some people need to travel somewhere else before they can go and vote.
Exactly,
so will they
that
give
was my
time?
point. I mean, there are people that are going to leave Lagos and go to places like the East. People need to go up north. And, they can't take work days, like active work days off on their own to do that. You need the management or, people in power to, give you that type of leverage so that you are able to participate in voting. And these are we still have time. So if you're listening to us and you're in a position where you can do stuff like that, it would be very, very cool. Give your workers the opportunity to travel and participate in these elections.
Well, the final list is out for the candidates that are going to contest, and we've seen that we have up to 18 political parties that are going to come to contest. What is happening to me today? I'm just eating my words now. Well, 18 political parties that will contest in this election that is coming. There are people from all, especially like presidential, we have the APC, the PDP, the LP, that's Labour Party, the Zenith Labour Party. We also have ADC and the rest of those parties. So whichever party is yours, make sure if you're campaigning for them, be civil about it. There's nothing like fighting and all that. There are going to be a lot of shocks, I hope, in this 2023. We should be able to tell someone who has been maybe arrogant, maybe someone who has been overconfident, it shock you. I would like a situation where that can be had after the February and March presidential and then Houses of Assembly elections and governorship elections. Because sometimes just knowing that your position is threatened by the mere fact that maybe people are looking at you as a non-performer will make a lot of them to sit up.
Sure.
But right now, all they owe, their allegiance is to their godfathers and not to the people. So when the voice of the people is heard resoundingly, as we are hoping that in 2023 it's going to be, then they will sit up.
I'm also hoping that there will be a reduction in the surge of sycophancy, because if you say the voice of the people, at what angle, at what level are we hearing the voice of the people, and what is the voice of the people saying? Are we singing chants and praises just because that is what they want to hear, and because, of course, at the end of the day, the pockets will be oiled, or are we actually making our positions known and being assertive about it?
And you see, the greatest kind of enslavement is the enslavement of the mind. And someone said that if you're educated enough, it disqualifies you from becoming a slave, because nobody can enslave an educated mind. That means whatever we need to do to make our educational system work for us, we need to do it, because now people are taught to be patriotic, people are taught to be good citizens right from school, right from the home. So I think there should be a deliberate effort by those in authority to make our curriculum in such a way that the students who go to school, the children who go to school, will take pride in their country, in their fatherland, so much so that they will begin to think about the benefits of a bigger picture rather than what can enter your pockets. I tell you, a lot of people who are canvassing for some candidates in this election, if you remove the money factor from these campaigns, they will not campaign. So which means they're not thinking about the bigger picture. They're just thinking about themselves and the now. What happens tomorrow doesn't concern them. If there's a change of government and the things that they're enjoying now, they do not enjoy again, they will begin to lament. But you had a chance of changing it and you didn't. And I wonder when we are going to grow above this money politics.
And since we're talking about education today, I'm hoping that, the history as a subject will be returned to our schools. Because when you're talking about removing certain factors so that people will understand what they're doing to themselves, I mean, if we knew history and our history and, the effects that these kind of actions had in the past, and you see where that has placed us today, then you wouldn't really need to talk too much to get somebody to understand that you need to be a follower, a good follower, and, be a follower that understands the ideologies and the plans of the person that you're following. And of course, if it doesn't align with what would benefit your future positively, then you have no business campaigning or being in that person's, team.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will say, okay, they have said history should return to schools. But what history is returning to school is the question. Because can we keep saying Mungo Park discovered River Niger or something?
When River Niger is
there were people living there. How did Mungo Park discover it? There's a river in my village, and you'll tell me somebody from Portugal or someone from France or someone from anywhere came and discovered it. What were our ancestors doing? Did they think that a river was a mountain? Did they think it was a forest? They knew it was a river, for crying out loud. They didn't just call it a river because they had a local name. So if you say history is returning to school, what history is returning to school? Are we returning the same history that tells us what the colonial masters came and discovered in our backyards? Or are you telling the true story of people who have fought for this land and conquered this land for our benefits, so that we begin to tailor our children towards taking these people as role models? I mean, if someone is from the East, for instance, what stops that person from trying to be like Nnamdi Azikiwe, like all other people that have come from the East? What stops someone from the North, a woman from the North, from trying to be like Queen Amina, that conquered a lot of places? And so there are a lot of people who are role models in every region of this country. Let's tell their stories and tell our own stories. And some people say movies are just for entertainment. I disagree with that. Movies can tell a lot about a people and can change the orientation of a people. A lot of people want to go to America because of what they see in the movies.
Sure.
They don't know that America has slums as well. They have homeless people as well. They never show us that in the movies.
Yes.
So, yeah, and when the war ended in 1970, the Civil War, the government made a deliberate effort. I think it's the government. They were going almost from village to village, including my own village, which is very remote, with cinema. This cinema they used to show on a wall, a white wall and all that. And they were showing us stories of movies of war and how destructive a war could be. So all of us watching those movies in those days made a pledge unconsciously that we will never allow a war to happen anymore. So it helped to form opinion. It helped to mold the people that were watching it. So if Nigerian movie makers will make a conscious effort to tell the Nigerian stories and tell it positively I think Nigeria also will have that pride, and Nigerians, even the ones who are abroad, will have more pride. Instead of showing us all the time how we do rituals and how we are jealous and all that.
Okay, all this and more are what we're going to be talking about today, focusing on the state of education in the country. It is still the run-up. When we return from this quick break, we're going to continue. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
You're welcome back. It's still the run-up, and like we promised, we're going to be talking education today, and we have on standby a retired director, quality assurance in the Cross River State Ministry of Education, and who is presently the chairman of Diocesan Education Board, Catholic Diocese of Ogoja. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Nandi Peter Bete.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Okay, we're glad that at least you have experienced both sectors. You've had the experience in both places, public and private. Now you're in the private, you were in the public first as quality assurance. Let's try to get a comparison between these two, the public sector and the private sector as it concerns education, in your experience, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. From my background, I was brought up with a mission school. We went to primary school, secondary schools when the missionaries were in charge. And then we went on to tertiary education and came back to work in the public sector at a time that government had taken over the running of schools. Remember Decree 1 of 1971, which took over all voluntary agency schools. So, government now put in place structures to run education. As somebody who worked there for so many years and in my managerial position, I'll be bold to say that the biggest problem in the public education sector is improper funding, lack of adequate funding. And when there are no funds, so many things cannot be done. I ended up in the quality assurance unit, and the experience there showed that when schools are not funded, when the system is not funded, teachers are not well paid. Most often they are not paid on time. Teachers are promoted. Promotions are not implemented. Teachers die. The system does not show any concern for a dead worker, not to talk of the family left behind. So the morale is low. And you send out quality assurance officers to ensure that the system is in order. But the logistics is not in place. They don't have means of movement. They don't have other instruments like ability to sanction where people are erring. So this attributes to the very poor standard that we have in public schools. Now, when we talk of funding, it's not as if the mission schools or the private sector as it were now are more funded or are better funded. But the dedication of the teachers goes a long way in ensuring that things are in order. Teachers are dedicated because instead of the pittance that is paid to them, they realize that their welfare is uppermost in the minds of their managers. And when there is supervision, so many things go the right way. Like I said, in the public sector, you have quality assurance officers that are supposed to check standards, are supposed to supervise, are supposed to inspect. But they are not regular on the field because the logistics is lacking. And once there is no supervision, things don't go the proper way. Then I talk about sanction. In Cross River State, teachers' wages, teachers' salaries are computerized. And at the end of the month, the teacher gets a alert in the bank. Whether such a person has been in school or not, the head teacher of the principal may only query. And the query will get to a certain place and it probably there will be no effect. But at the end of the month, such a person is paid. In the private sector, on the other hand, the teachers are aware that if you err, you are tampering with whatever the teaching you are supposed to collect at the end of the month. So there is that dedication. Let me stop there and ask. I'll wait for your next question. I don't know whether.
You're doing well. So the major problem in public education is supervision, as you said, and funding.
Yes.
Okay, but it seems as if there's more money in the public sector because teachers in the public sector are more well paid, and there should be some kind of insurance that they are being given and some other incentives. So why are you now saying that it is better in the private sector when all these things are there?
Now, in the public sector, I feel that the sanction, the fear of the unknown is not there. Nobody tampers with their income at the end of it all, except when there is an extreme case that somebody is either terminated or whatever. And then, because there is no supervision, there is this like a attitude to work. Now, let us go back to the military era. I told you the military government took over schools, which we all know. And then in 1979, introduced free education. Prior to this, they realized that they had to train teachers that will take care of the free education program. So there was this thing they call crash program in teacher training, where everybody abandoned his first calling, tailors, graders, and ran to the teacher training colleges because they were paying allowances and they were sure that they were going to be employed at the end of it all. So these people are in the field and they have not divorced themselves completely from their first calling because they know that even as the payment in the teaching field is regular, it's not as attractive as in the other public service, in the civil service. So they make up with whatever they can do as extra job, which is their first calling. So the dedication to teaching is not there. I did youth service in Sokoto State in those days, and I was teaching in a teacher training college, government teachers college, in Yaoundé, where unfortunately they went and adopted children last year, now federal government college. Now, my final year students, I was teaching them English. They told me that whether they pass grade 2 or not, man must work, that they must be employed. So they were sure that money is waiting for them, the stipend is waiting for them at the end of their training, even that they were doing free. So what I'm talking about is dedication, passion. Teaching is an inborn something. Now, most of the people that are in the employ of the private schools, especially the mission, institutions, they know that the salary is not attractive. I go around, I ask them, why do you choose to teach? They say it is their love for children, their passion for teaching. So when you see teaching as your first love, you will give in everything you have for it, not for the pecuniary games.
Let's talk about the curriculum now. There's been a lot of conversations, from several quarters saying that the curriculum needs to be changed. And, conversations have come up on social media and even on the mainstream media, people saying that children of today are being taught with the same curriculum that has been on for decades. Do you agree with this school of thought that, the curriculum needs to be improved or changed?
If I understand your question very well, we're talking about the curriculum.
Yes.
There are so many things wrong with the Nigerian school curriculum today. The National Education Research and Development Council has been tampering and toying with the curriculum. You can imagine that they are not saying they want to reintroduce this history. They watered down the curriculum and removed so many things that are supposed to build up the character of a child. During the missionary days, moral instruction was a mandatory subject. But after 1971, it was no longer there. They started using different names. They said they should not teach Bible, they shouldn't teach Quran and all that one. The missionaries themselves expressed fears that time. I read a book where a missionary predicted that the lack of moral instruction in schools was going to tell on the Nigerian society in future. And we are seeing it now. Virtually every social problem we have now has roots in the poor educational foundation that we have. So the curriculum, I don't know how many subjects they are teaching now. There are so many subjects. If we could revert to the curriculum we had before now, where you have core subject areas like arithmetic, like physics, like health science, and all. I know they have introduced computer. Education is a dynamic field. But I think that for the curriculum, they are giving the children too much to bite. There are too many subjects. I don't know whether I've answered the question.
These too many subjects, are they relevant at all? Or do you propose that they be merged, some of them be merged together?
They should be merged. They should be merged.
Okay, away from the curriculum now, most of the things that succeed, if not all of them, depend on the manpower, depend on the people who are running them. And we're looking at teachers running schools, teaching the children in schools. The mode of, let's say, recruitment now for the teachers, is there a better way that can be done? Because we've been talking about mode of recruitment even for the police and armed forces and everybody, because they have critical roles to play in the society. But for any society to grow, someone or the people in that society need to be taught. So is there a particular thing we're missing in the recruitment of teachers, for instance, in Nigerian educational system?
Thank you. No educational system rises above the level of the teachers. No country rises above the level of our education. There is a social problem that needs to be corrected. Teaching is not supposed to be an all-commerce field. Let's go down to where people are recruited into studying education. The lower the standards for people going into college of education, going to read education. Only the best brains should go into teaching. And they can only be attracted where the conditions are attractive. Now, the government, various governments across Nigeria, not particularly across the state, have not been serious with education, especially in the area of teacher recruitment. In Cross-River State, for instance, over the years, so many teachers have retired, many have died. But the recruitment process has been very slow. People who need education are favored over those who even have professional certificate because of man no man. But even then, the classrooms are virtually empty because there is no employment. Now, if we were to rectify things, the teaching sector, the educational sector, I put like teaching, the schools should be appropriately staffed with qualified teachers. There are many people that read education that are qualified, that are looking for these jobs, they don't get them. You go to a secondary school in a community, they'll tell you this community secondary school is run by the government. The only teachers you have there are the principal, vice principal, and maybe one teacher. The country now have to go to the extra length of recruiting what they call parent-teacher association teachers to handle all those lessons. So in the area of staffing, it has been very, very lacking in the government sector.
Mr. Bete, just a moment.
Schools,
just a moment, Mr.
We
Bete.
ensure that we have enough teachers to take care of people.
Okay.
In fact, the people teacher, actually most of our Northern primary schools are even in some is not more than one teacher to 25 people. Most of they are less than that. But in the public schools, you will see one teacher in English language for a school that have JSS 1 to SS3. One teacher in mathematics. There may be no science person. There could be a science teacher that is on part-time because he teaches in so many other places. So the staffing has been a problem and it contributes to low standards.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just take a break. When we return, we'll talk more about the solutions, things that will make the educational system work better, because people are leaving the country. Some give the excuse that they want to live in a place where their children can have a better life. And some who are staying here are still sending their children abroad to go and study, spending all that hard currency in countries that will not even help us when we are in crisis. So we'll come back to talking about the solutions now that you know the difference between the public sector and the private sector. So just for a moment, stay on. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay. All right.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome back. It is still the run-up, and we're still looking at the ills in the education sector here in Nigeria. And we've been talking to Mr. Nandi Bete. He's the chairman of the Diocesan Education Board, Catholic Diocese of Ogoja. Welcome back to the program. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. I'm here.
All right. We're looking at the solutions and what we can do better to make the education, sector grow. And you've mentioned a lot of differences between the private and public sectors as regards to education. But I want to ask you this: aside from everything else that is expected of the government, to put in place when it comes to the education sector to make it better, are there things or activities that you think schools can do on their own at an independent level to also make themselves better?
Yes. I said from the beginning that poor funding is actually killing education. If you go around the public schools, the infrastructure is appalling. There are no seats. The floors are not plastered. Teachers are not there. So the public schools now have been left there for pupils from indigent homes. The private schools are in a sort of competition among themselves. So their infrastructure is being worked on every now and then. And those parents that have a little means take their children to private schools, locally here. At the national level, they take them out. You can imagine that our children need to go to school in Benin Republic. There is a problem here. This has to be solved. We are not dedicated, we are not committed to uplifting public education. I'm talking about the basic level now, because where the foundation is not there, whatever you build on top is faulty. Government needs to be serious. In fact, they should declare a state of emergency on public education, especially at the basic level. All the millions they read in basic education, they do not trickle down. You need to go down the rural areas and see the type of schools that are existing there. The teachers are not motivated. The environment is not conducive. Teaching and learning will not go on well. So government needs to pay more attention to public education. Declare a state of emergency and be serious about funding education. That's the first step towards finding a solution to the entire problem.
Just a moment, Mr. Bette. We know that the government may be failing its responsibility, but the question now is, in a case where the government is not doing what they're supposed to do, what can the schools themselves do to make sure they sustain themselves and also the quality improves so much so that it doesn't have to be a school for indigent students like you said yourself? What can the schools internally do to maintain a certain amount of quality and have people come into the school?
Now, I tell you, let me just give you an instance. There is a community around my area. The only government presence in that community is a public primary school. The buildings were crumbling, everything. So the community now have to put money together to erect structures. After renovation, they realized that the teachers were not there, only the head teacher and two others. They are now paying for teachers that they have recruited to teach, because not all parents have the means to take their children to the urban centers or to put their children in private institutions. So the school, when you talk of the school, they are talking of the community that owns their school. In the situation where people pay taxes and they still go out to provide social amenities for themselves, there is a problem. Government has to look seriously into funding of education and properly channeling these funds to where they are supposed to go.
Okay, let's just look the other way. This is 2023 and there's going to be an election very soon. On the 25th, there's going to be presidential election, 25th of February. If the new president comes in and he has to do some reforms in education, where do you think he needs to start from, putting in place the things that will be instrumental to a revamp in the educational sector going forward?
Thank you. There is a Chinese proverb that says, if you miss your way 1,000 miles, you retrace your steps 1,000 miles and start again. We have to go back to the drawing board. A new president coming to Nigeria has a lot of job on his hands. For education, they have to go back and look at what the early missionaries did, because they brought the education to us. What did the early missionaries do that gave us concrete standard education? Our parents, most of them didn't even finish primary 6, but they could read and write. My Bishop Edelakpan of Catholic Diocese of Ogoja, set up the diocesan education board because his passion is to return education to where the early missionaries left it. And I must be proud to say that the results are coming for everybody to see around here. The new president in this country must bring in people that have passion for education. Sit down on the round table with him and discuss with him and tell him where things are going on so that they could be rectified from the foundation. The road we are seeing in tertiary institutions, it started from the foundation. Hello?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yeah, it started from the foundation. And if we must return education to where it was, there's this tanker, what they call examination malpractice. It has to be tackled headlong. I understand there are laws. There are laws. If you do this, you will be imprisoned. For all the time I work in the public sector, I did not hear that somebody was convicted for examination malpractice. There was a time I went into a school when the WAEC examinations were going on and we were writing English language. The fellow ascended to go and monitor the exams told me he was sick. I didn't know he had collected money from that school to allow them to do whatever they wanted to do. I went to the place. I just took a chair and sat down in the examination hall. I didn't know. I sat down. You know that there was no exam. No child could write because they were expecting that they are going to give them the answers from outside. But as I sat down there, nothing went on. They couldn't write. So there are a lot of issues that have to be tackled to put education back to where it's supposed to be. And the next president of this country has a lot of job in his hands if he's sincerely wanting to return Nigeria to where we are supposed to be, especially in the education sector.
Okay, now that we have touched on the next president, it's very political, as it were, but there's nothing we can say nowadays that we cannot tie to what policies will be made beyond 2023, and that will be in the hands of the people that we are going to elect. So let's digress a little bit and go into politics. A lot of people have come to the scene to just say a lot of things that they think will happen in 2023, especially in the elections. So as we prepare for the elections, do you think we are ready for this election? And if we're not, what things do you think should be put in place for us to have both free and fair election and satisfactory election to all Nigerians, and then have the right man in power?
You are taking me from education to politics now.
Yes.
You are taking me from education to politics.
Yes, because everything is related nowadays.
What Nigeria needs now, they don't even need much. They are seeing the pains. Everybody is in pains. All they need to be told and to be sensitized is not to sell their goods. Not to sell their goods, and to cast their vote for those they think are going to help them out of the present situation. I was in the village the other day, and my uncles came, and they say, "What do we do in this election?" I said, "You are asking me what you should do? What you were buying for 5 naira, you are now buying for 30 naira. And these people say they were coming to make life good for you. If you want them to continue, use your head. People, Nigerians should be sensitized. They should know that this country has money. And that if it is properly deployed, life will be good. Okay, we are talking politics. Where I come from in Buki, they have devastated the forest. They have devastated the forest. They are logging. But there are some communities, like my own community, you don't enter our forest. So if people could be sensitized to know that destroying the environment is wrong, they could also be sensitized to know that to vote wrongly is a wrong way to go.
Okay. All right. We're still talking politics now, and like Nyamgo said, everything is intertwined. Do you think that the religious organizations have a role to play in the forthcoming elections? And if you think so, what do you think those roles are?
They keep telling us that we should not consider religion when it comes to politics. But events in the past couple of years have shown us that politics is a key factor in Nigerian politics. It is wrong to tell people that politics shouldn't matter, that it is just that is religion shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Religion should matter. people that have conscience, that serve God religiously, should be bold enough to enter politics and practice what they learn in their churches so that the society will be better for us. We have had a lot of problems. Right now they are talking about Muslim ticket, Christian ticket, northern, perpetuation in power and order. Every sensible Nigerian should be reminded that there are so many things that are holding us together. And I will have to look at those things that hold us together and avoid those things that will cause us to fall away from each other. For me, the religious sensitivities of individuals of various groups should not be assaulted. We should tread with caution, with care, and balance equations religiously as far as politics in Nigeria is concerned.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Bette, that we took you from education to politics, but we had to just chip that in because we know that you are, even though not officially designated, an activist for good governance, and we've been following you for some time now and know what your feelings are. We'd like to thank you for coming on the show this morning to give us your experience and your perspective on the education system in Nigeria.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Bless you. Okay, we've been talking to Mr. Nandi Peter Bette, who is the chairman of Education Board of the Catholic Diocese of Ogoja, St. Benedict's Catholic Diocese of Ogoja. He was also a member of the Ministry of Education Board. He was in charge, the chairman of the Quality Assurance in the Cross River State Ministry of Education. We will take a break now and go for the news. After that, we'll wrap up the show. Stay with us.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back. It's still the run-up on Plus TV Africa, and we're glad to know that you're still there and watching us. Before now, we were talking with Mr. Peter Nandi Bette, who was talking to us about the state of education in Nigeria now. And one of the things I took from there was that, well, there may not be enough funding, but supervision is everything that we need to have. And, you know, I remember those days, education supervisors were like some demigods when they were coming to a school. I know that some people in some schools in some villages, when the education inspector was coming, they were dancers. They were, there were yams donated to give to the stranger that was coming, the big man that was coming. Nobody talked about the governor then. Nobody talked about the chairman then. Nobody talked about commissioner. We knew the inspector. And if the inspector came to a school and found out anything was wrong with that school, the headmaster or the principal would be dealt with severely. But as we grew up, we didn't see inspectors coming to schools anymore. I wonder what went wrong.
Because I grew up in a home of teachers. My both parents worked in the education ministry, so I know firsthand what it meant that supervisors were coming, and of course my dad was one of them. So for every time that he had to...
Did he come home with a goat?
Not that I know of. But for every time that he had to make those trips, you know, he had his files, he would put everything together, and you know, when he came home, whenever he comes home, you would see him with a list of things that needs to be done, and he makes sure that they got done. And I could tell that it was same for, you know, every other person that worked with him at the time. And even in schools, your class teacher will tell you the supervisors are coming. So you as a student need to be in your best behavior.
The brightest students are in front. They strategically put them.
And you know, these are the things that, you know, we've lost, and we need to start putting them together. He was very passionate. If you could hear it in his voice when he was talking about how that there are no inspectors anymore. People just do whatever they like. It was after that phase that we started seeing teachers bring melon to school, crayfish, and that should
Bendam
be
boutique,
heard of.
they were selling used clothes.
Exactly,
they were selling
because
a lot
nobody
of things
is checking and nobody is asking questions anymore. Everybody was more like to your tent, O Israel. Just do whatever works for you.
It's really wrong. It's really wrong. Anywhere you go to, like, okay, if you go to private institutions that are doing very well, most of the teachers are not as qualified as the ones in public schools. But you find out, like he said, close marking, supervision is key, because the proprietor is there with you, comes almost every day or at least every week. And if it is a missionary school, the people who are in charge will come. They monitor you and they know what you're doing. So the teachers are on their toes all the time. And he said also that in the civil service, you might do something, you might have a query even, and so many other things. But at the end of the day, nothing happens to you. So people know this, and they're just relaxed. They do whatever they want to do. Supervision is key.
But at the end of the day, you know how we keep reiterating that everything is intertwined. You do not supervise who you're owing, or who is not properly motivated, or this backlog of unpaid salaries, unpaid allowances and all. We didn't used to hear them a lot back in the day. So people, you know, you receive your pay, so you have to do the work. But these days, people are not motivated. Staff are not motivated enough. It's not like it's reason enough to not do your job. If you accepted to do the job, then it's expected that you carry it on to the last. But then, if we're going to talk about it, then let's talk about it as a whole. So you, as the employer of labor, how have you made the work environment conducive for the people that work for you? How have you done your part? Did you pay them their salaries? Are their allowances coming where they're supposed to? And you'd accepted to work. Do your work.
He did mention that sometimes you want to do supervision, there are no logistics. You don't have mobility to go to where you need to go to. Maybe there's no car or there's no fuel in the car, if there's a car at all. Because I've seen places where fire service, there are cars or there are lorries or there whatever they call those things, they're trucks, are without tires. So if there's an emergency, what do? Do they carry water in pails?
Some people tell you they don't have water.
How do they even get to that place? So if we see things like this, you go to a police station and you report, and they tell you have to mobilize them to get fuel for their car. So that you pay 50,000. I think 50,000 is standard now.
Well, you've not seen the ones that will ask you to order a ride?
Oh, okay. A ride for them to go and arrest someone that they should. But all these things, we do not know where they come from. Like police, maybe if you ask the authorities, they will say there's money devoted for that or voted for that. Where does the money end? It's also supervision in different stages. So while you're supervising the one on the field, you also supervise the supervisor. And, you know, there should be some kind of auditing and all that so that we get to know where the problems come from. I mean, how can a supervisor not have money to travel to where he's supposed to go and supervise? How can a policeman not have money to fuel the car? Maybe there's money that has been given But where did that money
What happened
end?
to
What
it?
happened to it? We need to start looking closely at the things that we say are not happening and get some people to check. If these people are upright enough, we'll find answers. If they're not upright enough, then the money you give to them to find out where the money goes will now be lost in pockets that we don't know again. So we just have to be meticulous.
These are the
We have to be,
issues.
treat every issue holistically, like you said. But let's not forget, for those who might want 2023 to be a year of business, you want to withdraw a lot of cash per day or anything,
Yeah.
remember today is 9th, in case you have forgotten.
And the limit starts today.
Yeah, tell them about it.
So the limit to the amount of cash you can withdraw as an individual or even a corporate organization set by the Central Bank of Nigeria started today. So as an individual, you cannot withdraw above 500,000 naira in a day. And as corporate organizations, you cannot withdraw above 1 million naira.
5 million naira.
5 million naira. So whatever it is that you've been putting in place to help you, stay above the situation, because it has started, it is here with us. I'm hoping that people are able to fall in line. People are able to, find a way to navigate this new development, because it's new. We've never been, in this type of situation before as a country, as a people. So it's going to be new. It's going to be difficult for a while. But then we're Nigerians. We'll always find our way.
If you're in the urban area, you shouldn't find too much problems, because they said withdrawal, which will mean that over the counter, you want to get money out to get cash. The problem is the cash. Nobody wants to give you cash anymore. So if you want to buy a car, for instance, and you are supposed to pay 3 million naira, know that you can do a transfer of 3 million naira if that's the case. But if you have to do a cash withdrawal above the limit of 500,000 for an individual, you'll have to pay 3% of that amount to be able to withdraw that money. And for a corporate organization, you have to pay 5% of that amount. You do the math yourself and tell us what it is. But banks are instructed from today not to pay over-the-counter new notes. They shouldn't pay any money, because normally you shouldn't withdraw more than 100,000 or less than 100,000 over the counter. You should go to the ATM. So they've been asked to load their ATMs so that they will dispense the new notes. We're hoping that everybody will comply, and whatever you need to do, do it on the internet. Do it in an electronic way, an e-way, e-naira, e-transfer, e-everything. That's what we want to do right now. We're growing, not going back.
Yes, and this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of the Run-Up. Thank you so much for being a part of it. It is a new week. We hope that you enjoy the rest of the week. And of course, we're not leaving you. The Run-Up will return, but it will be tomorrow. Until then, stay patriotic, get your PVCs, and get ready for the elections. My name is Uchechukwu Onodo.
Don't forget, the collection of PVCs will end on the 22nd of January, but you have that opportunity to go to your polling unit from now till 15th of this month. Go to your polling unit and find out if your PVC is there and collect it, so that will make the difference. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. See you tomorrow.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Oil majors are seeking to fund. Well, oil majors will be seeking funding from alternative markets as there are indications that the banking sector is shunning fresh investments in fossil fuel development. Now we're looking to ask what the future holds for the oil and gas industry, which is very important in Nigeria's economy. It's day 2 of the cash withdrawal policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria coming into effect. We'll look at the success or otherwise of the policy and attempt to look into the economic crystal ball to get a sense of what to expect in the coming months. And in Off the Press, we'll bring you in-depth analysis of today's major newspaper headlines. All right, you're welcome. It's a breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're glad to be back. We have a bumper package for you this morning. My name is Kofi Bartels. Apologies for starting some minutes behind time, but the show is here and the show must go on. Well, as usual, we will look at what's been the trending talk on social media online, what's got tongues wagging, and of course that's what we call our trending segment right here on The Breakfast. Let's start off with yesterday, checked out my Twitter and saw Stop Brimo was trending, and it was an interesting conversation, funny at times, but for the most part of it, it was worrying. Now, why were Nigerians tweeting Stop Brimo? Some in support, some against the call to action you want to call it that. Well, Brymo is a Nigerian singer. He is the one who sang the chorus in Ice Prince Zamani's Oleku, all right? And he has a number of hits, like Something to Go Around Town and some other songs like that people love. He's been able to carve a niche for himself as a very unique musician with a unique sound and unique style. And some say even reminds them of the legendary Fela Anikulapo Kuti. But he's been controversial online in recent days, if you want to call it that, most especially in recent days. And that's why thousands of people began to tweet the words, "Stop Brymo," is what they were saying. He's one of the African artists nominated under the Songwriter of the Year category at the forthcoming Afrima Awards, the 8th All-African Music Awards, which is scheduled to hold in Senegal, I believe. The annual awards event is organized to reward excellence in the African music industry. It's expected to hold on the 15th of January. That's 8th edition of the Afrima Awards. And thousands of people called for Brymo to be disqualified from the awards, over his contentious remarks about the Igbo community. I don't know if we can look at the tweet he put out. Some words there are unprintable, so you forgive us if you see anything that you don't want to see on your screen. I don't think we're going to put that. But he used the words F-U-C-K and Ndigbo in the same sentence. Let me just put it that way. He used the words F-U-C-K and Ndigbo in the same sentence. It was a derogatory tweet. A lot of people didn't take it kindly at all. He was responding to a tweet which has since been deleted. I looked for that tweet which he responded to. I couldn't find it. I wanted to know what the person was saying. But Olawale, Brymo, Olawale as he's called, he has been complaining. He says that he's been attacked. People were saying, take it easy, don't say these things. Your career is at stake. We love you, but we don't want to see things like excuse me, like this coming from you. But Brymo is claiming that that he was threatened, is what he's claiming, that he was threatened. One of the tweets he put out in response to someone who was asking him why he was saying F-U-C-K Ndigbo. He said that how will he be threatened with death? His family threatened, and he will keep quiet. Now, some people came out in support of Brymo, saying that they're voting for him. We've got your back, we're supporting him. But it seems to be sort of a tribal debate going on, which is not something we always want to see in Nigeria. We have had too much of this tribalism going on. The conversation and the debate went on to, some people say, no, Lagos is no man's land, mostly from the southeastern part of the country where the Ndigbo that Brymo was referring to are from, Nigeria's southeastern part or flank. So some of them were saying, what, Lagos is no man's land, just trying to what he called troll Brymo. And he said that he's from Badagry. You can't tell me that Lagos is no man's land. It was quite worrying, really. I do not know why Brymo went to this extent of using that word, the F word, on Ndigbo. I don't know if there's anything that should justify that. I mean, throughout yesterday, Brymo took quite a number of time to engage in a back and forth with people who were criticizing him on Twitter, probably to show that he can withstand them. For instance, someone said, "How I wish you are not the singer of Never Look Back. How can you be this bigoted, sir, and make a lot of meaning in your songs?" And in other words, to say maybe he's a tribal bigot. And Brymo replied, "You wish You won't find way. Switch the author and the performer of the song. Why? And stop calling me sir. And he now tells the bad guy, effing bigot. You know, so people are concerned for the safety, the health, the welfare of Brimo. He's trying to make some points. He says, you know, Lagos is not no man's land and all that. Someone says, you way Igbo woman house at Chevron. It's a Nigerian pigeon. And it says, it's not a shift in position. I do it all for the tribe that won't listen. All right. So he seems to be saying, you know, he's angry at the Igbos and, you know, maybe some of them threatened him. I mean, it's quite sad. Or quite a contentions. Apart from, you know, normal Nigerians out there on Twitter taking Brimo on regarding his remarks, derogatory remarks about the Igbo community or Igbo ethnicity, we've had also, you know, celebrities commenting on this. For instance, I saw something from Paul Okoye of P Square. He took a swipe at Brimo in a message he put out also on the micro-blogging platform. And this is what he said. He says, mind what you say. All right, that's Paul, or Rude Boy of the P Square group that is now back together. It says, mind what you say. Brimo had earlier endorsed Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All right. And that was the genesis of all of this. So what you have, you know, in the Twitter posts following is just an offshoot of the pressure that Brimo has been feeling on Twitter now, you know, taking effect on him. So this is what Rude Boy of P Square said. He said, mind what you're preaching. Election will come and go. We all will move on. But you decided to be a tribal bigot because you think you are getting some attention by insulting a particular region of Nigeria. And some people are praising you as an artist. I'm only disappointed. He didn't mention anybody's name, but people think that that is a veiled reference to Brimo. All right. So, I mean, I think the guy, you know, Brimo, the artist, has just buckled under the pressure of the attacks that he has been receiving online following his endorsement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress for the presidency. And I get it. I mean, even Charles Soludo, for all his greatness, buckled under the pressure and had to pen a very long letter. We've just gotten to part one of that letter on Peter Obi's presidency. A lot of people were surprised because they're from the same state and they're friends. You know, Rude Boy P Square, Paul Okoye is one of the artists, along with his brother, publicly backing Peter Obi. So some have said, you know what, you know, Rude Boy P Square criticizing Brimo, you're publicly backing another presidential candidate. And all those who are criticizing Brimo should stop criticizing him, because you have other artists who are backing presidential candidates. And they're supporting these artists and supporting the candidate that these artists are backing publicly. So why the backlash, why the criticism, why the fire on Brimo simply because he's supporting a candidate some people on Twitter do not like? It is his constitutional right. But for Brimo, buckling under the pressure to say those uncharitable words about a tribe in this country, I think he's made a mistake that he may regret in the coming days, weeks, and months. You know, because you don't want to be, you know, the one, you know, tweeting hate speech against the tribe. It's really sad. It's really sad indeed. And I hope that Brimo will be able to find, you know, redemption, and will also find his way back to, you know, some sort of apology to those who are affected by that. Because when you tell somebody F you, use the F word, it's one of the most derogatory things to say to anyone. So it's quite sad. Some have said that Brimo is simply doing this to trend, you know, to trend and maybe sell some more of his music. I don't know if that is true. But so far, from what I can see on my screen, I don't know if we can show the screenshot of the petition. It's on change.org. So far, about 2,500 people have signed the petition. calling for Afrima to cancel the nomination of Brimo for that award. So let's see how it goes. If Brimo will get more people through this controversy to support him, or if Afrima will pull the plugs at the end of the day. Really sad indeed. Really sad indeed. What the man has been tweeting. Anyway, let's move on. There was unrest in a part of Lagos yesterday as Yoruba Nation agitators held their rally in Lagos. I don't know if we roll some of the clips. All right, let's just listen to what this gentleman or these individuals are saying. Can we hear what they're saying? All right.
Wọ́n ti tẹ́gà sí wa lójú, wọ́n yìnbọn mọ́ wa, wọ́n fẹ́ pa wá. Ọlọ́run wọ́n ti pàgọ́. Wọ́n ti pẹ́ nìkan báyìí. Ẹja ti rí ọgọ́ta.
All right, so there was unrest. Yesterday Twitter was on fire. There was unrest reported in the Ojota axis of Lagos as some supporters of the Yoruba Nation agitation, they held a rally in Lagos. They put out some information, we monitored some of the tweets on social media. Most of them were saying that the rally was meant to be peaceful and that the police engaged them in a shootout and at least 2 persons were dead. These are reports from people who say they were there and that they put out the information on social media. In fact, there's a picture, of a dead body that was put out by a instant mainland Twitter account, saying that 1 person was reportedly killed. But one of those who happened to be at that rally, one of the Yoruba Nation supporters, said that 2 people were killed. Now, of course, this is something that is subject to confirmation by the police, but based on the videos and photos shared on social media, it was clear that Ojota was a scene of a clash between the police and members of the Yoruba Nation agitation group. An investigative journalism platform is saying that a source has told them that 2 groups suspected to be Oodua People's Congress and the Yoruba Nation agitators clashed in the early hours of Monday, resulting in one casualty. So while some of the social media reports are saying the police were the ones who came and attacked Yoruba Nation group holding their mega rally to press for self-determination, another report from the Foundation for Investigative Journalism is saying that 2 groups, Oodua People's Congress and Yoruba Nation agitators, clashed, and that is what led to this alleged death of either 1 or 2 people. We're told that the police arrived at the scene and shot tear gas to disperse the crowd, and yesterday the reports indicated that Ojota was the scene of chaos. Ojota was on fire, is what we're hearing. Now, the police public relations officer in Lagos State, Benjamin Hundeyin, said that normalcy was restored. He couldn't give details at the time that we filed our report. So it's really, really, really sad one. If it's a clash between 2 groups, then it really gives us a lot to worry about, and we're hoping that the police have not gone ahead to, shoot anyone, because that's not what we want to see. Vehicles were put on fire. It was chaos. It was chaos. It was chaos all around that aspect of Ojota, just around the Gani Fawemi Park in that axis of Lagos State. Now, this is not the first time, that we're seeing people, anyone die as a result of a Yoruba Nation protest or rally. You recall that on July 3, 2021, a sales girl, Jumoke Oyeleke, was shot by the police while trying to disperse the Yoruba Nation protesters. A sales girl was shot by the police. Jumoke Oyeleke is her name. Coroner's inquest into the circumstances surrounding the events that claimed the life of that 25-year-old sales girl indicted the police, but no suspect was released for the prosecution. Okay, so that's what we have. Really sad one. A report I saw indicated that a tricycle operator who refused to disclose his name, I think it was in a Punch. He said he was afraid of being arrested by the police or anything, something like that. He said the protesters were demonstrating peacefully when a policewoman gave the order for the police to disperse the crowd, and that was when bullets, were being fired directly at the protesters. So, we need the police to come out and tell us what really happened there. Another eyewitness who is cited by the Punch, who is said to run a business in front of the Ojota Gani Fawumi Park, said that the protesters arrived at the park at about 3 a.m. on Monday morning. Also went on to tell the paper that buses dropped off the protesters and they saw them clustering and all that. And also saying that the police were the ones who came and scattered everything. Everything was peaceful, they said, until the police came and started shooting tear gas canisters at them to disperse them. But if tear gas is fired at such a place, I do not know if it's meant to lead to the death of 2 people. So we need more information. We need more information. As we speak, the police have not put out anything that I have seen. So anyway, we'll leave it at that, and we hope that an investigation will be carried out and that we can get something from the police in Lagos State. Let's move on. This one is close to home because it involves a media executive. This time we're talking about Raymond Dokpesi, who is the owner of AIT Television, yes, African Independent Television, and indeed Arepa FM. It's a radio station. You can find it across the country. Now, he's not to be a member of the People's Democratic Party. You all remember what transpired in 2015 when AIT put out some documentaries against the current president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, then a candidate of the All Progressives Congress. So his relationship, his activities, involvement with the People's Democratic Party is well documented. Of course, right now, the PDP has a presidential candidate in the mold of Atiku Abubakar. Well, the founder of Dark Communication, owner of AIT and REPA, we told that he was arrested by police in the United Kingdom yesterday and released yesterday. He's, like I said, the chieftain of the PDP. Multiple media reports on Sunday said he was arrested in London. He's also the Director General of the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in charge of technical and systems. I don't know what that means, but reports said yesterday that he was reportedly picked up at Heathrow Airport in London after touching down from Frankfurt on Sunday ahead of a meeting with the PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, who is in London. Some have suspected that he's also going to take care of his health while he is there. Now, the reports that we monitored did not really indicate the incident or the reason for the incident and the reason for the arrest or detention of Raymond Dokpesi, but his visit to the UK is connected to an invitation by the UK government to Atiku. We're told he's been invited to share perspectives on issues around the 2023 general elections. Okay? Now, something was put out by Dark Communications. I'm just going to read some excerpts of that. They're saying that Dokpesi was delayed at the airport for some, to quote, Dokpesi was delayed at the airport for some hours before his passport was stamped and he was cleared by the British immigration officials for entry into the country. They went on to say Chief Dokpesi wishes to thank all for their outpour of love, prayers and support following the news of the incident, and to reassure all that he is hale and hearty. You know, it's political season, so when these things happen, it's bound to attract attention, especially if it involves any of the major political parties or their officials. So Dokpesi is a major figure in the PDP presidential campaign, and of course 2023 is around the corner. That's the biggest news in Nigeria, anything about the elections. But for me, it's not really an issue. you know, if he has something to answer for in the UK, he would have been detained, probably taken to court. I don't know if it's an immigration issue or some other thing. But he's been released and he was let go. So I think that's the end of the story. There are very important things to look at, especially why Atiku is in the UK and what he will do while there. Will he give a speech? Is he going to go to Chatham House? You know, will he say some things that he's not told to the Nigerian media or to Nigerians in the country like some of the other candidates? I don't know. Time will tell. But we'll keep watching and monitoring. That's the much you can take on this segment, trending segment. We'll be right back. We have the paper review up ahead.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society.
Go to some few police stations across Nigeria. You will see what you see there is an eyesore. You cannot even have a good record system that takes data.
There's a further problem of lack of coordination between federal and state governments in Nigeria.
And local governments.
And local governments. For instance, although local education is an issue.
You see what's going on now. ASU insisting that government should pay them for a month they were not in class. And of course, they shouldn't have even gone to strike in the first place if the government had listened to them initially.
Welcome back. It's still the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and time to look at what the papers have for us. Quite interesting stories on the front page of the national dailies. But before we dive into them, good morning to you, Chris Kene-Wando. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Kofi. Nice seeing you.
All right, fantastic. Always great to have you join us every Tuesday morning. Chris Kene-Wando is our guest, as I said today, and he is, of course, a chartered mediator and conciliator, and also the executive director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative. Let's start with the first paper on our table. The Nation has some interesting stories, but always going with 2023 for obvious reasons. Let's not go into that. The big one there, why Nigerians should vote Tinubu Shettima by Buhari. Why Nigerians should vote Tinubu Shettima by Buhari. No surprises. More from the paper. Kidnappers demand 620 million naira for 31 victims of the Edo train attack. Made in Nigeria helicopter for inauguration before May 29. Silver seeks CBN special fund for modular refineries. Airtel announces acquisition of 5G spectrum. Interesting. Leaders condemn attack on Brazilian government offices. 7,000 nurses begin strike in New York City. Maybe they are following their colleagues in London, or the UK rather, to sit at home. Polls threatened, INEC warns. Yakubu hints of elections shift in volatile areas. Ex-Lagos Borno governors trustworthy. I think that's a writer to the first headline. Withdrawal policy pushes up POS transaction charges as some of the headlines on the front page of the Nation. Let's quickly go to the Punch. The Punch has the following headlines. Cash limits, customers protest as banks begin enforcement. Customers say policy will affect cash-based businesses. Demand fresh review. Bank ATM suspends old notes despite CBN's directive. New note scarcity persists. More from the Punch. Scarcity. FG orders NNPC to reduce petrol price. Government acquires stakes in Dangote refinery. 3 others. Gunmen demand 620 million naira ransom for abducted train passengers. Another paper taking a look at that. Dokpesi UK police deepen probe. Controversy surrounds airport incident. Yoruba Nation protesters converge 3 a.m. or converged 3 a.m. Members killed. We see pictures of sort of the chaos there at Ojota near the Gani Fawemi Park. Protesting poly students block Ibadan roads. Government intervenes. DSS director's wife orders Kano governorship candidates arrest. Some of the stories on the front page of the Punch. Interesting one. Very powerful woman. More. This time we go to the Tribune, the Nigerian Tribune, which has been in circulation since 1949. They say the big one there. Security threat to next election real. INEC says commission leaving nothing to chance. Fuel importation to end by 2024. FG kind of reminds me of some of those 80s and 70s newspaper headlines that we sometimes see from time to time. The writer to that, 60,000 barrels per day, Port Harcourt refinery to commence Q1. FG claims 80% equity in modular refineries. I can see a picture of the man we call Murphy, the CBN governor, Gordon Emefiele. New Naira notes now in ATM as cash withdrawal limit takes off. Right. More from the Tribune. 13.1 billion naira bid for fortified Ikoyi property fails as EFCC opens sale of assets in Abuja. Why we queried Ebira traditional ruler Kogi government. One killed as Yoruba Nation agitators, police clash in Lagos. Government kidnap customary court president in Edo. 6 train victims rescued. Abductors of passengers demand 620 million naira. Oh my God. This day has the following headlines. The big one there. Buhari in Yola canvasses support for Tinubu, Binani, other APC candidates. Tells the Damoa people Tinubu Shettima can be trusted to deliver. Urges them to make history by electing first female governor. PDP mocks ex-Lagos governor. It's an interesting headline from this day, if you know what I mean. If you know, you know, like they say. More from this day, FG. Port Harcourt Refinery to commence a partial operation before end of first quarter. Silver, why I will happily buy fuel for 300 naira, says kerosene price deregulated beyond government purview. Alleged missing 89 trillion naira. CSOs apologize to Emefiele over call for his visa ban. 6 more abducted Edo train passengers rescued. Some of the headlines on the front page of this day. Let's quickly introduce at this point Chris Kenne. Chris, before we came on air, I was just having a discussion with you about the development in Ojota axis of Lagos State with that Yoruba Nation agitation. What are your thoughts on that? Because we just talked about it in a training segment. Some reports say, eyewitnesses say 2 people died. We have 2 different scenarios. One scenario is that the police came and then clashed with the people, the protesters who were being peaceful before they came, and 1 or 2 people died. Another scenario is that the Oduwa People's Congress supporters or members clashed with the Yoruba Nation agitators before the police came. So what are your thoughts on this?
The incident that happened in Ojota yesterday was a very unfortunate one, which shouldn't have happened. And if our security agencies have done it through due diligence and ability to be able to do some of this. But protests, lawful protests, and peaceful protests is a fundamental human right that is enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution of 1999, Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. So every Nigerian has a right to protest, and they cannot be stopped from protesting. It can only be legal when that protest turned violent, as it did yesterday. And I felt that a better communication and the ability to be able to handle the situation without stopping me from escalating as it were. Funny enough, I was around that area yesterday. What I saw was good enough. One life was lost. The agitators said that 2 were killed. The police said 1 was killed, and it was a confrontation with the police. And this, as I said, could have been properly handled. OPC have not come back to Kari said that. I think I saw a press statement from the APC saying that they were not involved, that it was just the police and the agitators clashed. So, but it shouldn't have happened. This would have been prevented, and the loss of life and the destruction of properties would have been avoided. That is, I think.
This similar incident happened on July 3, 2021, at the same place. A sales girl by the name Jumoke Oyeleke was killed. When police attempted to disperse the Yoruba Nation agitators. A report, a coroner's inquest, indicted the police in her death, but till date, what we hear is that nobody was released by the police for prosecution. What are your thoughts, first of all, on the manner in which the police approaches protests in the country, and also when people die, they seem not to be interested in releasing their men or women for prosecution?
Yeah, Kofi, interestingly, I also covered that particular incident, that protest last year in Ojota. The girl that in question was killed by a stray bullet. She was at the police station, MRS, around Ojota bus stop, when the stray bullet pierced her and she died. And the last I read about that story was that a compensation was to be given to the family of the girl. I don't know whether that was given or not, whether they received it or not. But as I said, we have much better way of handling situations like this. Going into violence, if the security agencies were able to do what they ought to have done, probably, because if we have to know that, as I said earlier on, that every individual in Nigeria has a right to protest. If these young people are just going out just to protest the way they and march accordingly, and due notice was given that they're going to do that, then it is the duty of the police to protect them and make sure that that protest march, when we use the word protest, it connotes some kind of, I don't know how to put it, but it's supposed to be a march. And if the police are supposed to lead them through and make sure that they have a smooth passage, do whatever they want to do, and disperse, make sure that they disperse. But when they now start moving, the problem with this issue of march and protest is that those behind it may have the best of intention, but they find it difficult to be able to manage the crisis as it were, because in the course of that protest, other undesirable elements who have other reasons or have ulterior motive try to use that to be able to hijack the protest, get involved in extortion, destruction of properties and the rest. That is why most of them are not. I'm always against this issue of protesting and protesting, especially in a volatile place like Lagos. But use of force is not supposed to be. In other climes, what the police use is what is called rubber bullets. Rubber bullets don't have the fatality. It doesn't kill. It can only injure. But ours, you see our policemen releasing AK-47 and using rifle to shoot at protesters. And that is what caused what happened. And that, I repeat, it is avoidable.
I'm tired of asking this question, Chris, but what do we need to do as a nation to make sure that no police officer just takes the life of any citizen needlessly? I mean, we're still recovering from the killing of the Lagos lawyer in Lekki. We're still recovering from that. Like you said, compensation has been paid to the family of Jumoke, who was killed 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago in Ojota, in the same scenario. But no one has been prosecuted as we speak for that killing. So what needs to be done? I'm tired of asking this question, but we need to ask these questions. What needs to be done to ensure that no police officer just carries a gun and say, we're going to kill someone, just shoot?
Until we start doing the needful, making sure that all those involved, especially security officers, are brought to book and make sure to face the book. They will continue to behave the way and in the manner they do. Once a police officer wears that black and black, or blue and black as it were, or blue and blue, whichever one it is, they feel that they are above the law and they can just handle and keep people. We are talking about the Ajah incident of the female. Well, I don't forget that a week or two before, another young man was also killed by that a policeman from that police station. We've heard that investigation is on about the killing of the lawyer, and that the policeman has been suspended. When will the prosecution start? When will it be brought to court? What investigation? How many days is it going to take to have the investigation? Kofi, and that is where most of them are not. I feel that we as journalists and the media has a lot to do. We have to continue to question and be able to bring these atrocities to the fore. Instead of after reporting it, making a report of it within 1 week, 2 weeks, we go to beg and forget. There are so many instances where police have brutally murdered Nigerians. I just see in the headlines of most media outreach, television, radio, newspapers. After 1 week, 2 weeks, we go to beg and forget it. And nothing said about that. We don't investigate and make sure that that story is seen to the latter, and making sure that the country will continue to do that. Then the police will continue to take the law into their hands. I feel that having guns is a license to kill. And what happens in other crimes is that when policemen engage in such, as we've seen in the United States and the rest of them, they are quickly arrested, arraigned, and prosecuted, and where necessary, jailed. That will act as a deterrent. But here, it's just as if it just seems to me that they are just above the law, and they just continue to do what they do. And that also brings the question, our recruitment system of our policemen. What kind of recruitment are we having? What kind of people are we recruiting into the police? What kind of training are we giving them? What kind of psychological examination, what kind of psychological training do we give them? So that they know that they are first and foremost Nigerians, and they also have families, and apart from the uniform they are wearing, they are just like every other Nigerian. So that is the issue. Until our recruitment system changes, And people start seeing policing as being a policeman as a last resort, not because they wanted to. Most of them in the police force didn't want to join the police because they don't have any other thing doing and they can't find job. That is why you just see most of them. Majority of them, if they have other job, they will go into the police. And you see the level of frustration that goes into their work. And that is why some of them behave. That does not remove the fact that we have very, very fine gentlemen in the police. I have so many of them that are senior officers. And they does not behave the way some of these lower ranks policemen behave.
Right. Chances are that if, it's confirmed that 2 people died as opposed to 1, 2 more families will be grieving. And they don't want to hear that they are fine officers in the police force. They will just want to, tell you they've lost their loved one. It's really a sad one, Chris. But yes, unfortunately. Let's go over to Edo State. We're still trying to recover from some of the attacks by terrorists in different parts of the country, especially on critical infrastructure, the rail network in the country. This time in Edo State, yesterday we discussed this. I asked our guests why Edo State. Are we seeing the northern terror or the terror experience in the northern part of the country come down south, or is this something that we should see as the previous insecurity and kidnapping in the southern part of the country, of which Edo State has been a beneficiary, we want to call that. But we're hearing that 6 more train kidnap victims have been rescued and that the abductors have set a benchmark. They've given a number, a figure, 620 million naira. What are your thoughts on this?
First and foremost, the issue of rescue, I'm always very skeptical when I read that story, the way we use it at the media, 6 rescued. That was why the media yesterday were posted that 2 children were rescued. The children that they were talking about were not rescued. Those are the children that were abandoned by their parents when they were abducted at the train station. So saying that they were rescued is not is not the right choice of word. And when you say rescue, where were they rescued? How were they rescued? Does it mean that they are not part of the remaining? Probably, my personal impression is some of them probably escaped because of the large volume of number of people that were picked up and by these bandits and terrorists, and they were able to find their way and escape. But if they say they are rescued, well, who am I to challenge the authorities issuing that statement? But the issue is that we have a big challenge on our hands. It's like lightning striking twice on the spot. This happened last year along the Abuja Kaduna route. The difference is that why that train was derailed and people were adopted. These particular ones were passengers that were adopted at the train stations, waiting to board the train. And Kofi, the question should be asking what our security agencies are doing. Kofi, are you aware that we have a commissioner of police appointed to be in charge of railway? There's a female commissioner of police specifically appointed by the IGP to be the commissioner of police in charge of railway. That is a preview. The question you now ask yourself, what has she been doing? What level of security has she given all the train stations in Nigeria? As far as I'm concerned, it's most likely that we have practically next to nothing in terms of security at that police station, train station. That is one. Then secondly is the fact that we have most of this, I've always said time with that number that in terms of resources, we have limited number of policing, and that is why some of us have been advocating for this community and state policing. Some of these critical infrastructures don't need to be secured by police. They can be secured through community and state policing, those that are recruited by the states. But some people are playing kid blow with some of this agitation by some of us that it is high time that we look at the critical area of state and community policing. If we have that, then we can be able to decentralize the security system and be able to make sure that some of these areas are manned by local vigilantes, manned by community policing. I'll tell you, Kofi, you ask why Edo? Why not Edo? If you see, for example, what is happening in Southwest, Southwest seems to be getting it a bit right, a little more better than other parts of the country with their Moteko policing. That in itself has solved so many problems in terms of community policing. If other regions can key into that, we have similar thing in this Southeast, but that of the Southeast is quite different, cannot be used as a good example of what communities and state policing is about. What the governors are doing in the Southeast, especially the governor of Ebonyi State, is using Ebubago to intimidate and arrest would-be opponents. That is not what those security outfits are supposed to be. It's supposed to be community policing that will assist the police in making sure that most of these areas are secure. But I hope that this will not have this happening again. Now they are demanding 620 million, 20 million naira on every kidnapped person. How are we going to do that? How are they going to pay? And you saw what happened with the Kaduna Abuja passengers and the horror and the traumatic horror that most of them went through until they are finally released.
It's quite a traumatic experience, like you've rightly said, very, very worrying. Let's go back to the Punch, and this time the paper is giving priority with its lead front page headline to the cash withdrawal policy. The paper is saying that the customers are still protesting at the banks as they begin enforcement, saying that the policy will affect cash-based businesses. I mean, indeed, the CBN came out with a U-turn, or not a U-turn, but some improved offer, let's call it that, increasing the daily and weekly withdrawal limits for individuals and organizations. So what are your thoughts on what the Punch is saying, that as banks are rolling out this policy, customers are still protesting at the banks? However, another paper, I think this time is the Nigerian Tribune, had a little, headline front page. It says, new Naira notes now an ATM. I don't know if you've seen the new Naira notes in the ATM. I certainly haven't seen anyone till as of yesterday. I didn't see anything. So what are your thoughts on what the Punch is saying with the protests coming from consumers, customers?
Yes, let me start with the last question on the new Naira note on ATM machine. Kofi, a particular bank 2 days ago issued a statement that they will start dispensing only new Naira note on their ATM, and from yesterday. And we were part of those that online platform that use that news site. And I went out yesterday to investigate myself, and Kofi, lo and behold, and I went to one of the branches of the bank at Adeni Jones in Ikeja, and I slot in my card, and what do I got? I got 20,000 naira cash, new Naira notes, all new Naira notes. Yes, from that ATM. So that means that they've started, some of them, I don't want to mention the bank, I don't want to give them pay about on Plus TV before they start charging me.
Did you get what denomination were you given?
1,000 naira, 1,000 naira.
But the policy says that.
Remember, the policy said 200 naira.
Yeah, which
but it was just one. I've not said, I've seen the 1,000 note, I've seen the 500 note. I've never seen what the 200 note looks like, and that is the issue. So then the withdrawal policy, and also the central bank came out with a statement at the weekend that withdrawal of cash across the counter of new notes will stop, and they've given a directive to back that anybody that wants to withdraw should go to the ATM. I was just asking myself, if I want to withdraw 300,000 naira from my account, to me, I should go and stand at the ATM and be slotting my card. I know that the way they structure those banks are so, I don't know, they are so profit making, and they put your limit at 10,000 naira. That means I'm going to slot in that for 30 times before I can withdraw 300,000 naira. And after the second withdrawal, you know that they start charging you. So this policy is not totally well thought out, and I believe that the central bank has to do something about it. This new Naira note is not circulating. If you cannot get it in Lagos, then you cannot imagine what will happen in villages in my state of Imo State and other remote villages in Nigeria. And then we have just, today is 10th, right? We have 21 more days to the end of withdrawal of the old Naira note and the commencement of the use of that, the old Naira note lapsing from being used. So what is going to happen. And I even somebody read a fundamental question with me yesterday. I was asking me, CK, for those of us that are in this diaspora, we have Naira notes. You know, when we travel to Nigeria and come to Nigeria, we never have some of these Naira notes so that we can use for airport and the rest of them, movement, and most of these Naira notes are still with us in abroad. How do we be able to exchange that? I don't think the central bank has even factored that in, because if you look at that, I'm sure that we have billions of Naira notes with some Nigerians in the diaspora. So, but this issue is not totally thought out well. They've increased the limit to 500,000 for single account, personal account, and 5 million Naira for corporate accounts. But what they're saying in essence that you might still withdraw that, but if you are going to withdraw more than that, they're going to charge you for that. But for me, the central bank doesn't seem to have gotten it right, because most of the ATM yesterday, I was at the airport yesterday, they are just dispensing old Naira notes.
Chris Kenodo, sorry, I'm trying to do some investigative journalism here. You said you went to an ATM, automated teller machine, yesterday, and you were able to withdraw new Naira notes. Yesterday, January 9, 2023.
Yes.
And you took out denominations of 1,000 Naira. 1,000 Naira is what you got. 1,000 Naira notes.
1,000 Naira.
Okay.
Yeah. 1,000 Naira.
Not 200. That's number one.
No, not 200.
How about?
It's not 200. Not 500. It was 1,000 Naira. Okay. And CBSA was going to be 200 Naira. It was just 1,000 Naira. Yeah.
Now, how much did you withdraw in total?
20,000. Okay. And I was there those before me also. I know where you're going to. Don't think that I'm going to give you some. I know, Kofi. I know where you are.
No, I thought I heard you say 30,000.
2,000.
No, I thought I heard you say 30,000.
No, I didn't say 30,000. It's 20. So if you expect 10,000, don't expect me to give you 10,000. It's 20,000.
I thought I heard you say 20,000 because it would have been very funny if you were able to withdraw more than 20. Maybe next time try and withdraw 20,500 to see if you get it, because they're telling us we can't withdraw more than 20,000 Naira in a day, which is hilarious. Anyway,
which is also what I'm saying, because the central bank gave a directive to the commercial banks last week. That information came out on Friday, that they should not issue any new cash to anybody across the counter. That people should go to the ATM. So what I'm not saying is that if I want to withdraw 300,000 for whatever reason, or 200,000 for whatever reason, it means I should go to the ATM to withdraw 200,000, which is not possible, because by your policy you have already said about you put a cap to it about 20,000 thereabout. I can't remember now. So you can see this CBN guidelines from assault guidelines. I don't even know what that. Well, where is the question, Kofi? The question we should be asking ourselves: where is the governor of Central Bank? Nobody's have seen in public for over 4 months now. The last we heard of him that he was abroad, that he was not feeling fine. We just said, you don't get something. Yeah, you big boy. Now I can see you. Like, you are ready to change up. I'll come and see you. I will see you after this program.
It's almost as if I've won the lottery. Head of production unit here, Noja, just gave me 500 Naira. It's the first time. Yeah, it's the first time I'm seeing it with my Koro eyes, Chris Kenodo.
I'm telling you.
It looks strange.
I think that what I should suggest is that the central bank should just push this back a bit. Don't forget the National Assembly. I've asked the Senate and House of Reps. I've asked the central bank to review some of these policies, and I think more time should do. Kofi, you remember vividly that sometime in December, the United Kingdom is coming out with new pound notes, and because after the death of the Queen, then they have to have the head of the king in the new pound sterling note. And Kofi, do you know when they are going to withdraw this one totally and they start this new one? I think it's 2014 or 2016. That's about 2 years or thereabout. About 3 years. I think 2015 or 2016. About 2 years. What other countries are doing for 4 years, our central bank wants to do within 1 month. Is it possible?
Great. That's an interesting question. Chris, yesterday we were trying to do an experiment, which is what I'd like to carry out today. You see, it was saying that this Naira note is washing off. We'll have a discussion on this with an expert later, but you are expert for now. The green is showing off on you can. I don't know if you can see, but it's green. It's washing off on the white. But they're saying it's normal. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you use, sorry, I'm doing this to your Naira on TV. I hope CBN will not arrest me. But you can see it's washing off. It's rubbing off. You can see the green there.
The central bank, in his press release on Saturday or Friday, did mention about that and said that gave reasons why that happens. He said, yes, if they have sort of the white or the white, there's a possibility that it will be stained, that is normal. That what happens is that this first paint happens like that, but with subsequent painting, that it will be solidified, have more ink to it. All sorts of excuses. I don't. If you not only just spoil our mind this morning, I bet more talk on that.
You seem not to be happy. It's all right. We will move on from this. We'll have a discussion on this later. But I just want to ask you one other question. It's a trick question, but not a trick question. It's a funny question. If the CBN is saying, from what we heard over the weekend, that we thought about it, we forgot to add in a policy, circular, that the banks should not give Nigerians these new notes over the counter. Don't give them. And we just added to the list of the policy statements. And they are saying that the bank should give only 200 naira from the ATMs. So what's going to happen to the 500 naira and 1,000? How are we going to get it? Are we going to? Is there a tree? Is there a tree somewhere to go pluck? Because I don't know. The only way you can get your hands on the note is from the bank or from the ATM. If you go to the POS, the only way the POS operator can get the naira is from the bank. And if they're saying bank, so don't give Nigerians new notes, so give them the old ones. And we have to withdraw only 200 naira from the ATM. Where are we going to get the 500 and 1,000 naira from? I don't know. Am I missing something here? So please help me out.
Yes, Kofi, remember that song? If you ask me now who I go ask, that's on my heart. I forgot the name of that lady that sang that song. If you ask me now who I go ask, so that's the issue. And I've been saying it is that the central bank, through the governor of the central bank, is just speaking from both sides of his man. Is a total confusion everywhere in that central bank. And I just personally feel that it's right time the central bank governor resigns. Since the man tried to get politics last year and wanted to be the president of Nigeria, he has lost all sense of responsibility in terms of monetary policies and how he's going to apply it. Don't forget that when that policy came out, the Minister of Finance came out to say that she was not aware about the new policy. And quickly she was quickly shut down by Asoro via a statement by the president. That yes, the president is aware. The president. We shouldn't be holding Emefiele responsible for this. We should look at it as a part of the failed policies of President Muhammadu Buhari, just like most of the promises he made to Nigeria since 2015, that none of them have come to pass. Most of them, and not none of them. So we add this one to it. We add it to the issue of setting up of refineries, the issue of $1 turning to 1 naira, the issue of fuel subsidy, the issue of electricity from 5,000 to 40,000 megawatts, and so many other promises that he made to Nigeria. But good enough, we have just barely less than 5 months for him to give office. I only pity whoever is going to take over from this government. And I've said it with now. Until this government leaves, we know the level of the colossal damages that this government has done to the Nigerians and our economy and so many other things. But let us focus on 2020. I think our focus now is trying to make sure that we get it right. Come next month, the election is less than 50 days. The presidential election is less than 50 days from now. Let us start talking to Nigeria, mobilizing Nigerians to those that have not collected their PVCs to collect their PVC and make sure that they vote right come February next month and also March for the other elections.
All right. Chris Kennedy, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to keep this. Onoja, it's not coming to you, all right? This is a specimen.
Give Onoja an old nose. Give him an old nose to go and change.
Specimen for investigative purposes, all right? Thank you very much, Chris Kende, one of Executive Director, African Governance and Leadership Initiative. Look forward to having you again.
Thank you very much for having me. Do have a wonderful day ahead.
Same to you, same to you. Up next, we have a discussion on the oil and gas industry. It seems that the oil and gas industry companies and major oil companies may have to look for funding from elsewhere, as the banks are thinking of funding clean energy as opposed to fossil fuel energy. We'll be looking at that when we come back. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to 2 things. 1, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. Set for our first major conversation. I guess is already on standby, but let's quickly inform you that there are indications that the banking sector is shunning fresh investments in fossil fuel development, forcing all majors to seek funding from alternative markets. According to reports, more banks pledged in 2022 to stop funding some or all types of new fossil fuel development as lenders are under increasing pressure from shareholders and society to cut back on emissions profiles of their client portfolios. Now, according to the leadership, a Nigerian newspaper, the oil and gas industry was flush with cash last year as prices soared, but the sector stuck to capital discipline and especially in the United States of America focused on remunerating shareholders and paying down debts instead of taking on more loans. Now, information from data compiled by Bloomberg indicates that clean energy projects and ventures saw around $518 billion in money raised on the debt markets last year. Now, it's a situation one that will have an immediate play out in Nigeria's all-important oil and gas sector. Don't forget, Nigeria acquires over 90% of export earnings and roughly about 70% of government earnings from oil sales. Now, what sources of alternative funding are we talking about? What sources of alternative funding are available to the oil and gas industry? We have joining us to discuss this, Bolahon Olojede. He is an oil and gas analyst. Good morning to you, Bolahon Olojede. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to be on the program.
Yeah. Now, when we see reports like this, they usually have a global outlook. Can we juxtapose this and also, can we place this in a Nigerian context? Is this a reality as far as the oil and gas industry in Nigeria is concerned?
Certainly. There's been a very strong movement for some decades now, actually, to migrate away from fossil fuel. This morning I was just thinking about my project in business school, and that was 20 years ago, and it was still around fossil fuel issue. So it's been on the table for a while, but it is gathering more momentum. And as of today, there are various sort of deadlines across several countries in the world about when to migrate away or how to migrate away from fossil fuel. So when you create this kind of uncertainties in the market, number one, providers of funds in the financial system are going to be worried about the fact that, if the future of oil and gas is so uncertain, should I still be investing there? The second point is the fact that the people that are behind this movement, this is a very huge movement with powerful people and organizations behind them. They are also capable of mounting pressures on the financial system to say, look, I don't want you lending to this segment. And that is part of what is playing out. So we see banks that are saying, no, I'm going to cut down on how much I give to that. So some are not even willing to finance fresh investment in that space at all. For us in Nigeria, that has huge implications, just as it has across the board. Let me say, however, that it is possible if you can show a proof that you have the cash flows. If the financial system will not offer you financing, you can always go to the alternative market. That one will always be there. For as long as you have a history of cash flow, or you can show that in the future you'll be able to produce cash flow, then you can go to the alternative market. Money will be there. However, for us as Nigerians, we have to be concerned. A lot of major projects involve funding from these huge banks. And the capacity of the Nigerian banks to be able to fund significant investment in this space may be a little limited, especially with the fact that the uncertainties in that market also affects Nigeria. So as a country, as a lender in Nigeria, you're worried about investing in this space, thinking, what if I invest in this crude oil and we're not able, the company is not able to sell this crude oil because of the fossil fuel rejection that is being proposed across the world. However, alternative funding should also be available to the Nigerian market as well. Beyond that, Nigeria must be asking that critical question: what is life after fossil fuel going to be, and how do we begin to prepare for that life after fossil fuel?
So when you speak of the alternative market, what sources are you referring to?
Okay, apart from bank loan, alternative market has to do with things like peer-to-peer funding. So there's somebody who has excess money, is not using it, or is looking for where to plug it. Here is another person who needs money without going through the banking system. That these two people can be connected, or these two categories of people, investors directly with the people that need the fund. That is an alternative funding without involving the bank. You can also have things like vendor financing, factoring, in which a vendor financing is, look, if I borrow money from the bank, what I'm going to use the money for is probably maybe to buy equipment. So why not talk to the equipment provider directly instead of going through a bank? So the equipment provider looks at your cash flow. He sees that you are able to generate cash flow and repay him for the equipment. Then you can do a deal directly with that vendor without going through the financial system. So that is vendor finance. You can also structure all form of asset-backed securitization. The bottom line is that you are able to show that what you are putting this money to is capable of generating cash flow. Once the investor is convinced of your cash flow generating capacity, a funding structure can always be put together. That is essentially what the alternative finance is all about. And we can also do that.